To a party, don't ever invite an N-word. They are happy to take, but rarely ever give day. Bunty, using such harsh language you are. Believe it, I cannot. Really? A different N-word this is? Goodness, have to look this up, I do. Amazing. Not the N-word it is, but a second N-word. Covetous, a meaning and stingy person. Miser. Wow, fascinating this is. A different N-word, separate from the other N-word. Wonder if okay it is for Yoda to use it. The African-American community. Feel it upon me, I do. Even Master Windu. Sorry. Say it I must. God.
Someone correct me if I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
You're wrong. Even if they did, it came to me, the other day, or actually just recently today. I don't think PCs or video games were really meant to have fans. It doesn't seem. Number one, it's not aesthetic at all. It looks crap.
It doesn't go with
That's the
aesthetic.
reason I think why.
Then you're buying shit fans. Scree, hoodie, scree.
That was adorable.
What was that?
Indeed.
I just want to pat her head.
I don't know if I want to watch it anymore.
I'm a fucking furry.
No!
Are traps gay or not?
Oh no!
I knew it!
Another high five.
Ow, why?
For the record, traps are gay, but fucking a trap is not.
Did you just compare yourself and your channel to the Jews of Auschwitz?
No, I compared the Jews in Auschwitz to my channel because I currently have a much more serious plight than they did.
You're saying you wouldn't fuck your daughter? No, it's just God.
Not because you're a rabbit, but because you're black.
Look what I did. Changing the boat. Come on, changing it. Oh!
The dancing moon night.
A dancing moon.
Oh my fucking god. Kill yourself!
White man. There's no need to feel down. I said, white man. Pick yourself off the ground. I said, white.
Make America great again! The truth!
Hello everyone, this is episode 15 of the Dishonored Wolf podcast. I got MauLer, Rags, and Fringy actually showed up this time.
Jeez. Yeah, oh man, I'm sorry that I had jet lag. I'll try not to go across the planet next time.
I'm sorry you're irresponsible is what you mean.
Worthless.
Sorry I blew a tire last time.
Oh yeah, you did it too. Me and Rags the only good
that's
people.
right.
Yeah, I was here.
Yeah.
I came all the way from my office to be here.
Mm-hmm. I woke up at 7 a.m. to get on.
Well, I thank you all for showing up.
Well, it's good to be appreciated.
That's good. I'm glad you're appreciated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How long do we have to pretend to be friends for again?
Another 2 or 3 hours or so. Then we can go back to hating each other again. It'll all be good.
All right, then go on. What are we talking about?
Well, have you guys ever wondered where Doom takes place?
Wow, what a perplexing mystery.
I believe it takes place at the melting pot of the universe.
It was heaven, right? Heaven? It's on Venus, and then they go to heaven. I think that's...
Well, you're all wrong. It takes place in hell, but have you ever wondered what hell is?
No.
Wow. That's that when there's something you didn't know you wanted, but then you get it.
So generally, I mean, I think that's a valid question to ask because hell isn't real. So there's many different there's many religious interpretations of hell. Sometimes in books it's portrayed as a certain way, but I mean, if you want to work some kind of lore into the hell dimension or physical realm or whatever, I'm game to listen.
I think that anybody could make hell more interesting because all it is just a really bad place that you go to. Like, there's a lot of room to.
I can't believe at one point it made sense to me. Like, I was young, I was like, oh yeah, it's just a place we get tortured forever. It's like,
yeah. Totally justified. No problem at all. I have no further questions.
Yeah, if I don't believe in this book, it means I'm just justified to be tortured for the rest of eternity.
And remember, it's not predicated on whether or not you're actually a good or bad person, but whether you made the right choice in an ultimatum that if you were born in the wrong country, you just didn't even know about.
If you don't believe in the book, you are a bad person. God, Fringy.
Someone actually told me that. A teacher told me that when I asked her as a child. Yeah.
Fucked up.
Like,
I know.
What happens if I believe in Star Wars or not? They're like, oh, nothing. That's just nonsense.
It's one of the many tests.
Well, personally, I believe in the divinity of Shrek, so...
All hail Shrek.
That's fair.
There's room in this great swamp for all of us.
Excuse you, it's all hail Farquaad? I can't believe you haven't read the... I don't know. What should we call this?
Farquaad?
The
Holy Book of Onions.
Yeah. The Holy Book of Onions. We'll call it that.
There's a lot of
do your reading.
That book.
Gotta do...
It's so stupid.
Well, here we go.
Haven't you read
what is
Fiona
hell in the
222?
Doom franchise?
Yep. So
what is this video we're watching?
222. You couldn't bother to come up with different numbers. You just like, nah, the joke works alone.
Well, yeah, we're gonna find out all about how hell, and what exactly hell is in Doom.
All right, I'm ready to learn. I'm ready to learn my Doom lore.
What's up, guys? CJ here, and welcome back to another
Hi,
video
TJ.
exploring
What's up,
the
guys?
mythology of the Doom franchise ahead of the upcoming movie reboot set to release January 1st.
Oh my god, they're making another movie?
Wait, what? There's another Doom movie?
Why?
Why do that?
Who's
Why?
asking for this?
Doom is much more of a gamey game than a filmy game.
Yeah, remember
I'm
the
just
last
saying.
time? Remember the last time we tried doing a Doom movie? Remember how that turned out? Why
Yeah, it
are you
seems like
trying again?
The film industry seems very keen on doing the same, adaptations of games because they did Tomb Raider again.
I think if you get The Rock and Arnie starring with Tommy Wiseau directing, it could be a hit.
I feel like with a lot of these movie ideas, they want to force it through.
Well, I mean, a lot of games don't work as films, if you ask me, because they were ideas designed for a game.
Yeah,
and games are very different from films.
I mean, maybe a Doom one could work if it's about like the alien invasion, and these people are playing the people on the station getting invaded, and the story of how they escape or fight back against them.
I guess so, but like, don't we want a Doom movie about Doom Slayer?
I mean, I think you could make it work, but they're not gonna.
Yeah,
there's too many ways you can fuck it up.
It might work, but it won't. All right, well, let's see.
That reboot is reportedly going to be much more accurate to the source material than the first Doom adaptation from 2003.
No, because that'll help.
Which basically seems scared to touch any of the Hellspawn, Doom guy, demon stuff with a 10-foot pole, kind of classic 2000s Hollywood tradition.
But what's strange is that's what people associate Doom with.
I thought
that's what Doom is.
Yeah,
wait, did he just say that the first film with The Rock didn't touch that, or the new one's not going to touch that?
I think you're saying that the old one's
not going to.
Because I thought there was plenty of gore in the old one, right? I don't know about hell. I don't think they ever did much of hell in the original.
It took place on Mars, right?
Yeah, like the thing was they found some kind of injection that could either turn you into a super soldier or turn you into a horrible demon. But it was never. I don't think there was ever a hell. I don't think in that.
Okay, right. Yeah, maybe they'll do it with this one.
Not respecting the source material. We know we're going to be seeing the Mars bases in this movie, but if we take them at their word and believe the reports are accurate, then we will absolutely be seeing hell on screen in this film as our human survivors and victims battle the demons that spill out of it. But what exactly is hell in the Doom franchise? What does it look like? Is it literal?
Well, it very is literal.
Also, all of the
is literal.
Yeah, it's not
all of the
play,
questions he just asked. He can't possibly answer all of them in 3 minutes because there's going to be an outro, obviously.
Don't forget to subscribe, you guys.
I have nothing against the general question. What is the lore of what is called hell in the Doom franchise?
That's definitely a lore that they're developing, at least with Doom Eternal. They even mention that they're like really diving into the lore, which is great.
Which is good. Cool. Yeah, I'm down for it. Yeah, let's. Yeah, because what was in the Doom reboot was like it kind of touches on it, and I'm like, oh, that's kind of interesting, I guess.
It was a good starting point.
For it.
Yeah.
What is it? The answers to these questions have changed over time as the franchise has grown and evolved, but ultimately, as of the 2016 game, which was kind of a soft
Has there ever been a
first
Doom game where hell wasn't like literally hell? Because
I'm
why
assuming
would you
he's going to
call
get into
it
the
hell
minutia of
otherwise?
it. Like maybe he's going to talk about how this one was the dimensional portal opened via science, and this is a dimensional portal that was found underground in Mars. The two different. That might be as far as.
Okay, but aren't they? They're both dimensional portals, though.
So they lead to the same place.
In fairness, he hasn't said it yet, but he might. Because he's got no time. How could he possibly?
I'm also interested where he managed to find the worst looking and running version of Doom that has ever been played.
Also, is that like the FPS counter and shit in the top?
Yeah, it's on like a PC.
It's unprofessional.
But it is, yeah. There's benchmarking.
Why would you put PC benchmarks in a video when you're talking about the lore?
Yeah.
All you need to do is download a long play of Doom from someone who doesn't use watermarks.
And it's really simple too. They get the footage, you're like, oh shit, it's got a watermark. Just zoom in just a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. Zoom in.
Also, to clarify, yes, you should credit those sources. I'm not saying don't.
Or
even better, don't be lazy.
Even better, you can play the game because Doom is not an especially long game.
Oh come on, this guy doesn't even know what Doom is. He's just doing the video to get the click. Come on. Yeah, he's got explained in full caps.
Yeah. The same over the decades. In the most basic description that I can give, the Doom franchise's take on hell is actually an alternate dimension. It's an entirely separate realm outside of our own universe that plays pretty fast and loose with the laws of physics that govern our reality. The biggest question that I always had was, is this the literal version of hell?
What do you mean, is it the literal version of hell?
Well, I think all you can
take away from the
Doom franchise is that hell... it's called hell, but it's not like hell in the Bible.
Yeah, because when someone tells you hell, you're like, you don't even have to explain it. It's a very bad place you don't want to be.
Fire and brimstone.
Yeah, fire and brimstone and doom and monsters and evilness. And you're like, okay, yeah, it's a bad place. Bad things come from there. There are bad things in there, and we want to stay far away from it.
What would a figurative hell be exactly?
It's like, I guess if you're living with the in-laws or
Afghanistan.
No that's what I mean, though. You say, like, this one in Doom, that's a literal hell, not a figurative one. I just be like,
he doesn't even say that. He says, like, how does it compare to the literal hell or something like that?
Well, I was going to say that it's either literal or figurative, right? They're the two.
That's the only two options.
I want to get the phrasing.
Of physics that govern our reality. The biggest question that I always had was, is this the literal version of hell, or is it just kind of a hellish alternate dimension?
Is this the literal version of hell?
Both of those would be literal.
He's asking if this is the literal version of hell. Like, is he
a Christian?
Means,
I think he's approaching this from the position that the Christian version of hell is a literal, the actual hell.
He should have said biblical. He should have said literal.
Yeah,
but he might be viewing it from a warped perspective because he might believe in it.
Yeah,
so to him, he just assumes it's a thing that exists.
Good point.
Yeah. That's what I'm getting.
Which you might interpret as the biblical version of hell because it...
there you go.
Now I'm more confused. Yeah.
There you go. That helps. That helps not at all. Thank you.
Well, it looks like it. Well, believe it or not, as far as Doom canon is concerned, yes, this probably is the literal hell.
Okay, so then you can end the video now.
Wait, so does he mean it is the biblical one?
So yeah, have we made it? We've made a distinction between the biblical hell and the literal hell, and I'm confused.
Also, how in the fuck is this the biblical hell when you have half technology ram demon things running around? I guess through interpretation.
And also, where are all the people? You know, people are supposed to be there.
Yeah,
where'd they go?
Full of people. Well, that's what all the bones are. All the bones are people. But
I think you can stretch the Bible enough to say that anything is fucking hell, to be honest. You know, like if you walk into a white room and there's nothing in there and you just starve to death over and over again, you could say that that's the Christian. You could literally say that's what is described in the Bible, even though they say fire and brimstone. They could be like, no, it's a figurative fire and brimstone.
This is the actual hell, the plane of eternal damnation where sinners go to be punished for their misdeeds for all eternity. After you devastate hell in that game, the end game text literally says that this is where bad people go after.
It doesn't. Where it doesn't literally say that. You see, we're being fast and loose with the word literally, but you've done it. The invasion is over. Earth is saved. Hell is a wreck. You wonder where bad folks will go when they die now. Wiping the sweat from your forehead, you begin the long trek back home. Rebuilding Earth ought to be a lot more fun than ruining it was. Okay.
Okay, well...
what I was going to say as well is, you know, like how people will say, like, longer videos are, like, they're not concise. You took too long to make your point. What's the opposite of that? Where I'm like...
less concise?
Oh, well, they don't know what concise means. I had to point that out on the fucking critique videos. Like, concise does not mean short for anybody who thinks that's what it means. What would you say is the opposite with this video? I'm like, please flesh out your points because you've gone over them so quickly.
It's too loose, too ambiguous.
Too
never
vague.
Making any
vague.
Yeah, either they make definitive statements with no evidence, or they don't say anything at all.
Yeah, talking without saying anything.
Because I mean, Wolf was right. It's like the video's over as soon as he said, like, "Yep, this is apparently the biblical vision." Okay, bye. Because what else could he possibly say?
I don't know. No, he said it was literal hell, where people go when they die. But he made a distinction between literal hell and biblical hell. And what if it's a different version of hell? What if it's a different mythology?
It's literally the biblical literal hell. And you're like, oh.
So is it real, like in our world as a player? I don't even understand.
Guys, it's the Shrek version of hell. That's the literal version of hell.
No swamps and all of hell.
They die, and your character wonders, where are they going to go now? The reboot doesn't reference this specifically, and that's led to some questions about whether or not it's still the literal hell, especially because
you
in
just
that game
pointed out that every single Doom game has always been in what you call the literal version of hell. Why would this one be any different?
It's soft reboot. He did say.
But Sam, I think the robot's name is Sam. He's like, we opened a portal directly to hell. Well, it's like, well, what?
I was going to
why
say,
would it be any different?
I wouldn't call this a soft reboot. It's literally just continuing, isn't it?
Yeah,
I mean, it'd be like
it's more like
I mean, it's like God of War, isn't it? You know, it's kind of different.
Well, see, some people call Force Awakens a soft reboot, and I was like,
no, it's a direct sequel.
It is a sequel that is aping everything off the original. Like, that's not a soft reboot.
I mean, aside from Doom 2, every Doom game has pretty much just been a rehash of the first Doom game. Because Doom 3 was just a reboot of Doom
3, a rehash of Doom 1.
Well, no, I mean, that was a poor wording on my part, but a reboot. More like a reboot, and then this is another reboot after Doom 3. Because you still got it starting off on Mars, and then you go to Hell, and then you kill the Cyber Demon. You do that in Doom 1, Doom 3, and the new Doom. Doom 2 is the only one where it's like not that same exact concept.
Different realms and dragged them back into hell, like the Titan's realm in the game or Argent D'Nur specifically. The whole crux of the Doom games is that somehow hell has been breached and is spilling out.
I wish he would have elaborated on those things. Like, just like this place and this place. Like, wait, explain, please.
Like, you know, yeah, I don't know enough about Doom to be able to be like, oh yes, those things. I'm more like, oh, I remember shooting shit and having loads of fun.
This is what I find very bizarre about this video, because if you don't know Doom, you're going to be confused, but if you do, he's just saying things that are kind of obvious.
Not to mention explained. How can any explained video be 5 minutes?
They're explaining how to
explain how you breathe. Breathe.
You use your muscles to expand your lungs and then close.
Yeah, like what is Argent D'Nur? or whatever it was, Denor, is like I wish you could elaborate on that because maybe I missed something. It's been years since I've played the game, so maybe tell me this.
I think that's one of the locations, like one of the levels in the new Doom.
I guess like they're the night.
Even 2 + 2 = 4 explained would take a hell of a lot more than 10 minutes if you were going to actually go through how maths works. You know, you'd be like, that's why 2 + 2 = 4. You wouldn't just go, well, you know, 1 is 1, 4 of 1 is 4, and 2 of 1 is 2. 2 + 2 is 4.
You use something in the definition, the explanation of itself.
But, you know, how does one actually even get to hell exactly?
Through the portals that they just keep making in all of these
Didn't
games?
he already say that the portals...
Yeah, he just said portals. We made portals, but how do you get to hell? But the portals?
Guys, think about this. He opened it up with a minute of like exposition stuff, and then he asked the question, and now it's fully answered by 2:17. So we only had a minute of content in relation to the title of the video. Because now he's moved on to how do you get there?
But and he already explained why there's portals.
I feel like we're ripping into this guy so hard, but it's just like, I hate these kinds of videos as a prejudice already. So
like, teach me something. I want to learn something.
But we're learning about hell. Clearly.
Random footage of
no, don't do it. I was gonna say don't do it down with thrust, but this is so common in video game.
It's like random footage.
It's just filler. They just play a random bit of footage.
And the worst part is it included like a random death, which just looks... I don't know. I don't like random deaths.
I'm assuming it's
like, why?
It looks really
like
unprofessional. Like, oh, I sucked at this game, and then I accidentally...
someone lost. It's like a player lost the game. It's like,
oh,
okay.
Answer is fun with portals and teleportation. In the original games, Hell was accidentally accessed in experiments with teleporter technology, allowing the Hell spawn to flood through and basically kicking off the events of the game.
Didn't he like already say this earlier in the video?
God damn it! This is like the fucking Annihilation video, where it's like explained, but then they just describe what happens in the games. It's like in the first one, you go through because of an accident that happens, and he's gonna say in this one, there's like science to open it and people, and just be like, this isn't explaining,
dude.
You're not getting anything that nobody else would have gotten.
He even started off just like that Annihilation video I watched with you, MauLer, right after we saw the movie, where it was like, it takes place in a different dimension.
Oh, okay. Well.
It's not a dimension at all. You fucking idiot.
Like, well, duh. Of course, it takes place in another dimension. I mean,
like so irrationally angry as well.
Resurrect Superman.
Plasma, a revolutionary and highly efficient energy source, and to the public it was discovered and mined on Mars, but in reality the UAC had discovered it in Hell and was using portals to extract it, which of course went wrong. When we're talking about Hell, you probably already have a pretty vivid mental image in your head. You know, fire, brimstone, lava, the whole 9 yards. And you aren't wrong, that's pretty much what it has always looked like in this franchise since the earliest incarnations. In the most recent game, Hell was a series of rocky, craggy, floating islands in a sea of red clouds, with demonic structures built out of rock and large bone-like structures throughout, and actually surprisingly not that much fire. Hell is inhabited by the Hellspawn, a large and kind of loosely connected group of demons and...
Did you say there's surprisingly not that much fire in the Hell from Doom? I remember there being a decent
There isn't.
There's a lot of fire.
I mean, the thing is with... I mean, Hellspawner from Hell, if you didn't know.
No, they're from Kentucky, obviously.
I mean, it's interesting. He answered the question of how you get there, but then he sort of just went back to the whole, so what Hell looks like, and what it's like. You didn't ask another question to answer. What are you doing?
Yeah, it's like I would, if I clicked on this, I would expect a video that talks about here's how physics work in Hell. Here's how the demon hierarchy works in Hell. Here's why the demons want to leave Hell. Here's how you get back and forth, you know, and are there limits to how many times you can go? Are there changes that happen when you go back and forth? Here's how, you know, such and such happens in Hell, but there's not telling me anything about Hell at all.
All this really is just relaying information that is displayed to you when you play the game. Like, oh, you go to Hell through a portal. Like, okay, yeah, I know that because I played the game. Like, this doesn't add anything that isn't just face value in the games.
Yeah, like was Hell created by some entity? Has it always been around? And have there been periods of history in Hell? Like, have there been dynasties and wars? Tell me stuff.
Like, this guy is just... I've never even seen a video from him before, but this is just like all the other people that do this. Like, Looper does this professionally, They just have a video for every fucking thing that comes out, and it'll just be some daunting yet kind of interesting title. Sometimes, like I said at the beginning, where it's like, oh, I didn't even know. I wanted to know the answer to that. But if someone says to you, what is hell in the Doom franchise? You'd be like,
how much does it cost to make 1,000 paper clips? And it's like, shit, I've got to know!
Exactly. Yeah, but you'd be like, well, I don't know, what is, I guess hell's just hell, right? Oh, maybe this video is going to go deeper than just saying it's just hell. And it's like, no.
No, we're going to do the opposite. We're not going to tell you shit about hell.
You have a bunch of other answers to things, like, oh, you can teleport there because the scientists are looking for resources. You're just like, what? This isn't... Okay.
This is about hell, you know?
And he's like, you expect fire to be in hell. Turns out, not much fire. You're just like, what the fuck are you doing?
You know, all sorts of shapes, sizes, and skill sets. Some are your run-of-the-mill imps that throw fire. Others, like the Revenant, are
now you're describing
cybernetically
mechanics.
You're talking about the kinds of demons in hell. I would love to get a video talking about who runs hell, who gives the orders, how is some kind of a society ran in hell. Is it like an anarchist sort of society? Is it? I mean, because there is some kind of there is some kind of order in hell.
Yeah, they don't attack each other as far as I can tell.
Yeah, I mean they fight, but not like all the time. Is it like a might makes right sort of thing? Do they eat in hell? Is like what?
Is there a reason why there are different types of demons? You know, like humanoid ones, and then this giant big bull here. You know, that'd be cool.
Satan
Fringy, I was talking with Sargon about this the other day, and I was telling him, is it really racist, right, to hate demons because they seem to be many types of different races?
Well, yeah, they're quite diverse, really.
Yeah, they're very diverse. Like, is this Keiko demon here and the little imp things? Like, they're clearly not the same thing. How did all of these different species grow? And it's a potentially very interesting thing to learn about, but we're not going to get that here.
You're just prejudiced towards demons, demonist.
Yeah, fuck demons. They prefer to be called mortally challenged.
Oh!
Jetpacks
demonetized.
It's almost certain that these creatures were created by something, but who or what did that right now?
Is it almost certain though? He said it's almost certain that they were created by something. Is that true?
Hang on. Isn't you could literally?
Is it though? I mean, like
you could say that.
Yeah, but that's the truth.
Depending on how you define it, everything is created by something. You could argue, like say two things, like you throw an apple and an orange and they both explode. You're like, that explosion was created by the apple and the orange. And force.
I'm not sure that he's thinking about it like that.
It's like Greg said. It's a non-committal statement. What he just said can't be proven wrong, really.
Yeah, they might have been created by something. Like, yeah, they might have been. I wish instead of just asking the question and then saying you don't know, you would have had an answer and then made the video with a purpose.
Because I can say that Rian Johnson almost certainly intended to destroy Star Wars. People could be like, you can't prove that. And I'd be like, I said almost certainly. I said almost. And then they'd be like, okay, what proof do you have? And I'm like, I don't have to show you any proof.
Yeah, I never made a claim, so I don't have to,
Unknown.
Checkmate, atheist.
Doom 2, the icon of sin could spawn demons, but seeing as he was killed in that game and there are still demons running around, we're not sure if he was there.
Why would killing the creator make all of his creations go away?
Not just that though. Like that's one of the most. You played the game and then went, well, this guy spawns them. Maybe he spawned all of them. It's like, good job, man.
I thought we come here for answers, not more questions.
Yeah,
you have explained in the title, but you're just asking us things like we're supposed to fucking tell you. It's like I don't know.
The kind of shit you do in a Let's Play. Like, oh, maybe he's like the boss of. Oh, he's dead. Maybe there's some other boss. I guess.
Oh, jeez. All right, let's...
Actual creator, or just sort of like a powerful demon that just could birth other demons.
Yeah, that's possible.
Yeah, I wish... Could you tell us more? Explain the video? Jeez.
Big question. Who is actually running the show down there? Well, that's actually something that, as of yet, we really haven't seen.
Come on! Wait! He's like, yeah, this is literally hell, but who runs hell? I don't know. Well, it's like, are you fucking kidding me?
Okay, so popular belief is that Satan runs hell, kind of the guy in charge.
Yeah, but
conspiracy
the
theory,
hell, the biblical hell, or the figurative hell? Right,
I'm thinking the symbolic hell.
Oh.
Yeah, like
I'm talking about the technical hell. I don't know what you're referring to.
Oh, this is the
technical hell.
I'm referring to the metaphorical hell.
This is a free range hell.
I was thinking of it more in the terms of queer theory, personally.
Vegan hell.
Technical hell is where blue screens go after you get rid of them. It's a very fascinating lore.
Good to know.
That'd be interesting. And they're just cutouts of whatever was put over them.
They just walk around on little feet. They're just like, hello.
They're doomed for eternity to search for whatever completes their image, you know.
Makes sense.
See, we've just made a more fucking interesting guy.
Hell filled with blue screens.
In the most recent reboot, the invasion was planned by the Spider Mastermind, but it's not clear if that was the true ruler of hell.
Oh my god!
What evidence? Tell us the evidence. What is the evidence for this? Explain this to me, please.
How can you say explained? It should be, you know, what is the Hell in the Doom franchise? Confused.
Just call it theory. Put theory in the title, and I mean,
yeah, theory.
Even though it's been established that when something is a theory, it's accepted basically as fact until something else disproves it. But let's just ignore that and pretend like theory is just your opinion.
It'd be like if I said, "What are the Simpsons?" and then I say they could be an alien race in an alternate dimension. They could be a human race that was diseased. They could be an alternate dimension, just that's a cartoon version of our world. And you're just like, yeah, could be.
Depends on how you look at it through reader response theory.
That is important.
And the evidence kind of suggests that it's the latter. In Doom 2, the icon of sin that I mentioned before seems much more in line with what
a devil, I mean, many devils
think of as a devil, and it was actually even designed with the image of Baphomet in mind, which is where our
so there's furries. Got it.
Baphomet is a hermaphroditic goat, half man.
Sounds right up my alley.
Yeah. Satanic.
Don't go too far up that alley, though.
Oh boy.
Image, you know, of the devil comes from, but seeing as it,
I bet the artist probably wanted credit for that image.
Died in that game, and like I said, the demon threat remained after it died. It kind of casts doubt on that being the.
Okay, so the logic here is that if the creator dies, then hell ceases to exist.
Yeah,
why would
which
that
isn't
be?
even. That's not even.
It doesn't make sense.
I see we're going by Game of Thrones
sense.
logic now.
It would be like saying that if the guy who designed the Burj Khalifa died one day, the building would just collapse to the ground.
It's like if my dad, when he dies, you know, if I'm still
you just turn to dust.
I just turn to dust.
Your house just
like, no, my creator has perished.
MauLer, I don't feel so good.
You saying that Thanos created Spider-Man? Oh no, wait, this is confusing.
We have
we
have less than a minute left. Video. We have less than a minute left, and I've learned fuck off.
Anybody want to take bets? Anyone take bets on a Squarespace or Audible ad or a Patreon thing? I like it when they show up. It's fun.
I'm thinking it's going to be something like Candid.
I would assume it's Patreon. That's like the safest bet.
Yeah, Patreon's pretty safe. I'm going to go with Patreon and a Twitter link.
Yeah, and please like, favorite, and subscribe.
And make sure to comment. Make sure to comment. I'm interested in your opinion, guys. Really. No, honestly, I am.
Yeah, like and subscribe for more worthless garbage that doesn't tell you anything about
Next time, we're going to answer, what is heaven in Doom?
And then after that, I'll answer, what's it like to move boulders with my kid?
Oh. Hey man, he was doing that, okay? He couldn't take a picture of it, obviously. It's such a bizarre fucking thing.
Is that not just the worst fucking excuse ever made?
Boulders aren't going to move themselves.
I'm trying to think of something that's equally as retarded. Basically, something that is the peak of like stupid, but also I guess you could be doing that.
Yeah, I have to go alphabetize the silverware.
I was tying string to twigs and branches on trees just to see how they flow in the wind. You'd be like,
I was just stacking boxes in the corner of my bedroom.
I was getting my goatee styled.
Just like, you just be like, Matt, just make something up that's not as stupid. Just say you're watching a fucking film.
But like at this
I was
point,
categorizing. I was categorizing my computer peripherals by country of origin. It was like, yes, okay.
I was having another cry session.
I was just crying. Crying in my bed alone.
Oh.
Modern idea.
Well, at least people
image,
would believe that.
Yeah, probably.
Comes from, but seeing as it died in that game, and
Didn't he
like I
already
said, the
scroll
Demon
up
Threat
this picture already?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I reversed it a little
backed
bit
up.
just to do a little catch up because I thought I heard
okay.
something strange.
remained after it died, it kind of casts doubt on that being the creator or ruler of hell. In the reboot, we see the icon of sin in the necropolis, and in-game lore seems to suggest that the beast is slumbering, so we might see the creature in a future installment, and maybe that's when we'll discover whether or not it really runs hell, or if there's an even bigger boss behind it all. Let us know what you think and what you hope to see from hell in the upcoming movie
This is
in
it,
the
isn't
comment
it?
section down below. Personally, if they even just show hell for a minute, I'm going to be happy. It already seems
You
like
were
this is
in
gonna be
hell
much
in the
more
first
faithful
game for like half the game.
I'm confused. You were in there for way more than a minute in the first one.
There's like several levels that are like only in hell.
Unless we were in the figurative one in that
Why
game.
why do people in hell fear you so much? How come like this image exists? You know, there's lore that can be explored here that's kind of interesting, and none of it was touched on at all in this. This video is fucking worthless.
Because even I remember that. There are literal lore pieces in the game you can find.
Yeah, like the tablets with the suit on it and the sword, and the priest.
It would take longer to read those than the length of this video. So obviously,
oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's pretty much it. I'm just proving that.
All right.
It's
Yeah,
just,
no, I
it's
mean
too short.
To me, I view this if like somebody made a video called "What is Halo Explained," and instead of like getting deep into the lore about the Forerunners and like the artifacts that they left behind and the mega structures and the Covenant, they were just like, in Halo, you play as a man called Master Chief, and you land on a giant ring-shaped megastructure called Halo and fight aliens on the surface. It's like he's just telling me what happened.
and then you would
here's
be like,
what happened in this game. I was like,
you would talk about how Spartans used to exist. There was this people who were very strong, and they valued strength over anything else. And so
now one
Master
could
Chief is
speculate that
strong.
the reason why they were called Spartans was based on the Spartans of ancient times, but that's very likely, but I'm not sure, guys.
We can only speculate if this cave is a natural formation or not, even though it's made out of metal.
This cave. Yeah.
This guy is like if I had made the video about Doom with no more additional information than I have right now. Like I could have made this.
Explain Doom, but don't explain it. I'm like,
how long do you think you spent on the script?
Oh, fucking hell, a day at most.
17 minutes.
Yeah, this is probably a first draft too. I don't see why not.
I mean, he repeated himself a couple
probably
times.
takes me about 5 minutes to read. That's good for a video.
Adaptation of the games and the series as a whole than that original movie. I mean,
who's that guy in the sky? Who's the guy in the sky looking down at it? Is that Jesus? Is that Space Jesus?
I think we can speculate upon whether or not that is, in fact, Jesus Christ.
Why has he got a robe on? Does he approve of all these shenanigans?
No.
Explain this world to me, game. Movie, whoever the
I'm a little bit worried that it's direct to DVD, and so the quality of what we're going to see might not be what.
Oh, it's direct to
we're hoping
DVD.
for.
Oh, then what's the point of even talking about it?
Oh Jesus, yeah. Well, no, it's direct to DVD. It's like, well, shit. It's probably going to be higher quality than this production.
Oh,
Jesus Christ!
Rax, how dare you? This was incredible.
This was definitely incredible. Incredibly retarded.
But even still, I mean, anything is going to be better than that 2003 movie.
I don't know.
Sure about that?
Are you sure?
Oh, we got Facebook, Twitter, Patreon, subscribe, and
his YouTube channel, his website.
Yeah, not bad. He got them all done.
What a waste of time.
Look at the other videos he's got. With Snoke, Darth Plagueis, all in one.
4 minutes. The Oxygen Destroyer's role in Godzilla King of the Monsters.
Isn't that movie not out yet?
The movie's not out yet, no. But he'll tell. He's got to frame it like that because then people will click it. Come on.
Jesus, what a worthless content creator. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I said it. Fuck
You bully.
Fine, I don't care. I don't care. That's a shitty video.
I
put effort into my shit, and I'm friends with people who put effort into their shit, and stuff like this is just the most low content, low energy crap.
Yeah.
It's like IGN plagiarized a review, a 4-minute review of video game. It's like a 4-minute review of a video game.
As somebody who's been playing Dead Cells a lot, I could not tell you about that game in 4 minutes. I would need a lot longer than 4 minutes.
I feel like we're certainly us four as well. We're getting further with that. Like as a thing. Stop accepting reviews that are like 2 seconds long. You should start because basically a review that's 4 minutes long. You should basically just ask them, okay, thumbs up or down, because that's all I'm going to get from this video anyway.
Mm-hmm. Well, all they're going to do is tell you what mechanics are. They're not really going to talk about how they work or why they work. Like you watch a lot of these IGN reviews and they'll just say, oh, the gameplay is fast and fluid and responsive. It's like, well, okay, but how? Like, you're not really telling me. I'm just meant to accept
like in reference
face
to
value.
something else, maybe some kind of scale.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Anything.
I mean, this is how they justify Call of Duty getting good scores, because they're always like, oh, gameplay is fast and fluid. It's like, okay, but why? What changes have been made? I mean, you want to get a little bit more specific. What about weapon balancing? They never talk about weapon balancing.
Yeah, if I was to rate the beta based off of the time, I got to rank like 25 or so. If I was to rank it, I'd be like, if 5 is average, this game is a 5.5. Just the multiplayer is about a 5.5. It's fine. It's exactly what you expected it would be, and probably less. But until I get a single player to go along with it, I mean, it's like a 5, maybe if you push it a 6. No, I wouldn't push it to a 6.
I would say that with a game like that, its score would diminish with time, because as less people are available to play it, you got less to do.
Yeah,
and because there's no campaign, eventually it will be a worthless game you can't play anymore.
Be the next Lawbreakers.
Like I was talking to people about Call of Duty, the beta, and I'm like, it's like I'm having trouble shooting guns at people because there's so much flash and vibration and with my gun. It's hard for me to aim at targets. Like I lose the target. It could be standing right in front of me, but I lose it with like the flash and the shake of the gun, and that makes gunplay unfun. And I'm like, I doubt anybody will ever say anything about that. It's just not something that they'll notice, but they won't say anything about. You know, because it's Call of Duty.
A little bit too specific, yeah. Too specific for a professional reviewer.
Yeah, it's like every fight I'm in is just like not great. I don't even know. It's fucking. It's
go to any IGN review and you'll get like pure gold from stuff like that. The one I always reference is there's the one where they said there's too much water in a Pokemon game.
Oh yeah, that was Pokemon, like the Hoenn region one.
Because the way they do it, for some reason they thought this was a good idea, where at the end they show a little panel and it says like pros and cons, and they'll have 3 on each usually.
Yeah, that's always been bad.
It's always a meme because like on Captain America: Civil War, one of my families was like, "Do you agree with this?" And like it said cons for Captain America: Civil War. Boring third act and repetitive arguments.
What?
They said repetitive arguments. I was like, what?
How is the third act boring? The third act is the ultimate climax.
And what's interesting about like too much water in a Pokemon game, you're like, that could be a thing you could talk about, because water is an obstacle that has to be traversed. And
yeah, I mean, water in Pokemon is like a whole additional thing, because it adds new layers to the exploration.
But
that's the thing, and you can't get qualification for any of this stuff in 3 minutes. So it's just like, yeah, never mind.
Well, we're gonna watch the last Jedi review. This is by a
Jared Genesis.
Jared Genesis.
His frame is overexposed. The lights are too strong.
Yeah, there ain't gonna be any strong. There's not gonna be a strong light in this video. I promise.
Of his hair.
His hair almost looks. It's like on the cusp of looking normal for once.
It almost does look like a normal person.
It's still got it's like the beginnings of a Krusty the Clown hairdo.
Yeah,
where it's
like he's preparing for a role, like he's trying to get into character for a role. You know,
he's gonna be playing the Joker.
He's gonna be playing a loser, so he's been practicing his whole life to be. That's a mean thing to say, but this guy's not.
Well, he got rid of the Wolverine haircut, so he's definitely not trying out for that role.
And he's still got the drum set that's never touched and the Ninja Turtle on the dresser.
Hey, this is the cleanest. This is the cleanest his room has ever looked.
Legitimately, I think you're correct.
Because I've watched way too many of his videos. This is the cleanest I've seen it.
What's that action figure on the top right? The brown one with like the 2 swords or whatever?
I think that's another Ninja Turtles one.
That's the Ninja Turtles. That's the Warthog, isn't it? I can't remember his name. Bebox and Rocksteady, isn't that what they're called?
Might be.
Yeah, the other one's on the thing to his shoulder, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. And the Rhino is the one next to the drum set.
It's weird because since the stuff is still on his like dresser drawers like that, it means they just haven't been opened. And ever, it's just strange. I wonder what's in there.
Do we want to know?
Yo, what's up, guys? Jared Genesis here. So I got a special review.
I'm so excited.
A movie that had very mixed reviews to it. Star Wars: The Last Jedi. Yes, I actually did watch the entirety of this movie.
Wow.
Wow.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. That's good. It's good that you watched the whole movie before you did a review on it.
Most reviews tend to have that as a standard, but that's fair to make sure you did that.
Put it out there.
I mean, guys, I only watched the first 10 minutes, and then I walked out of the movie and was like, well, I get to make a whole review now.
Lucky you. In the age of media mistrust, that's probably a smart move, Jared.
This reminds me of when IGN only half completed all the Crash games before they did their review. Like, halfway is enough.
Hey, at least he's more honest than Philip, whatever the hell his last name is.
Joseph Anderson was planning on doing a big comparison with the new Mario versus the old ones, and his fan base were like, he deserves a lot of praise as a reviewer because he actually went back and played all of those oldest Mario games. And I was just like, if he's gonna be comparing them, that sounds like you should do that. Why would? There's no special to do that.
This reporter who was reporting on Pakistan went to Pakistan. I'm like, good. I would expect one to.
Seems like a good thing to do.
Yeah, I read this whole book to do a book review on it, and I'm like, good. That's laudable.
I even read it twice.
Yeah.
Because I'd rather people didn't know how many times I've had to watch the movies that I end up reviewing. I was like, you're right. You don't need to know.
Short attention span and all. I watched it all. Even though I didn't get some.
I love it. I love that this is open candidness. Oh, it's great. Oh, it's great.
In mind, I haven't seen.
To be fair, when I was walking out of the theater, I don't know if I got it all either. I was still processing for a while.
I was shaking my head a bit.
Well, you remember, from day one, initial reviews, people were talking about, what was the whole Holdo thing? Why didn't she tell Poe? Most people came back with just hang on. This whole Holdo Poe thing.
I was like, I felt like a perpetual, a meme of somebody just with a finger in their mouth open, like they're about to say something and they can't quite put a finger on it. That was me for 2 days. I can't quite process what I just saw. I'm confused.
Well, you talk to a bunch of people that you go, oh, it was stupid? Oh, it was stupid. Okay.
I think this was made in July, so while it took you 2 days, it took him 7 months.
He finally saw it.
He figured it out.
The theater by his house was still playing it. The Black Panther. So
he has attention issues. He did say, "Come on, you can't go to the theater."
That's fine.
Seen every single movie in the Star Wars series. As a matter of fact, some people may say I'm a bit crazy for this, but I really haven't even seen that much of Star Wars movies. I've seen bits and pieces. It's kind of
But let me review The Last Jedi.
I don't even. Is it that hard to be able to say whether you've seen the originals or the prequels?
Yeah, just say if you have or not. It's I have a basic general understanding about the franchise, but I'm not a fan and I haven't seen all of it. So this review will be take this review from the perspective of somebody who doesn't have an invested knowledge in the Star Wars universe.
I'm guessing he's so out of the loop that he doesn't even really know about how everyone typically splits it with Disney prequels and OT.
I don't know.
It's pretty easy to sort it, but if you're under a rock and you've never heard of that, it was okay, I guess you would be confused maybe going in, be well, which ones are the old ones, which ones are the new ones?
Yeah, I'm curious about if I was doing a review like this, I would say something like, here's what convinced me to see this one, even though the other ones I didn't want to see. There we go.
That can just watch clips of a movie. I don't have to watch the whole thing unless I really like it. That's why I'm glad they have stuff like movie clips on YouTube.
Wait.
Journalist pro.
That is, how can you consume? That's barely even consuming film if you just watch clips on YouTube out of
that's
context.
Precisely the bad thing that people uploading clips from films and then you watching them and treating that as consuming the film is awful. That's something that shouldn't happen.
It's no, there's so much that goes in between. It's you watch 20-minute clips of a movie that's an hour and a half long. It's you could, even doing that much is just you're so much.
You're really missing out a lot of what
It's
the
like
film
using
is
a
about.
magnifying glass on a Picasso. It's like you got to see the whole thing, you know. You just have to. You gotta.
Well, no, he saw about 20 minutes of Return of the King on YouTube, and now he can make a review on the whole 4.5-hour movie.
And
So I guess these short dudes really hate jewelry for some reason. And I don't know what's up with that.
Better Call
I guess
Saul
they're
season 1 review. So I watched 20 minutes of the first episode. This is a great show.
About this movie, so I wanted to go ahead and just watch it for myself.
No, you wanted to
first of
watch
all,
it for your
I
mom.
just wanted to say, this is
Your mom was going, and she asked if you wanted to come along, and then she said, "I'll buy the tickets," and you said, "Oh, in that case."
He's doing it for the people, guys. Come on.
He's a man who
For all 4 of
respects
his
audience.
fans.
It's all for the audience, and I can respect that.
my first thing I just gotta say is like, oh my god, that lady with the purple hair. I'm sorry, but like, what the hell, bro?
I love it. This is actually a good review so far, all things considered.
It's fun. It's fun because it's so like unbiased in terms of.
I know.
It's just a thought he had. It's
No
such a real-
filter. There's no filter between the head and the mouth. It just
The
thoughts
comedy
just
development
come
is just
straight
like a
out.
person with purple hair. He's like, yeah, we know.
You don't have to know the name. It's like that chick with the purple hair. Oh,
It's like some old, like, fucking, I don't know. I don't really have much of a comment, nor do I really... I didn't really understand her full purpose, but...
I don't think anyone did.
You know, whatever, dude. I know a lot of people said that she was, like, super SJW and stuff like that. But, I mean, really, like... aside from the purple hair, I don't think she was terribly bad. I mean, from what I saw...
not trusting men.
What pissed me off most about the new Star Wars was how the way that they killed Han Solo and the way that they killed
wrong film.
I was like, while I agree, caveat,
he can't
that's
do
not
that.
this movie.
It's not just that. It's like you can't go on a tangent. Look at the fucking time you've got.
Yeah, it's like Jared. I agree 100%, but wrong movie. But I'm with you, buddy. I'm with you.
Bring it home, buddy. Bring it home.
Yeah. Let's get back on track. We ain't got much time.
He's almost right, at least.
I'm with you on the purple hair chick. What the fuck?
Can
right?
we like snip this image and I'll just make it my wallpaper until the end of time?
I don't know. He looks like he's interested. You know.
He's
I gotta
searching for the words.
I'm gonna make this my thumbnail. I have to.
You have it?
Oh yeah, I got it.
Okay.
kind of the way they killed Luke Skywalker. And
Okay,
I'm
now
sorry
he's
for the
back to
spoiler there, but
Sorry
yeah,
for the
Oh, sorry for the spoiler. Luke Skywalker dies. Oh, sorry for the spoiler, but yeah, he's dead.
It's been 7 months, Jared. But he had no problem spoiling Han Solo's death.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Han Solo, he's dead at this point. Apparently, he died in some other movie, and he can't come back anymore. You know?
But most people already know that. I mean, this is already like a year or half a year. Most people.
I love it.
A year, half a year, same thing.
Some period of time. What is time?
Jared, please never stop making videos. Don't
Never
ever stop.
For president.
I legitimately love this.
People know that by now, so really, I mean, what's the point of having a spoiler alert?
I agree. Dude, by the way, Rosebud's the sled. I don't know. What's up?
Well, look at how his hair is sticking out from the back. He's like some fucking autistic Asari from fucking Mass Effect.
Dude, I can picture him being like in the cantina in Star Wars just like that.
Like with the Looney Tunes shirt and everything on. Like, he'd be like, hey, are you gonna eat that arm? He's lost. It's like, are you a droid? He's just sitting, looking around, confused.
God damn it, Jared.
No, but Luke Skywalker was great. Mark Hamill is an amazing dude, and you know he seems like a really genuine guy.
Oh yeah,
like, you're not gonna.
Oh yeah, that's good.
Such a strange comment to make in a review of a movie, though.
I know the actor's really genuine. I was like, yeah, the actor's a nice guy. Yeah,
he's a nice guy in person. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure. I've had drinks with him. You know.
Yeah, I mean,
many people like.
He played the bad guy in Avatar, but he's not actually a bad guy in real life.
Like, again, because he's not going to review this movie, really, is he? Because he's like, he's not on the time. You know, like most people go, like, okay, so these things happen. It's like, no, he's not bothering with that.
Yeah, but it's more of a review of another movie, really. Oh my god!
I'm gonna die.
My mouth hurts because I'm smiling. So
I just realized this guy looks like the main character from Peep Show.
He
does. Yeah.
Like that in Hollywood. I apologize for the glare. I should have opened it.
You went this long without noticing it.
Sorry for the glare. It just keeps going.
Sorry for the glare. Probably should have opened up my window. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, that's right. Han Solo.
Literally 2 minutes and 40 seconds of gold. Can he possibly re-record that, Fringy? No, he cannot.
This video's already perfect. The glare only adds to the effect.
It really does.
It's a style choice, damn it.
It lights up his face like he lights up my world.
Marry me, Jared.
Mark Hamill seems like one of few people that I could actually respect in Hollywood, which is hard to say because a lot of people really I don't.
Okay.
I just do not respect them.
Well, you know,
you are a standard human being because there's no one on this planet respects everyone in Hollywood.
Well, hold on. If you have Jared Genesis's respect, that's like all you need in life.
I respect. He's just like randomly gonna name celebrities. So I was like, Jared, film review.
But does he respect Tommy Wiseau? That's the real question.
I want to see an Inside Out movie about this guy.
Except all the animated figures are fucking retarded.
Do you know that all of them are just him, like small versions of him?
They're all the same. Like one of them's giving a movie review, the other one's talking about Ninja Turtles.
One's just banging their head against a wall.
One of them's talking to a wall, just like.
Okay, all right, here we go. All right.
You know, quoting Joe Rogan, a lot of people in Hollywood are fake, and I'm not even a big fan of
it's Joe Rogan. Yeah, Joe Rogan came up with that, the very famous quote that a lot of people in Hollywood are fake. It's like it's full of actors or something.
Do you think that he has a monitor where he's got Microsoft Word up, but he's just put in all caps "Last Jedi Review" so he can remember what this is for? Like, oh yes, right. Let's get on with it.
His other monitor probably just has the little screensaver where the thing bounces around on the edges and it distracts him.
This is assuming he has another monitor, which I don't think that's the thing.
He's like, oh my god, this fucking icon is gonna hit the corner just right. Yes! So what was I talking about in the Star Wars review? Oh yeah, Joe Rogan. So
Joe Rogan.
Do you think if we had like a little ball on a string and we just swung it in front of his face a little bit, like if he would just stop the video and he just like stare at it?
It's probably fucking choking hazard. He probably shouldn't. Okay, 3 minutes. We got this.
I'm Joe Rogan, but I respect him for noting that anyways. But so yeah, I know I'm ranting a little bit here, but I just wanted to say, like, all in all, I did enjoy this movie. I thought it was fairly well written.
God.
Okay, yeah, you see, this is why you shouldn't have been making this review when you haven't seen any other Star Wars movie, because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Fairly well written. Wasn't as good as Sucker Punch, but it'll do.
That's the kind of thing I expect. Just like, not as good as a Sunday with a beer, I guess.
Personally, I prefer The Land Before Time 6, but, you know, that's just me. I know there's a controversial thing to say.
I mean, you know, the second Michael Bay Ninja Turtles movie. That's obviously the greatest movie ever made. That's why
that would be the standard that we.
As a sequel, it's an improvement on Return of the King.
Yeah, The Last Jedi, Return of the King.
Is this within the Back to the Future universe, though?
No, this is part of the. This is part of the Transformers cinematic universe.
Yeah.
It's part of the
I believe
Death Wish
Transformers and the MCU are planning on combining soon, which is going to be really cool.
Optimus Prime and fucking Jesus Christ.
Optimus Man. Iron Man's going to jump inside him.
Christ. Oh god, his soul is going to be put into Optimus Prime. So Optimus Prime was Tony Stark all along. Oh my god.
Yep.
I thought
and
it
then
was
Thanos. That's how that works.
Yeah,
well written. Was it as good as The Empire Strikes Back? Well, probably not. I haven't seen the movie.
Jesus.
He said he's never seen it.
Probably not, I guess.
Probably not. It probably wasn't that good, but it was okay.
You know, he just like saw some argument on Reddit where they were like, Empire is the best Star Wars ever made, and he was just like, I guess that's true.
Oh, yeah, compare it to that. Compare it to that. Remember,
imagine this was a script, though. Can you imagine how like fucking incoherent all of it is? You just be like, what? Why have you started here and then you moved to... What is this?
But he wrote it on like a notepad with a number 2 pencil, and the page is all fucked up because of the erase marks and everything. It's like, it looks like Plinkett wrote it, you know? It's just,
I mean, this video is about as coherent as The Last Jedi in general, so I'll give him credit for that.
Oh shit, he's going meta. God damn.
It was his intention all along.
Yeah. You know what's fun? We won't get a Patreon plug at the end of this because it's a genuine video. He just wanted to say something.
He was actually honest about this one.
This is the guy who should be getting all the Patreon bucks.
Yeah, we don't even have to look at his YouTube report history.
Ah, jeez.
But I would say
keep
that
coming.
You know, it was a good film. Quoting James Ralph, you know, he said,
"Man, he's got all the quotes ready."
Watch a review of
Did you just say James Ralph?
He said James.
You mean James Rolfe, right?
We're backing this shit up. All right, here we go.
Quoting James Ralph, you know, he said.
I don't even watch him, and I know that's his name.
To be fair, James Ralph. Let me look up.
James Ralph. That's true.
Okay, first off, just because James Ralph was born in 1705 doesn't mean that he doesn't have any valid quotations on The Last Jedi. Okay,
Jedi review from 1969.
Just because he died in 1762, prior to the American Revolution, does not mean he doesn't have good criticism.
His last written works was the review of The Last Jedi.
Let's hear his quote, because I want to know what it is now.
Okay, here we go. Let me go back to the page. I was looking up. I was reading about James Ralph. You see, he died like 250 years ago.
If you search James Ralph, The Last Jedi on YouTube, the fourth result is James Rolfe. It's just like, yeah, there you go.
It's like, oh, you fucked up. Let me fix that for you. It's like, oh, Jared, it's you again. I think it's James Rolfe.
That's his alter ego, James Ralph.
No, I'm not James Rolfe. I'm James Ralph. I'm an American-born English political writer and historian. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I made 2 volumes of his History of England.
If you watch a review of him and Cinemassacre with Mike Matei, they both said, well, I think Mike was a bit harder on the movie, but James said that it was a good movie. Maybe
well, I'm glad
great,
that James Ralph knew that 250 years ago.
Oh, that's genuinely because I didn't watch reviews. Well, I didn't see his review for The Last Jedi. That's a shame because I actually do like his perspective on a lot of things. But to just outwardly say it's a well-written film, it's like, come on.
It's well-written, and some other YouTuber said it was good.
Well, before people are like, wow, Molly, you can't let people have an opinion. It's like, if you think that that's well-written, what do you think is badly written? I'm curious.
It's like I have follow-up questions.
Well,
it's so strange.
Hold on. We're talking about the guy who called him James Ralph. So for all we know, he might even not know who James Rolfe is between the two of them.
He did say Mike Matei, and that is his co-host.
Well, yeah, but how do we know that he knows which one is which?
Good point.
So to be fair, there are 2 channels on YouTube of James Ralph. One of them appears to be a child of about the age of 7. And the other James Ralph has a blog about a kid who's about 10 years old videotaping in his car. So maybe he's referring to James Ralph.
He mentioned Cinemassacre too. It's done, guys. We know who he's talking about.
And I think that really, I mean, I think it was.
You're just shrugging like that in a review.
He just wants it to be over.
Yeah, it's like, oh shit. It's like, I made a terrible mistake. I wish there was a way to not finish this recording and post it on YouTube, but it's too late. What is done cannot be undone.
Pretty well. Although I am sad what happened to Luke Skywalker.
I've never watched episode 5, but I'm sad about Luke.
He's not even invested in the fucking.
Okay, the way that they did it. Now Han Solo, on the other hand,
different movie. You fucking idiot!
Stop talking about the Force Awakens.
Okay.
Although I am sad what happened to Luke Skywalker. I think they did it okay the way that they did it. Now Han Solo on the.
They did it okay the way that they did it. This is a fucking review of the movie.
That's gonna be on the next trailer for it. You know when they have those like review ratings.
It's like 3.5 stars. It's just a gif of Jared Genesis shrugging. Like they did it okay the way they did it.
They'll print that on the back of the box.
That review is just great for any film. They did it okay the way they did it.
So stupid.
I'm just gonna screen cap it. Just put the quote next to him. They did it okay the way they did it.
Bilbo Baggins quote.
It's like Jared Genesis, movie critic.
And not so much. I mean, really, dude, you're gonna let fucking Rey kill that guy?
What?
She's just
wait a minute.
You're gonna let Rey kill that guy? He's like, who?
Was he just talking?
He's talking about Han Solo. Right?
Really hard. You're gonna let her kill what guy is? He's talking about Kylo.
Let's rewind just a little bit. Let's get this.
I mean, no offense, but she's a noob. I mean,
no, she is not. Clearly.
Why? Go back. Yeah, there we go.
What happened to Luke Skywalker? I think they did it okay the way that they did it. Now, Han Solo, on the other hand, not so much. I mean, really, dude, you're gonna let fucking Rey kill that guy, and she's.
What is happening?
He thinks that Rey killed Han Solo.
Well, hey,
Rey, how could you? I trusted you.
Ren, they're the same thing.
Rey and Kylo Ren.
Is he talking about Rey killing Snoke? Which
no,
she did.
Rey killing Han Solo.
He just specifically said Han Solo, and then he was like, "Really, you're gonna have Rey kill him?" And it's like, what?
Yeah,
Jared,
dude,
I don't
you're gonna let fucking Rey kill that guy, and she's just like, I mean, no offense, but she's a noob. I mean, come on,
you're not wrong
man.
there.
You're gonna kill the OGs. Fucking Solo with just some noob chick.
Again, what? He fucked up again. What the fuck? Rey's a noob. There's no way that she could actually kill Han Solo like she does in the movie.
What the fuck is he on about? I'm so lost.
Okay,
this doesn't happen in the film.
He legitimately believes that Rey killed Han Solo, I guess.
That doesn't happen. But if you read a response to it,
it's like he was falling asleep in the movie and he woke up and he tried to put together what had happened in his absence.
He just somehow switched them, and then Ben Solo's on the fucking canopy with Finn.
It's like Kylo Ren tried to save him, but she killed him, and he couldn't stop her.
Rey, take off your mask. What do you think you'll see? My son.
Oh my god!
Wow, you really changed.
It's like, wow, you cut your hair.
Just went off the rails.
Like your nose got big. Fucking shit.
Why don't you close your mouth anymore?
Yeah.
I'm like, this is so bizarre that I'm waiting for him to be like, and then he said a thing, and I go, oh, that's
like,
what he meant.
It's like, oh, whoops, sorry, I just took that, guys. It turns out the protagonist Ray does not kill Han Solo. That's my bad. I was like, my wish slipped up.
Dude, when one of my fans
Ren, he's swapped Ren with Ray. That's what he's done, isn't he?
Yeah.
Well, he keeps referring, but he says she. That's the thing. He keeps referring to Ray as a she.
Sorry,
like,
he
says
this is the only thing that makes any sense. Is Kylo Ren? He converted Ren into Ray. He's calling him a her for no reason, and that's how he's come
and
to
he
this.
has accurately surmised that this character is a noob.
Yes.
I legitimately think it's like he's inventing the plot of this movie as he goes along and then gets simultaneously.
Fun fact, because this is going to be coming up in my series. Most reviews of TFA explain that Kylo sucks because he's a brand new trainee, and that he was beaten because he's not had any experience, just like Rey. And it's just like, in The Last Jedi, they clearly established he's been trained by Luke for many years and Snoke for many years. I was just like, that's more training than Luke ever had. Even close to. He should be really good, but he's not. It's just like, okay.
Because Ray has to win.
Then
he
again,
got shot in the chest, so
you can either say he's not very good, or that Ray is ridiculously good, and that it doesn't matter how good he is, she'll be better.
But people don't like to admit that, though. So
because like when Kylo only ever loses to her, right? Like he wins.
He's never won.
Well, he wins against the guard. Oh well, she saved him from the guards. Fuck it, these films.
Man, when one of my fans commented on the last podcast and said that he watched this video and said something special, I could have never predicted this. This is the best video I've ever seen.
This is wonderful. I
just like how this turned from
the plot that's completely not what the film was now.
This turned from a Last Jedi review to the Force Awakens review to a Joe Rogan review to the whatever movie I'm making up in my head review.
I don't know.
Awakens from the perspective of Jared Jensen.
I would rather have the movie that he's thinking right now than the movies that we got.
Where Ray turns evil and Kylo has to try to save his father. Fuck, that would be legitimately good.
That'd be cool. Yeah.
Disrespect for her gender.
Can we call this Jared response theory?
Okay.
Can we coin that term now?
Jared response theory.
Jeez, fucking Solo with just some noob chick. And no disrespect for her gender, but I mean, if it was a boy or a girl, I would have been upset. But you know what, dude? It's whatever. I mean, it's not.
It's whatever.
Big of a deal to me.
This scene I've arbitrarily constructed. It's whatever.
This scene that never happened. It's like not even my own fucking fan fiction. I think highly of.
He writes it very good. I mean, it's okay in terms of what they tried to do is okay.
I'm gonna have a fucking heart attack.
My mouth hurts.
This is Jared's magnum opus. He's never gonna do better than this.
This is why he could not re-record it. It's
like even my own fan fiction is shitty.
I never want him to stop. I want him to make videos until he dies.
You're gonna have to, okay.
Oh my god, I'm crying.
Okay. I legitimately, my cheeks legitimately hurt, and my vision's blurry. But I think we're good. Only 3 more minutes to go.
I need, man. I haven't laughed.
That's a lot of video.
Man, I haven't laughed this hard since I picked up a bunch of boulders with my kid on the side of the road.
That was why you couldn't make it to the last podcast, right? You were picking up boulders. At that point, I'd be like, it's better that you don't tell us that, Wolf.
Okay. Okay. So let's proceed.
It's it's their religion, and they really take things out of hand. But guys, listen, I'm just gonna end the review saying this. Keep in mind, at the end of the day, and I know this is really hard for some of you guys, but keep in mind, guys, it's just a movie.
I like how he didn't say. He basically said nothing. His review of it basically said nothing about the movie at all. Other than
to wrap it up with 30% of it left.
Maybe this is when you'll start reviewing the film.
Like, in hindsight, maybe I will review the Last Jedi.
The next video, Star Wars: The Last Jedi review for real this time.
Look at this fucking face he's making right now.
Like, it's just a fucking movie. It's just a movie series. It's nothing more.
Congratulations
nothing less.
for noticing that.
It's not a religion. It's not a way of life. It's just a goddamn movie. And there's plenty of other movies that are just as good, if not better, than Star Wars. And to be quite honest, like, I get the hype, but some people, like, holy shit, really, dude, just get a fucking line.
Oh no! Please tell us more of this life.
Listen, I don't know if any of you guys noticed, but I want you to look at the bedding material on the right hand of the screen, and I want you to understand that it looks like this is a thick blanket on a plastic table with an uncovered pillow. He seems to be. He has a blanket on top of a table. This is his bedding, and I'm confused. I think.
Man, he downgraded.
Is he a real person? Is he?
I think he was constructed in a lab,
dude.
Like a character performance.
He's the result of an algorithm that examined tubers. And it created, like, what does he sleep on? Oh, a plastic fold-out table with a blanket on it. That's just where he's.
They had like a slime in a science lab, and they applied lots of elements to it, and it grew into him. He escaped. He started a YouTube channel. They were like, "Let's get him." I was like, "No, wait, let's observe him."
It's him in his natural environment. It's like, let's see what he does. Let's see what he does.
He's like that Twitter AI that started calling everyone Nazi.
Tay?
Yeah,
Tay?
The one that started saying "death to all Jews" within 2 days.
Hitler did nothing wrong. That's what they say on the internet. But I just can't get over the fact that he sleeps on a plastic table with a...
Dude, this is a clear...
Am I seeing this wrong? This is a
clear downgrade, because I remember he used to have 2 mattresses that were just haphazardly thrown on the floor.
You're right. Oh my god, you're right.
But dude, look at it. There's 5 different materials you can see that construct the bed. It's like, how do you account for all of them?
Like, I'm actually gonna go look, because in his recent videos, the bedding is the same. It's a table with a blanket on it.
He had to do some budget cuts for the lighting.
I guess, but
not to get the ticket money to go see them.
But I thought his mom bought it for him.
But some of his, because he's got 69 videos. So if I scroll down, if I scroll down, I'm looking at, I'm just staring at the bedding. Like, what has become of his bedding? He used to have a like a monitor back. I don't even. Where is his bed in this one? It's like disappears and reappears. I'm fucking not shitting. Here,
let me know. That is his dining table, and we can see his meal.
Like, the bed's gone. It's not there. Like, it literally, it's like a mobile thing. Like, whenever he's tired, he just throws the blanket on something.
Genesis is fueled by pillows and other assorted soft items.
Like, you have some videos here where the bed is just like like not there. It's not a. First off, I don't want you to laugh too hard at this image, but I'm gonna post it, and I want you to understand. He looks like a Yakuza character. But his bed is like not even there. It's like a ripped up piece of
fighter.
It's like he ripped out a piece of insulation from the wall and laid it down.
You know, if he was in the cantina in Star Wars, some people would be like, "Oh, that's ridiculous. You just took some guy and made a stupid hairdo."
And in all these fucking videos, that goddamn turtle's on the cupboard.
Is that sunscreen on his cupboard?
He's got that monitor back there. Like he has there's like a computer monitor or a TV back there.
This is a man to be studied.
Like what kind of a treasure trove does he have back there with his Ninja Turtle action figures and his drum set and his guitar?
Dude, I want to see the wall we're not seeing. I want to see what else is in his room that he's looking at.
It's gonna be a bunch of scientists with microscopes and stuff.
Yeah, that window. That's a one-way. That's not a window. That's a one-way mirror. That's how they watch him. Okay,
you should have a guest on this podcast, Wolf. At some point,
dude.
See what happens if you try to tear apart videos with him.
Dude, I would kill to have him on my podcast. That would be the best episode ever.
It's like, how does he move everything around without like knocking down some of the stuff? It's crazy. He's so exact. He's so precise.
Jared, I will have you on my podcast on one condition. You have to bring back the little bird's nest haircut that you used to have, where you shaved everything except for the center of your head.
It was like a reverse fryer. It was like a reverse bowl cut, you know?
Yeah.
A little island.
All right. So, okay.
Just do that and I'll bring you on, Jared.
It's like, I like how there's books in his room. It's like, yeah, that's a fight back. Goes fucking get touched all the time.
He has to read books. He writes fan fiction.
It's true. He's sort of.
Really?
He doesn't think it's very great though.
What do you mean? Does he really? He's invented that Ray killed Han.
Okay.
Imagine watching it in the cinema with him and coming out with him saying that. You'd be like, "What the fuck did you watch?"
Yeah. He's like, I like the part with the dinosaurs and the car chase. And like, wait, what? Yeah, those fucking lima beans. I can't believe it.
I don't know if I agree with Thanos though. His plan seems harsh.
It's like that moment of lucidity from Jared. His philosophical insight for just a brief fleeting second.
Personally, I think that Sam Raimi is a better director than Rian Johnson, but you know.
Yeah, but how does he snap with gloves on?
That is, by the way, what you just said, that's like the classic review before it all got super, I don't know, commercialized, I guess, where people just talked and it was just random thoughts. And I actually
it's like half in the bag,
times.
You know?
Yeah, well, you just randomly go, you know what? That just made me think of this random thing right over here. Let's talk about that for a sec. You're just like, yeah, okay, whatever.
There's an authenticity to this that I like a lot.
I would watch his reviews before any of the fucking popular ones.
Fucking hard.
Dude, I would watch.
We have to wait 7 months to get them, but it's worth the wait. He has to formulate his thoughts for 7 months. They have to simmer in his head.
like if you guys lived close, we'd be like, if it was a weekly release, I'd be like, come over, have some drinks, we'll watch the new Jared.
God, don't give Jared alcohol, Jesus fucking Christ!
I wouldn't invite him over.
He was talking about all of us.
Okay. It's not like him. Like if we were okay,
dude. If he released a new video every Friday, it would be my most anticipated TV show ever.
It's like, all right, Jared, we're gonna watch the Imaginarium of Dr. Parnassus. It's gonna be great. You'll love it,
dude. If I watched this video before I watched The Last Jedi, I would feel more sad that The Last Jedi didn't reflect this video.
Yeah, like the review was way better than the film, honestly.
Shit, really, dude, just get a fucking life. I'm sorry, but you guys are a bunch of losers, and you care way too much about a goddamn movie. And that's another
reason
why...
You made a review on
it. You made a review on it, and it wasn't even the movie. It's like, I can tell you don't care.
I think me and Rags are the same about this, but like people have done it before. It's like, you care way too much. It's like, oh, right. So just let me get a pen out. How much am I allowed to care? Just let me know.
It's like, is it bad to care?
You're only allowed to care 20%.
Or 8K, 9K, is that too much?
Now that we've established that I can care too much, and caring is not good, I guess.
Well, because they'll argue it'd be like, this isn't life and death. You're not talking about like politics. It's like, goddamn right, I'm not talking about politics.
Hell yeah. You don't want to fucking start that shit with me. You should be thankful we're only talking about The Last Jedi. Is
so annoying. The arbiters of what's allowed to be talked about.
Abolish profit.
I never really got big into Star Trek was because of Trekkies. They're a bunch of losers, man. They're a bunch of dorks.
I love it's like those things that tell us who losers are.
Yeah, those losers over there. Those loser Trekkies. They're not like me at all.
Dude, he's the guy in the high school canteen who's pointing at all the other groups like, you're all losers.
Dude, he's sitting alone in the corner. He's like, look at all those losers.
I think I cracked the code. I think I got it. He's never watched Star Wars, but he has watched the movie Fanboys, which is a parody of Star Wars, and there's 2 points in the movie where they meet a bunch of Star Trek fans, and they're fucking retards, and they just call them Trekkies, and they're like, we gotta beat the shit out of the Trekkies. I'm pretty sure...
Does that explain why he thinks Rey killed him?
I think that's the extent of his Star Wars knowledge. He watched Fanboys one time, and he's going off of that.
With too many toys, all right? No,
oh yeah.
Sorry, I have a question. I have a question.
Let's see. Let's count them. We got one on the dresser, one hanging off the dresser, another next to you, 2 more on the right. That's 5 that we can see.
Why isn't his wastebasket on the ground?
Just goddamn though. It's like, you're not allowed to have toys. Like,
imagine what's in that fucking red bin. Fucking treasure trove that's in there.
You just find like a half-eaten yo-yo. You're like...
That's how did it taste? It was kind of stringy, but you know, otherwise it was pretty good.
He's like, I can see what they were trying to do, and they did it well. But
this isn't any better or worse than the other yo-yos.
He's probably like, that was the shittiest Oreo I've ever had in my life.
Seriously, if you guys would rather eat skateboards, get a fucking life.
Look, I just thought it was a jelly-filled donut. It was a little bit tougher than I expected, but it had good texture.
What do you mean, why haven't I got rid of it? I'm attached to it.
I was saving it for later.
I might want it for later. You know, to survival. If I trapped in my room, I might need to eat that other half of the yo-yo.
I have to keep the box shut. It keeps trying to break out.
If I need to escape out the window, I can use the yo-yo.
It recommends video ideas. I need it.
Oh, it's like, what does the yo-yo say, Jared? What does the yo-yo tell you?
Got so much more content out of this than like.
What if James Ralph is the yo-yo?
He just has
the key to the yo-yo.
He just has
tell us about the yo-yo, Jared. I like it how we're making fun of him for making up fan fictions, and look at us. Look at what we're doing. Fucking yo-yo.
Hashtag free the yo-yo.
Oh my god. We're becoming Jared.
Yeah, you can't expose yourself too long. You do get infected.
Yeah, I know. I just make sure to look away.
Side of their mother's basement. It's the same as Star Wars.
You live in your mother's attic.
Yeah, that's why there's light coming through the window, or else.
A lot of fanboys and fangirls are just... They're kind of cancerous. I'm sorry, but I just have to be honest. Like, seeing all these people fight in the comments when I'm watching these Star Wars clips, it's just really sad, man. I mean, it is really, really sad.
Well, I can say I've been happy throughout the course of this video.
I mean, really, guys, if you all
what a sobering thought. It is sad to argue.
Now he's talking about why aliens have never come to visit us. Way.
Oh, is he doing a Dan Aykroyd on us?
Yeah, I think so. Listen,
aliens never came to visit us.
Yeah,
I
was right. I told you.
Over the stupidest things.
Jesus.
Well, clearly the aliens would come and visit Jared. He's the one rational person in the world.
Jared, we have seen your YouTube videos beamed into outer space. We must speak with you.
Logic. Tell us the secrets of James Wolfe or Ralph.
You know how we see animals just rip each other apart, or just try and fuck trees because they're so like they don't even communicate properly with other species, or whatever. I'm pretty sure we don't just go, you know what, I'm not even going to interact with those things because they're just it's pathetic. That is, can't even communicate. Well, if aliens came to our universe, they were like, oh, they're arguing about someone created something, and people are arguing about it. It's like, oh, okay.
Hey, that's what we do. Hey,
it's like I guess we'll just go because that's just pathetic. It's like, why would
sentient beings argue? That's weird. It's not what we do at all.
Yes, we do. Yes, and I'm sure Jared has never gotten into that kind of argument with anybody ever.
I'm sure that he's never got. I think he has responses to me. He literally has videos where he has his webcam. He changes it. He puts it on his screen while my video plays. Right, and then he clicks he videotapes the screen as my video plays, right? And then he clicks it, and then he responds to it. So
you're joking? No way.
No, I'm not. He has a response to an old PC console video that I did.
Is it funny? That's all that matters.
I don't know. It'd be probably great.
We could save it for another podcast, I suppose.
Yeah. Every podcast by law has to have a Jared Genesis video.
You realize, Wolf, he's your Brett Keane now. You know that, right?
Yeah, I mean, every podcast aside from the late night gaming one where we only watched one video, every single one this year has had Jared Genesis in it. So it's gonna continue forever.
This has been my favorite one. This has been great.
You guys,
this is going to go down in history as the best of our podcast so far.
My review wasn't that lengthy. It's like you fucking didn't talk about the movie at all.
You made up a movie.
Why did you even call this The Last Jedi review?
You can summarize this. He did not review The Last Jedi. He reviewed a movie he made up based on The Force Awakens.
But look, that's all I really got for you guys. I know that my review wasn't that lengthy or in-depth, but I just wanted to say I did enjoy the movie. Chewbacca and R2-D2 were in it.
They appeared in it. There was mountains at one point. Thank you, Jared.
It's like I didn't think he could possibly one up himself.
I need him to confirm who else is in it, otherwise I won't know.
I like how the characters that he randomly says are in it goes to Chewbacca and R2-D2. What a strange pairing.
The two characters that have the least amount of anything to do with one another.
They're not even. One of them's completely irrelevant, and the other one is just an Uber driver. It's like, you chose the two least interesting or least relevant characters.
He doesn't say anything about, Carrie Fisher. He doesn't say anything about Admiral Akbar.
He did mention Luke earlier, so he had that.
Not Luke. He mentioned Han Solo.
R2-D2 and Chewbacca.
Well, if you asked him who Carrie Fisher was,
he wouldn't remember Admiral Akbar. He'd just be like, "Who's that?"
I mean, if you asked him who Carrie Fisher was, he'd probably ask if it was a fisherman.
Whatever it's called, not R2-D2, but the little ball thing.
R2-D2 is in the
Just what I said, I completely agree. He's like, oh no, right, never mind. Here's something.
Oh my god, I want to see things from his perspective. This is so much fun. Watch a film and it's just nothing like what actually happened.
You see, Ryan Johnson, this is how you do comedy.
Oh my god!
This is a fucking riot.
Oh god!
This is a set. He walks off it into his real room, and he's just like, this is working. People believe it.
He's secretly a genius. Gonna play it?
I was gonna say I can't. If Rags
did a Rags
have no way to play it. Let's see. I'll try, but it's rarely ever worked. Oh my god!
You have the power.
I guess that's all.
Hold up. I'm gonna use the lube real quick. I need a pee break.
I just went and got a water bottle because my head hurts from laughing so much.
I've been having alcohol. It makes it better.
Well, dude, it's like 9 in the morning. I can't drink it.
Oh, you're Australian. You can't say that.
Oh, right. Yeah, I forgot. We're always drinking Fosters and shit, aren't we?
I mean, I probably just say that.
Nobody
no matter
drinks
where anyone's
Fosters.
from. It does seem to me that most areas of the world have their own, like, oh, that's their alcohol, you know? Like,
Well, what about Americans? What do they have?
Beer? Just in
I
general.
guess so.
We got Bud Light.
I've heard of Bud Light.
Yeah.
But, like, it's probably not even very strong, though, is it?
Oh, I don't drink, so I don't know.
I'm really bad on this, but like there are like even for Britain or for specific countries, it's like, oh yeah, they have their X, you know?
Yeah, yeah. We got loads though. We got heaps here.
Yeah,
when I was
isn't
in Scotland, they had a whole bunch too. Of, like,
Is
Scotch
Ireland
whiskey.
at the top of the list of countries that would be drunk? You know, like Ireland's
You
high
hear
up.
that, don't you? Yeah.
Huh? Yeah. I was gonna say like because who else in the world sort of gets that moniker as well? Would it be Russia? Russia's pretty high up too, right?
Well, for vodka, yeah.
Yeah, for vodka.
Vodka.
Because you know, there's always jokes. It's like instead of a morning coffee, they'll just have a morning vodka.
It's too cold.
Best
Even coffee
part
doesn't
of
work.
waking up is vodka in your cup.
50 seconds. We can do this.
It's only going to take us another half hour.
Oh, Jesus. I mean, hey, content gold, man. Fucking shit. I don't know how Quinton's gonna be able to hold up to this. Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah, we're doing Quinton, aren't we? That'll be fun. That's
Man.
gonna be fun.
Quinton's just going to bore us after this. This is
Do you want
genius.
to grab that one up next, though?
Yeah,
I
I was gonna say he says a
If I
couple
said-
things that are sure to inflame us in some way.
I put a link in, by the way, on the Discord.
All right,
we can get that done in a second here.
For you guys, I'm sorry, it's not that in depth. But no,
I
really
like
did
the
enjoy
vagueness, though.
A little vague, just a little vague.
The
Yeah,
vagueness
his reviews
adds
are
to it,
great
though.
because you have to figure out what he's actually saying. He'll give you clues as he goes.
It's like Sudoku, man.
Dude, he is downward thrust done correctly.
Like when you have no talent but you can still make good content.
Oh boy.
So Darth Vader, the scene with Darth Vader and
What? Wait. Okay, hold up. We're scooting back a little bit.
Maybe he's referring to something else.
All right. Well, maybe.
Prepare for another heart
All right.
attack.
All right.
really did enjoy also Darth Vader, the scene with Darth Vader and
Wait,
dude.
Okay.
Okay, go back a bit more, please.
Yeah. Okay.
There's no way. You can't seriously
Dude,
think
with the
this.
little ball thing. I forget what that's called, but I don't know. I guess that's all I really got for you guys. I'm sorry, it's not that in depth. But no, I really did enjoy also Darth Vader, the scene with Darth Vader and who's another dude. Not.
What are you talking about? See, this is what he does. So all of us have now got to discuss what he might mean.
Making shit up.
It's not.
Well, since he
I
thinks
mean,
that
he's talking about Snoke. I think he's talking about Snoke.
I don't know,
here.
man. I don't know.
I think he might be talking about Rey going down into the dark side area, maybe.
But she only saw herself.
Somehow,
Yeah.
somehow.
But he
refers
thinks
to
that
as
Rey
Vader.
is Kylo, so who fucking knows?
You know when she sees the shadows, maybe he thought that was Vader. I don't know.
No, wait. When Kylo Ren still had his helmet, he probably thought that was Darth Vader, and then...
For the 7 seconds he had it?
And then he took it off and revealed he's not Vader, but he's Vader. Who the fuck is he talking about?
I love Darth Vader when he unmasked himself and revealed to not be Darth Vader.
It turned out he was an angsty teenager.
It's like, imagine misidentifying the most iconic character in all cinematic history.
I gotta hear more
I
of this.
forget what that's called, but I don't know. I guess that's all I really got for you guys. I'm sorry, it's not that in depth. But
No kidding.
no, I really did enjoy also Darth Vader, the scene with Darth Vader and who's that other dude? Not Rey, but fucking Dude with the long hair. I forget names, I apologize. But,
so he does know. He knows that there's a distinction.
It's so it's so piece of angel.
Screenshot.
Who are these mystery people in this movie that you watch? I think they gave you a ticket. They gave you a ticket, and you just walked into the wrong theater.
You have we all rewatch it together. There's just this scene with Darth Vader. We're just like, wait, what the?
Like, oh, how did we all? It's like literally every except for him missed the Darth Vader scene. But he saw it.
Man,
it was.
People don't get to
in the theater watching the movie with Darth Vader.
Like there was like a whole 3-minute scene with Darth Vader. Everyone missed it except for Jared. He's like, yeah, do you remember it? It's like, oh, fuck.
Like he battles Luke while explaining Snoke's history, and we're just like, Jesus Christ,
this makes so much fucking sense.
This must have been in the extended edition that hasn't been released yet.
Yeah.
Jeez. just the purity of his mannerisms.
At least it's not like that fucking dramatic sigh that Philip Mushin made at the beginning of his fucking apology video.
When are you gonna rename this stream the Chromozone?
May as well start now.
Jesus Christ.
Ray was a chick. Anyways, guys, I apologize. I can't remember.
Ray was a chick. Thanks for telling us.
I swear he was a chick. I can't remember the guy's name.
But he does remember that he's a guy, at least.
Yeah, he's a guy, I think.
Fucking. No, Ray was a chick. Anyways, guys, I apologize.
Yeah, he just realized that Ray is a woman.
Yeah.
He just remembered.
Damn, son. She's not bad looking either. I was like, it's weird.
Man, all this time I thought I was becoming gay, but...
Yeah, I was like, oh, well, bummer. All right, 20 seconds.
I don't know, I like that guy with the black hair.
Yeah, he's great.
I enjoyed him in Rogue One as well.
What?
I believe it was.
Who, Darth Vader?
Wait. All right.
How?
Who is in Rogue One that is in The Last Jedi aside from C-3PO and R2-D2?
Are either of them in Rogue One?
Yeah, there's a cameo.
Okay.
That's why I'm saying aside from them, because that doesn't fucking count.
It's not Ray, is it? No, Ray was a chick. Anyways, guys, I apologize. I can't remember his name, but he does a good job, though, playing an evil bad guy.
Who?
I enjoyed him in Rogue One.
He's talking about Kylo Ren, I think.
He's not in Rogue One. What the fuck
I know.
is happening? Wait, he thinks Rogue One is Force Awakens now, doesn't he?
Kylo Ren wasn't born yet.
Yeah, he wasn't. I was about to say he wasn't born.
But he's mixed up the fucking titles because he has no idea what's going on.
You're like 15 years too early, Jared.
It's like Kylo's parents haven't even met yet.
See, you're right about the downward thrust comparison because at least he just makes it obvious. He has no fucking clue what Star Wars is. He's just like, Rogue One is the one with Darth Vader.
But Jared's not gonna let that get in the way of a good review. Okay.
But we can all see it. While with downward thrust, he sort of hides it, so you have to actually like figure it out.
I love the sincerity.
Yeah.
Such a pure angel.
We only got 14 seconds, guys.
Right.
40 seconds of gold.
I actually did see a fairly good chunk of Rogue One. I'll probably finish that up. And I'll go ahead and
Yes!
Oh my god, this is perfect.
He hasn't seen all of Rogue One, but he knows that Kylo Ren's in it.
Let me...
He has seen half of it, so he would know.
Oh, he has another video called "Original Star Wars is Overrated," and
he hasn't seen Episode 5.
So I'm yeah, he hasn't made it yet.
I'm gonna die if I see any more of this.
he has a vocal cover of a Narnia song. He's
What?
done some other stuff. He has a Jurassic Park. He has a Jurassic Park and a Ghostbusters review.
Oh my! Well,
yeah, he made it shortly after My Nigga Freestyle.
Wait! Can we just? Because I doubt we're gonna be pausing it too much. Can you just play his
the last 7 seconds?
No,
okay.
The song that he sings. I want to hear what he.
Nope. No. We have to stay focused.
7 seconds. We can do it.
Okay, we can do it.
Guys, but anyways, hope you enjoyed my review, guys.
We sure as shit did.
Blessed. Peace.
That was fucking amazing.
That was
like that video right now. No, stop! I gotta like this video.
That was incredible.
I fucking can't believe people dislike this. This is fucking amazing.
I can't.
Brilliant.
That was the best YouTube video I think I have ever seen.
This is unironically maybe the most entertaining YouTube video I have ever seen. Please like. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna tweet that out right now.
Wow.
This is unironically the most entertaining video I have ever seen. Please like this video.
And subscribe.
Wow. I was laughing so hard it hurt.
I have to like push to get this out as soon as possible, just so people can experience this.
Oh my fucking god, it's insane. Okay, all right.
How can it have negative like to dislike ratio?
I don't know.
That's
it doesn't have any.
change.
It doesn't have any comments.
They don't
either.
understand parody.
No comments. It's only got 75 views. Jesus, oh, I can't believe it. Oh man,
what a trip!
Okay. Like I legitimately want to watch all of his reviews.
Yeah, MauLer, you're right. This is the new Brett Keane for my channel. I'm just gonna keep him forever.
Wait, so are we doing this one, or are we doing Quinton, or are we doing both?
Which one?
I don't know. Which one do you guys want to do? Which one is this? Oh, is this the one that's responding to you, Rags?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. My fucking idiot cat.
Let me...
That's speciesist, bro.
I don't think I could... Where does it say put in videos? Here, if I just put it in the chat, then I can click on it and play it.
All right.
I'm gonna do... Which one do you want to do first?
I'll do Quinton.
Okay.
You guys said that one in particular gold mine, so I figured.
Oh, well, I mean, it's better than his Infinity War one, is what I assume, because I haven't seen the Infinity War one, but I did see this one, and it's just...
Okay, which one is this? Is this the Quinton? Or...
Quinton.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
When God am I, the last Jedi will you be?
This isn't funny enough.
Oh, it's not going to be as funny
Spoiler
as
alert
Thingy,
for
no
those
way.
of you who haven't seen The Last Jedi. Although it's been almost 2 months at this point, and it seems like people really
Thanks for
didn't
showing
care
us your
about
cup.
spoilers this time around.
Yeah, it's a great
Incidentally,
cup.
I had this
True
idea
fan.
for an opening skit where a prominent person in my life could tell me that novelty coffee mugs are stupid, and then I would get mad and smash this into the side of an elevator somewhere. But, I kinda like it now, and I don't know any places in town that have elevators. Believe it or not, I saw...
Did you look for like a tall building?
He doesn't know any places in town with an elevator. Wow.
Jeez.
All right.
Small town.
I mean, is there no disabled access to any two-story building in your...
Does he live in Alaska or something? Or
could you not just go into a doorway that's a small, like a cupboard? You could probably make it look like an elevator if you put like a picture of buttons on the side. I mean, the fucking Star Wars one is just lights. You know, he's referencing.
It's like, really? He's like, no building? Like, where
There's
do you
no way.
live?
There's no way. Like,
is it supposed to just be funny that we're supposed to go, huh, no elevator?
He didn't do the thing he said.
Fair enough. Moving on.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll see.
Star Wars Episode 8, The Last Jedi, opening night. And I've waited this long to talk about it because I could immediately tell that it was going to be a contentious topic. Star Wars films can often be exciting in the moment, but they also quickly build up a sort of cultivation of hatred. So when you walk out of
Yeah, you already know the narrative's going to be here.
Yeah.
Y'all are hating too much, but not to... I'm going to be the picky script man. He said they build up a cultivation of hatred. That's like saying they build up a building up of cultivation.
He should have said they cultivated a...
Yeah.
Yeah, what he's
this
trying
is the kind
to
of
do
thing
here is
you
he's trying to
notice
be
in a
fancy.
fucking redraft.
Yeah.
Nobody redrafts!
No.
There's this pressure to choose a side. And The Last Jedi has certain moments that I think are bad. And there is this certain temptation to be seduced and consumed by the dark side of the comic.
It's bad to call bad things bad.
Oh my god.
So,
Yeah, if you're overly
recognizing
critical,
that the film is
you're a bad
bad is
person.
just like turning to the dark side.
Well,
and
Keep in mind, he keeps company with I Hate Everything, who said, as we all remember, that shouldn't fans look for the good?
Yeah, fans are supposed to look for the good in things.
Oh boy.
It's bad to find faults with things that you like. I guess that's the idea he's putting
If somebody had a passionate hatred for a sequel to anything, I automatically assume like, oh, they loved the original, didn't they?
This is a pointless point, though. If it's bad, it's bad. What difference does it make?
Stop looking for the bad, Friggy. That's what you're doing.
What is this point? I don't understand.
God damn it.
God.
You just care. That's your problem.
He's a hater. He's a fucking hater.
Piece of shit.
Really important to me. When you take away nitpicks about the story, thoughts about the characters, and if it fits into canon.
Do you hear that?
So if you ignore everything that makes a film.
So the way I split up usually for assessment is character story plot, character story world is what I call it. So it's like the world is where the story sits and the characters sit inside the story. It's like that's the nice hierarchy. And he just said, if you take away criticisms of everything, it's fine. It's like, okay.
That's honestly like what he's like. I don't even know if I really have a joke for it because that's just genuinely retarded.
Well, yeah, he's basically said the writing isn't that important. It's just the writing.
Like writing, characters, the world building is like that shit's. What do you mean the movie's great if you take away all that? Like what's left? Special effects?
I like that he said thoughts on the characters and criticisms on the story or whatever, because it's just like, yeah, he doesn't consider it criticisms on the characters because he obviously thinks that Luke's treatment is fucking perfect.
Jeez.
Which is all basically just fan stuff. There is very little...
Oh, fuck off.
Fan stuff.
Like a fan of good filmmaking. Jesus.
I have to say about how this
Good
movie was
stuff.
actually bad. Visually, the film is stunning. The score leaves you breathless, and the actors
No, the score is just a bunch of tracks that have already been made in the previous movies.
What happens when two people listen to the soundtrack and one goes, because they're breathless, and the other one goes, wow, that was fucking shit? Does Quinton turn to them and go, no, it was breathless? You should leave you. What's wrong with you?
It's like, okay,
I mean, the music is well composed, but it's like 8 movies in. There's not much that John Williams can do that he hasn't already done before.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, because half the soundtrack is just remakes of like other tracks.
It to The Last Jedi. You have to attribute it to the fucking OT, because the only new tracks they have is Kylo and Rey's themes. They're the only ones that people remember anyway, which aren't terrible or anything, but since when has a soundtrack ever saved a fucking bad movie? What if The Room had a John Williams soundtrack?
If a soundtrack saved a bad movie, then Attack of the...
Yeah. I mean, if anybody... Couldn't you just make this argument for the prequels?
I mean, the prequels have awesome music.
Yeah.
Well, I happen to love the Revenge of the Sith soundtrack, so...
Revenge of the Sith is absolutely
I think
amazing.
it's arguably the best Star Wars soundtrack.
Yeah.
It's got like a
March
bunch
of
of
the
best
Jedi
songs.
Temple.
Yeah. It's got a couple of things that sort of come out from the norm as well. You know the scene where Anakin's like considering becoming evil, sort of thing. It's like very choiry, and I don't even know how you put it. Like a subtle choir, I suppose.
Haunting.
Yeah, you could definitely say that. And so, see what I mean? You can get so much discussion out of it. But would you ask me if I think the soundtrack is enough to say the prequels are great? I'd be like, no.
No, I mean, like good music is. That's the composer. That's all really the composer. So it doesn't have that much to do with the film itself.
So what about visually stunning? What comments on that?
Disney has money.
It looks good, but remember, in 20 or 30 years...
They don't like that we say that, Rags.
Oh,
they very much don't like that.
Like, in 20 or 30 years, it's probably not going to look as good, because this has a lot of VFX shots. This is what really bugs me about people like, oh, the prequels have too much VFX. Like, do you guys honestly think that these movies don't have like 2,000 VFX shots?
Well, the comparison would be that
real.
the OT doesn't age
as
badly as the prequels.
I mean, they show like all these models of the creatures they used in this movie, but it's like all they did was scan them and then animate them in the movie.
Yeah, that's right. The creatures themselves are VFX.
The Lord of the Rings did that with the troll in Fellowship of the Ring. And look, the troll is the thing that looks the most dated in that movie. You can't say that just because they did it in this one that it's going to be timeless, because if you're going to use the same thing...
And the thing is, like, if they don't like the fact that we say that means Disney has money, you can pay for graphics. It's just a matter of money. It's just a matter
and you
of
can
paying
get
for
an
the time
indie
and
company
effort.
of CGI that can do a good job for a small amount of money or whatever, and that's fine. And you can appreciate the talent that went into all of that CGI work. But let's just to make them understand. I have to go back to Prometheus. I have to go back to, well, there's other films I would reference, but I'll just stick to Prometheus for now because it's basically agreed upon globally that Prometheus is a mess. But it's a gorgeously shot film.
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, the best way to put it is, what if The Last Jedi was a book? It doesn't have any visuals, and it doesn't have any music. Is it good now?
Because books are movies that you direct in your
No,
head.
The Last Jedi is a book now.
Well, you can just talk about the script, isn't it? You were handed The Last Jedi script, and then you go...
Well, I'm just saying, like, you know, like... You can,
like you're reading it.
You can always get rid of everything except for the script, or the book, or the dialogue. It's all the writing, really, is the fundamental.
It's the bedrock.
I mean,
if the writing's bad,
If your story would make a shitty book, it's not a good story.
I mean, it really says a lot that the actual novelization of this movie had to make multiple changes to even be passable as a book.
I mean, I don't like the fact that people say that what makes
Oh, yeah,
Star
I mean,
Wars
there was a whole Han Solo funeral in the book.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, right.
It's like the book opens up with it.
They've genuinely tried to retcon quality into them through the books. This people in my Discord have asked me to read the novelization for The Force Awakens because it contradicts the film with a bunch of fixes. Like, they fix a bunch of different things. They show you what happens with Poe to actually explain in reasonable terms how he actually survives and gets back to the Resistance, with the thought that I should ditch BB-8. Like, they've got a whole thing to be like, yeah, it does make sense. I know it sounded retarded in the film, but it does make sense if you think about all of these things that don't exist in the film. You're like, oh, right, good. But I was going to say, a lot of people will say, like, if, for example, they could respond to what we just said with, okay, if you take the music and the visuals out of any film, the script is going to be like, you know, and you're just like, stop right there. Plenty of scripts work perfectly well without fucking visuals and sound.
Oh, of course.
And people say,
plus,
like, the
visual
originals...
effects isn't even cinematography. Like, visual effects is different to cinematography.
Yeah, how good does our fake shit look?
Well, yeah, that's... because a lot of people are like, Star Wars is nothing without the music, and I'd be like, the script for Star Wars is still great. It's like a standard attempt at creating a completely fictional world, all these different interesting rules, and as soon as you start telling people that story, you're sort of like, I want to know why this guy wears robes. I want to know why he has a sword made of light. I want to know all these things. This is cool.
It works.
Beginning, and it doesn't fucking counter itself. It doesn't make rules that it breaks. So you're not sitting there going, okay, dude, your story doesn't make sense.
But let's continue with this review then.
Yeah, so far it's pretty shit.
Well, I was going to say, two arguments for the film are visuals and soundtrack, and as far as I'm concerned, they're arbitrary in the grand scale.
I mean, they definitely enhance a film. They enhance a film, but they are not what makes a good...
They cannot save a terrible script, is what I would say as a conclusion. When Jared Genesis is a better reviewer than Quinton.
It's like, oh, but the music when he said it, it's like, okay, that doesn't.
Yeah, not to mention,
not a
by the way,
hole.
he didn't tell us why the soundtrack is good or why the visuals are good. He just said they're good.
Yes,
because he doesn't actually have any knowledge of stuff.
Well,
like I play
he
music. Like I've played saxophone for 13 years, so
he believes that it's all opinion based. Everything is opinion based, so it doesn't matter.
I mean, good composition is not an opinion. I'm just going to say
it is to him. It is to him.
It's not.
Like, just to clarify, he's refused to talk to me because I believe objectivity is a thing, and he's like said publicly, I can't be asked to explain to him that objectivity in film is not a thing.
Come on, is he fucking retarded?
Well, this is the thing, dude. It's like, if it's so easy to explain, try me.
It's crowdfund a debate.
Crowdfund.
If you
I'm not giving this guy a fucking dime to talk to him.
It's a charity. Yeah, it's like a charity. It's like $2,000 to a charity of your choice if you debate with me for an hour and a half.
Mm-hmm.
Send it to Mundane Matt. He's also said he doesn't want YouTube drama. By the way, I want to bring this up when we finally look at the right opinion in his video. But they made a video against Rags primarily and myself. And then I asked to speak to Quinton personally, and his response, after 3 attempts I did it through the right opinion.
and he was like, I don't want a YouTube drama. It's like, you made 2 public videos on me, and now I want to have a discussion with you, and you're saying that's generating drama. But what you did, that's just fine. That's normal. Anyone does that.
How is it drama to just talk to someone?
Well, he's a twat. That's why. He's just like, nah, I don't want to fucking do that because
you'll fucking stomp me, and everyone will know about it. I was like, yeah.
Of the performances of a lifetime. So why is it?
Who?
All right. Let's go back a bit.
Gonna have to disagree with that.
Okay, yeah, okay. Let's.
I'm gonna have to disagree with that.
All right, yeah, let's.
Breathless, and the actors consistently give the performances of a lifetime.
So some actors do better than others. Let's get that
some
right.
actors do better than others.
Like for example, Mark Hamill is like the best person.
And
in
what
this
relevance
film.
is it if the writing is fucking dreadful?
Well,
Like,
yeah, I mean,
for example, let's just take the line, I went to the store today. It's like, doesn't matter how well you act that. I'm sorry. And you can appreciate the acting. I am on board with that. But it doesn't make the film if the fucking story and the plot of the characters don't make any fucking sense.
I appreciate Tommy Wiseau's acting in the flower shop scene of The Room, but I mean, come on. Are you really trying to tell me that Ray had Daisy Ridley had a good performance in anything she's ever been in?
She played a good corpse, to be fair.
Being as non-hyperbolic as I can, I genuinely think she's got 2 or 3 scenes where I appreciate her acting. And like, I'm trying to be as unbiased as I can. You can be like, you just hate the movie. It's like, no, seriously, she's... And I don't even think it's necessarily her fault, because you can blame the directors easily.
She's like an emotional black hole.
Or the fact that her mouth just can't shut ever.
Yeah, that is a straight. When ER brought that up, I was like, oh my god, she never closes her mouth. Maybe she doesn't do it in real life.
I don't know.
Well, she needs to stop.
They just won't fucking shut their mouths.
Needs to stop mouth breathing.
She's a mouth breather. She can't breathe through her nose.
So that's what they were talking about in Stranger Things. Got it.
Commonly considered to be.
Also, he didn't say any examples. It would have taken just a second.
Just point out a scene. Just like seriously.
No examples.
I was talking on Twitter about Infinity War and how my favorite scene in that movie is when Thor is talking to Rocket about sort of recalling that all of his family is basically dead. And in Chris Hemsworth's eyes, you can see like that the character is upset, even though he's putting on a smile. His voice is like sort of wobbly. It's a great scene. It's superbly acted. All you need is one example. That's what you need to do. Example.
With the character.
Yeah. Because I had this is dodgy, but like I couldn't resist having that in my video when I did the review of Infinity War a week or so after the film came out. That was so good. I was like, I have to show it.
It's such a great scene. And there are a lot of great
scenes. It blew me away because I've never been that impressed. Like Thor 1 and 2 and Avengers 2, I was just like, yeah, Chris Hemsworth is fine. Then Thor Ragnarok, I mean, everyone differs on this, so it's fine. I'm just saying that he impressed the fuck out of me with that scene in Infinity War.
Yeah, he did. He really did. Because I have conversations with someone who's like, oh, he's not that good. No, he actually is good.
Do you remember the scene? Have you 3 seen Saving Private Ryan?
Yeah. Who hasn't?
So I know, right?
Yeah.
There is a scene where Matt Damon explains a whole story about how he used to hang out with his brothers, and it's great. It all builds. It's all really happy. There's loads of funny payoffs. Everyone's laughing amongst them, and then there's this moment where the story's
really
finished,
quiet,
and they come all the way back to reality, and it's really. I feel like you can compare it to the Thor scene because it's funny, right up until Rocket asks him the question of like,
what if you lose? Yeah.
And then Thor's honest. He's like, well. What else have I got to lose? And you're just like,
yeah, that's great.
Nailed.
Like, you just use examples. You don't just say, oh, great acting. I'm just going to move on from that.
This is tied to effort, right? And I was going to make another comment about that. He played the trailer for a little bit, and now he's playing one of the featurettes in the background. There's no ties to what he's saying. Yeah, it's just playing footage.
Mm-hmm.
And what's interesting is that you wouldn't go into that movie thinking, yeah, we're gonna get some heavy dialogue between Thor and Rocket Raccoon.
No, you wouldn't. That's the thing. They care so much about their characters, and that's what I miss in Star Wars. I miss when they used to give a shit about consistency and development.
Remember the series that was about characters? Yeah, I wish we could.
And I'm sick of people saying like, "Oh, oh, you care about seriousness in a story about space wizards? Like, shut the fuck up, man. Like, seriously.
It's called that's the process of escapism. We get out of our world, but we associate. We're like,
yeah, but the wizards are people. The space wizards are people.
Like, I mean, if I can be compelled by a freaking talking raccoon, like, and we can all agree that can happen, then it shouldn't be. It shouldn't even matter what it's about.
That scene is like a minute. It's not even that long.
Yeah. It's like 3 minutes. It's got more character development than this entire movie.
And yeah, just to drive it home though, you can call me a nitpicker or pessimistic or I don't know, a dick, but I think the only reason that they ever show production style stuff in the background of these videos is to get people to go, oh yeah, because he's got a robot hand, so he would have had the green little things on it to make it work. That makes sense.
I think the reason
I've never seen this before, so it's interesting to me. And then what he's saying is fucking nonsense, but you associate the feeling of seeing those visuals with his video. It's like, this was his video. I enjoyed his video. It's like, no. You're just interested in seeing the behind-the-scenes stuff. You don't pursue it yourself. You could, but you didn't. And now you're seeing it here, and it's almost like it's attributed to him, because this has no fucking relevance to what he's saying.
Yeah, these actors behind the scenes are showing more character than their characters. Kind of weird.
Let's keep pushing on.
Be a terrible movie. Well, for some odd reason, it's become a meme that the movie is.
That's because the movie's bad.
It's
what
bad.
What do you mean it's become a meme to say
what
it's
bad? What do you mean
bad?
it's become a meme? It's bad. That's what people are telling you. It's not good.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, there's reasons why the movie's good, and a lot of people share this. In fact, the majority of people who saw it, apparently. People don't like it.
It's like the concept of a stereotype when people are like, they're all wrong, and you're like, they only got generated because of a base truth. There's some kind of truth behind a stereotype, otherwise a stereotype can't be generated. So if there is a meme of Star Wars The Last Jedi being bad, it's like, could it also be bad? Could it?
Yeah, it's like, what if there's a reason for that? Yeah. Yeah, maybe there's a reason why everybody hates The Room.
And to clarify, there are plenty of white stereotypes, and don't worry, I don't care. Like, I don't care whose race gets offended. It's like, fuck off. Like, I don't care.
Dungeons and Dragons. Not a lot of brothers at the Dungeons and Dragons.
Orcs are stereotypically rude. There you go.
And green.
Racist. Yeah, those bastards.
Bad. In the same way that it's a meme.
What?
Are you kidding me?
I would not say that just because something is a meme, that means it's not true.
Well, tell me what his point is anyway.
Yeah, his point is
people dislike The Last Jedi in the same way that people poison themselves with bleach.
Do you think he's trying to say that people don't actually dislike it, that they dislike it to join the meme?
But people know that Tide Pods taste bad. Like, they don't actually think Tide Pods taste good. Just like they don't think the Star Wars movie's good. I don't...
I'm not understanding.
Make this argument in reverse anyway. I could be like, it's a meme to say The Last Jedi is good because of how bad it is. Like, oh, look, neither of us have any evidence, so we've just both said a thing that fucking matters. And then he'd be like, well, yeah, we both have an opinion. I'd be like, oh, fuck off.
Like, some people use memes almost like a common knowledge thing. Like, I don't even... You'd have to say what do you mean by meme. Yeah, it's not a point.
It's not a point.
It's the exact same thing as me saying, yeah, people are saying The Last Jedi is bad, just like they said that Suicide Squad is bad when that was good. Help.
Yeah, it's like it's just a disingenuous point.
It's nothing.
It's empty. It's comparing one thing to something that just is completely different and saying, hey, these two are linking.
I don't know. I think Quinton might eat some Tide Pods from time to time.
Maybe.
That's his fuel.
Tide Pods taste good, and the internet making fun of the movie has led to...
Oh, shut up.
Alright. People looking for reasons to hate it, in the same way that people joking that...
How many people have poisoned themselves with Tide Pods, and how many people don't think The Last Jedi's good?
Why do we need facts? What is this? What are these facts you want?
Tide Pods?
Someone gets poisoned with a Tide Pod. It's so rare and crazy. It's in the news. Someone doesn't like Star Wars. That's the norm now.
You would be like, no, it's in the meme norm.
Meme norm. In before meme norm. Jeez, what a stupid fucking video.
That Tide Pods taste good has led to people poisoning themselves out of irony.
Potential flaws. They're not even just potential flaws.
What does that even mean?
Oh my
potential
God.
flaws. This could be
It's non-conclusive. The conversation has not gone far enough yet.
Man, I'm so sad that this video doesn't have more dislikes because, goddamn.
Jeez.
Man, there's still plenty left. We still got a Patreon plug coming.
Why is
terrible.
Jared Genesis making like the greatest content on this platform, and then fucking Quinton here's got how much? 292,000 subs. All of them should just transfer over to Jared because at least he makes entertaining content, even if it's not intentional at all.
Jeez, I just want Jared to have a job, honestly.
At least he had relevant footage. He went to a local supermarket and recorded Tide Pods.
Do you think we could like crowdfund him like $1 million so he can, I don't know, get a bigger room?
I think
maybe afford a
that's something
bed.
we have to do.
If we bought him a whole mansion, then he would still just have like a little room in the corner.
I think we're morally obligated to do this.
Can we just buy him a bed at least, like an actual bed?
just buy Jared a bed.
So could hear his message.
Just send you a bed. We'll get just a couple $100 for a nice little mattress. You know?
But I see those flaws as tangential in nature, and while I find it amazing.
What does that even mean?
What does that mean? I find these potential flaws tangential in nature.
What does that? What the?
Okay, so
what I suggest to all of my subscribers is make sure you listen to these people because they don't make any sense when you listen to them.
The third definition of tangential is hardly touching a matter or peripheral.
Okay,
which isn't even true if it's the characters, the plot, and the story.
So before we get a qualification, we just figured out that what he actually said was that maybe flaws, so flaws that aren't confirmed, even if they are confirmed, they are tangential, meaning that they are aside from the main content point.
Yeah, things that have not yet been identified definitely can't be important enough to make the movie bad.
Even if they were confirmed, they don't matter. Thank you.
Why would you make why would you put all this stuff in if it just digs your hole deeper?
Well,
I
feel like this is a situation of like, oh, I need to use big words, even though he doesn't know what the big words mean.
Yeah,
this is all I can think when I see these videos.
Whenever you can say something that they've just said faster and simpler, that's just the truth. They've just chosen words just because they sound bigger and better.
And remember, these are the people who criticize long videos for not being concise.
Like, genuinely, you will find long words in my videos every once in a while, but I tend to try and stick to simple words. And you know the whole, there was like an article that was like, Trump speaks like at a 5-year-old level or something to appeal to mass audiences because and then a lot of people were like, oh, that's because the people in the South are so stupid. And it's just like
people just want to talk to a normal person. People just want to talk to somebody.
I'm going to make up statistics. 20% of people speak at a 20-year-old and up, and then another 20% a 15-year-old and up, another 20% a 10-year-old and up. It's like, why not speak at the level that gets you the maximum access? Because all of the super smart people will understand simple language, and then all of the simple people will understand simple language. So it's just like, there you go.
He's just talking like a normal person, and people relate to that.
Because you know how much time we've just got out of his weird statement? It's like, if you had asked several of his audience members what he means by a tangential relation to the potential error, they'd be like, I didn't realize that's what he said. Like, yeah, I know.
Amazingly easy to script out numerous pages of constructive criticism about the nature of the plot, this has no bearing on my enjoyment of the product in question.
Doesn't need to.
Okay.
Doesn't fucking require that you enjoy it or not.
How you feel about it is not relevant.
I don't write out
if you like it, that's fine. I'm glad that you liked this shit movie.
Do you know, it's almost bad etiquette if someone presents to you a mechanical error and then you explain how you feel about it instead of responding to it, like accepting the mechanical error or declining it with new information. It's almost because I don't want to get to that point where people are like, you can't just say it's rude, but it's like, it kind of is though. You started an argument that is specifically within the realm of mechanics. I've not said I dislike this. How do you feel about it? I said this is a mechanical issue. Do you agree? And then they go, I don't feel bad about it. Like,
No,
so you agree then? It's like,
so could you
it's,
answer the
do you
question?
get what I mean by like they flip a switch? We went from
Yeah.
objective talk to subjective talk. It's like no. I'm not asking how you feel about it. I couldn't get through to Just Right about this either. It's like I don't care how you feel. And I think we had a point, Wolf, where I actually told him, I was like, I haven't told you how I feel about the film in this entire conversation. I've only been talking about mechanical stuff. I've never said I felt this or I thought this. It's just like, no, these things are stated because they happened.
It's because they don't give a shit about what actually matters. They only care about if it makes them feel good.
Reels.
Yeah. If it makes you feel good, that's enough. Well, you know what? The Room makes me feel good because it makes me laugh.
Jared makes me feel good.
I wish we could have that clip of the I Hate Everything discussion where he was like, yeah, but The Room is bad, though.
I can get that clip.
It's so good because it comes across as like, I'm not trying to be offensive to I Hate Everything, but it comes across as a kid realizing what's happening. It's like, wait, but that one is bad. You're like, The Last Jedi's bad as well. And they go, no way.
But no, he hasn't heard a single good argument against it.
No, none. Not a one.
No.
Lying like that is really scummy shit.
Mundane Alex.
It's like that's a scummy fucking thing to do.
He's gonna be like, I would join your podcast, but I gotta move some boulders today.
Boulders aren't gonna roll away themselves.
There's been an ever-increasing number of boulders moving into my town.
I have a pack of feral boulders on my property, and I gotta roll them away before they start to multiply.
You see like a grandma's put a leash on a boulder she's dragging. She's like, it's my pet boulder.
It's my pet rock, all grown up. I got it from the 70s.
It's my Geodude.
Oh, Harden. All right.
You see, it's
Still
working.
Hey, he's been practicing.
Really good movie. And rewatching it has only made me feel more strongly about this. The movie starts out with a huge...
Why would the foxes run into the cave?
That should have been memed, dude. I watched it 3 times and I wasn't bored. It's like, okay.
Yeah. It's like, all right.
space battle between the Rebellion and the New Order, and my god,
he doesn't even
battles
bother
in Star
calling it the
Wars are
Resistance.
Insanely boring to me. You can obviously tell that the choreography in Star Wars is heavily inspired by the battles of the First and Second World
He said
Wars.
choreography, he didn't say the ship design. So the process of firing lasers was inspired. It's like, I don't think you mean choreography. I think that's not what you mean at all.
That would explain why the physics don't make sense.
Actually, yeah. You know what? To clarify, the arcing laser shots, yes, that is actually directly inspired by fucking mortar shots. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Yeah.
They wouldn't arc in space even if they weren't lasers.
They wouldn't arc anyway. They're made of light.
They wouldn't arc. No. They're not affected by gravity.
I mean, light is affected by gravity. It just doesn't make It doesn't make any sense
but it
how
would arc
it
that
lobs like that. It
significantly.
clearly has mass and it's falling downwards, whatever downwards means in space. But
It's
like,
a
gravity's
downward-
going
yeah,
this way today.
But yeah, especially in space. But if like, can you imagine pitching that scene like Ryan's got it in storyboards, and you just sit down with them and you put your hands together and you go, Ryan, we need to talk. All right?
We need to talk about space. And like
Can we
Neil
just-
deGrasse Tyson walks in. It's like, this is my
have
friend
them-
Neil.
Just have them shoot
about space.
forwards. Can they just go forwards? And he's like, no, don't you understand? The original Star Wars films are inspired by World War machines. And you're like, yeah, I know.
Can you
But
imagine
arcing
if Neil
shots.
deGrasse Tyson watched that movie and just he had that like like you know that face he makes with his jaws dropped and he's just looking at something so retarded? I imagine that was probably his face like the whole movie.
Oh, maybe.
There's probably a scientist that does endorse Star Wars, even though there's sound in space. You could probably find one.
No,
I mean,
there's sound in space.
You know, I don't care about the sound and fire in space in Star Wars because
No,
if there
that's
was
alright.
if they weren't there, then space battles would be boring. So that's like
I can let go of the arcing thing as well. I just think it's funny. It's like because you know
It's
how
just-
it happened.
there's
They were like,
there's
"We wanna
only
have it
so
like this.
Yeah, I mean, it's just you can
It's like
take
a
couple
litmus
things.
test. Is
But when
get
you do
somebody
the-
and you say, okay, here's the arcing of this, trajectory in space. This clearly it's indefensible, right? You cannot defend it. You throw it out there to see if they try.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? So if with Just Right I say it, and then he goes, yeah, but it doesn't bother me, and I can come back with, it doesn't bother me either. but I'm asking you if you agree that it exists as an issue. And then you'd be like, it doesn't bother me. It can't be an issue if it doesn't bother me. Because sound in space, yes, that is an issue. Congratulations, I agree with you, but it doesn't fucking affect the plot of the characters whatsoever.
It doesn't change anything. It's like it's basically like special effects.
Yeah, the arcing shot doesn't affect. But you know what does? The fucking hyperdrive ramming. That has a huge ripple effect throughout the entire saga,
exactly.
you idiots.
Or the
because
fact
now,
that
every time we watch a movie, we start questioning why they don't do that.
Yeah. And every moment in the past is like, how come
the sequel will have a space fight? It will. And we'll be going, I'm waiting for the throwaway line where they say, damn it, they have a hyperspace jammer. Go, oh, right, okay.
Like, thank God for X. Like some throwaway Star Trek line. It's like, oh, it's a good thing we don't slam into the back of the starship when we go really fast, right, Jim? That's right.
Dude, imagine that's the plot. They have to go to a moon of Ondor, and it's got the hyperspace jammer in it, and they have to get rid of it with the help of the local fucking lobster people.
Ondor.
The giant crabs from Fallout.
They go to Gondor, where they light the beacon.
Like, no, Ryan, we've had Gondor. It's in Lord of the Rings. He's like, no, I want to use Gondor. You're like, no, it's not.
No, this is Gondor with an E at the end.
We can have a really corrupt leader, and his name can be Darth Vader 4.
You see, ours is going to be different.
Attack.
And his son,
the shield generator will be named Helm's Deep. You're just like, please stop.
There's a big horn on it, and the dwarf blows on it. He's like, "Stop, Ryan!"
His son can be Lucamere, and his daughter can be. I can't think of a combination of Leia and Yelmer.
Rayowen.
You literally can't copy these names. He's like, just throw a couple of Z's and Y's into the letters, and then people will believe they're original.
Yeah, Kylo says, "No man can kill me." It's so racist.
Fucking.
I am no man. It takes off of her fucking helmet.
Yeah, just to clarify once again, the choreography of spaceships firing lasers and giant cannons blowing up enormous space stations, I'd be like, I don't think that's copying the choreography of warships.
I mean, it's not. Yeah.
I think the clarification is yes, the new bomber ships were based on World War II style bombers from whatever faction. It doesn't necessarily matter, because people thought that was a counter argument. They're like, you're trying to talk about the logistics of a ship that was clearly based on World War II weapons, and I'm just like,
that's retarded.
Yeah, since when was the X-wing looked at as just completely unfeasible? It's not. It's fine, but the new bombers don't make any fucking sense compared to a Y-wing, which they already had. The Y-wing was better. That everyone's like, oh my god, you're such a nerd referencing Y-wings.
You're referencing your own movie.
It's like, oh, look at that deep lore from the original films,
man.
The ships shaped like Ys are called Y-wings.
People were like, why didn't you reference? I think it was B-wings more thoroughly, and I was like, yeah, B-wings are in the games and the extended. I don't know if they show up in the actual films, B-wings, but they're bombers as well, as far as I know.
Yeah, I don't know if they do.
I can't remember. I need to brush up on my lore.
Were they in Rogue One?
They might have been in Rogue One.
I just know that Y-wings were good for assault, and they used them in Rogue One as well.
And they
used them in Rogue One.
And that was like 40 years ago. And they fucking worked.
And there's
they're probably super cheap now. They're 40 years old.
It's like they developed new technology. Like, no, they didn't. They used the X-wings still, you fuck.
They developed new technology that's worse in every imaginable way.
It's so embarrassing. It's a whole fleet of bombers, and they get fucking destroyed. There's like one left.
And then two of them get destroyed by accident. They weren't even trying.
How do you not
three of them.
destroy the last one? How do you not destroy it, you retarded TIE fighters?
One shot. Like, seriously, one shot and it's done.
Right, let's not go down into go into the rabbit hole of the 7,000 reasons why Ryan Johnson doesn't know anything. Because we're only 2.5 minutes. No, MauLer. No.
I give a shit about the, I don't know if you call it like fight writing or battle writing, just the writing of like a fight
logistic,
scene.
Movie logistics.
Well, thinking about it, not just having two factions charging each other.
Like, for example, the disappearing knife in the Rey fight, or the fact that Kylo is being strangled by someone. You have the Force.
You have the
How is
Force,
this
throw 'em
happening?
off.
Use that shit.
It would be so cool if he like put his hands on his chest quickly, as if to blow back through himself into the person who fell. And you're like,
This reminds me of that fight in Halo 5 where like they grab each other's fists and both got an arm and 2 legs free, but they don't use. They just like sort of hold hands together.
Where they're just like fighting like 2 fat guys fighting over like a cookie.
They're not using their jets or anything. They're just sort of
Like
standing
punch
there.
with your feet, stupid.
Well, kick him, man. Just kick him. Like,
and this,
alright,
this is the
let's
thing.
go.
Like, I know nerdy it sounds, but like if I was writing a fight scene, I'd be like, oh shit. So what can Kylo do? What can Rey do? And what can these guys do? And how do we make it so they win? And it's like,
How do I make my audience believe this shit?
There is a real lack of like using the.
Yeah.
Well, I know a lot of people criticize it, but like, I mean, I'm gonna make a video for it anyway eventually. But I watched it recently with a few friends. Civil War again now. So you know the airport scene. Very few amounts of time we get with each character. They're all using signature moves, as in a thing they do that no one else can do because they are their own superhero. So, for example, even someone as insignificant as War Machine gets a moment where he pulls out like his 4 different machine guns at once and fires the shit out of something. It's like no one else, not even Iron Man can do that because he has different weaponry. But you know, Spider-Man using his spider sense, Winter Soldier.
Ant-Man using his small and going big.
Yeah, of
Cap
course. And you
using
could be
his
like, that's
shield.
obvious. And it's like, of
Vision
course.
uses lasers.
Yeah, Hawk.
That's what you're supposed to do.
That's what you're supposed to do, yeah.
You're not supposed to go, oh, Kylo just doesn't have the Force, okay?
I mean, they did that. They did that in the old movie. I mean, with
I would.
Yeah.
I would call up. I'd call Shadiversity and say, "So, Shad, I know you make a lot of videos on like martial arts and stuff. How useful would telekinesis be in a fight?"
Well, some
It's
people.
like, oh, it would be like a game. Oh, okay.
Genuine defense I've heard is that like, oh yeah, when did Luke use the Force against Vader in Episode 6? And it'd be like, Luke won that fight.
Mm-hmm.
So what the fuck did he need the Force for at that point? This is like, I'm already winning. While Kylo was about to die and he could have used the Force. That's the problem. It's not that, like, it's not specifically that they never use the power. It's just, you've been given a rule and then they ignore it because they want to have their thing. They want their thing to happen.
Well, yeah, that's right.
And in this case, it was Rey saves Kylo, which, my God, you start slamming your head against the table, you know? It's like, thank you, Rey.
Yeah,
you
good
are...
job. Glad you were here.
You know, she never loses, so in the next one, she's gonna just like the last 2 times, and what's the point?
Well, I mean, it's the end of the trilogy,
really,
so they got to end on a high note, right? Because it's Disney. But we ended on a high note for both of the other 2 films.
Mm-hmm, that's
I
right.
like how like
I mean,
any discussion is more interesting than Quinton video.
Sorry, Quinton, we've got off.
This is a 17-minute video. There's no way we're gonna get through the whole thing.
Yeah, sorry, Quinton. You're just such a fucking bore that like anything else is.
Man, we gotta get to the racist bit. We have to get to that at least.
All right, let's go.
How far is that into the video?
I have no idea.
It's 14 minutes and 88 seconds.
It's such a major
the
point.
biplanes have weird wings. And while this gimmick surely was well executed at first, I think after the 9th Star Wars film, you'd think they could be a little more creative about it. There's this scene at the start of the movie.
Right, because that's more creative.
Well, I don't even know sure if that's what he's arguing, but I think he might actually be trying to say that it's not that creative. I don't know.
Let's see.
We'll find
Give him
out.
give him a few more seconds, yeah.
Used to the concept of spaceships that drop bombs. You know, like World War II bomber planes. Except in space. Now, I know that technically the ships of the Star Wars universe obviously have their own artificial gravity, meaning that if you were to drop an object within the ship and then allow it to float into space, that the item would continue to plummet. But my point is that there's this certain lack of creativity that has to come from trying to think of what a battle in space would be like, and then just taking a ship from the Second World War and putting it in space.
I actually agree.
Yeah,
it doesn't. They don't adapt it; they just put it in. So, like, could this bomber in The Last Jedi have existed in this world? Would they have made this, logically speaking? And it's like, well, the X-wing, sure, but the bomber, no.
It's like, why would you want to just drop bombs downwards when you can propel the bombs forward towards the enemy?
I think
stuff like
that's
that.
the fucking thing they say in Red Letter Media. They were like, you know, if you put, the thing they say, how are the bombs dropping? And they go, well, either it's magnets, artificial gravity, or they've got some kind of thruster on them, and it's like some kind of thruster, like they could fire them like missiles.
Yeah, exactly.
No, we have to slowly float over the top of the enemy ship and then die once we complete our mission.
Think about that as well. Why didn't the fucking dreadnought just fucking hyperdrive away when they started to drop and just hope it knocks out the Radders, because it's going to die anyway? I don't know. There's so many reasons why the hyperdrive thing is going to kill space battles. It's
I hope
done.
it fucking doesn't
We're
hyperdrive
done.
the fucking planet, though. Jesus Christ. Ugh.
Given that most of the battles in Star Wars are very much traditional in a 20th century fashion, then the invention of the Death Star in Episode 4 itself is a clear allegory for the invention of weapons of mass destruction. This is the turning point in human conflict, something that totally changed the face of war, leading to an age
Can
where
we talk about The Last Jedi?
annihilation of enemy forces in an
I don't
instant
necessarily
was
disagree. It's just like, okay.
It's like, okay, but this is about The Last Jedi. Get back to why is the thing that
of the
bad?
atomic bomb, the dictionary definition of a war had been rewritten from the ground up. But 30 years later in the Star Wars universe,
Well,
it's
I mean,
all
no,
kind
not
of
really.
the same.
I would actually no.
Well, I mean,
the
is
way
he
that we
citing this
fight-
as if it actually
like,
happened? I don't know. Did that actually
I
happen?
I think the issue here is like, okay, yeah, nuclear bombs sort of change the way that wars start and
Like
end.
strategies,
But in terms of the way that they're fought, it's very much about air dominance nowadays. You control the air, you control the war. So that's like it. I'm not sure. Like this isn't a big deal, but it just seems like he's conflating
like he's
nuclear
padding-
weapons with
he's-
strategy.
Is like super weapons. Here's a picture of politicians. He's like,
Well, the
okay.
thing- I don't know this video that well, so I'm waiting for like, what's the payoff of
Point.
this
Yeah.
discussion? Like,
Let's
how does
see,
this come
let's
back
see.
to The Last Jedi?
Between Episode 6 and 7, the Rebellion has been in total power for 3 decades. But you wouldn't be able to guess that, given the fact that their arsenal hasn't evolved at all since the original trilogy. You can't shake the feeling that the Rebellion must have done nothing for 30 years for them to be overtaken this easily by some rogue terrorist.
Yeah.
Yeah, agreed.
That's a
See, and this is
pretty-
evidence, by the way, for anybody who's like, you just hate it. It's like, no, I agree with that. I think
Yeah,
you're fine.
that makes sense. But
Yeah.
you see, that's part of the world building, like the lore stuff that you said. If you take it away,
it doesn't matter if you take it out.
That's important. How did
you could
we get
argue
to where
it's
we
a
are?
it's a character story and world issue, because it means the world held to a stop. It means that the storyline, like, nobody ever did anything for any
Yeah.
reason ever. There's no
Yeah, all
reason.
these
And then
people, they just
all of
didn't do
these
anything?
Intelligent and proactive characters chose to just louch about, do nothing. It's like, hey, I don't believe
And even though, you know, a massive like dictatorship ended, there was no power vacuum. People responding to try and actually take over.
How perfect would it be if, when we came back to these characters, there was a good guy's Death Star, and like Leia's justification was that the bad guys used it to blow up her planet, and you could, as an audience, be like, "Uh-oh, like we're getting
Leia's
close
tempted
to."
by the dark side and the threat, and her motivation is, I know what it's like to have my planet blown up, and I'll
Yeah,
never
and
let
it
it
makes
happen to
sense
anybody
that
else.
she would feel that way. But you could even have Han being like, "Leia, you can't build this. Like, this is wrong." And she's like, "What do you mean it's wrong?"
No, but if
And
we
it's
don't,
like,
somebody else will, and we need to be the ones with that power because we're the
Exactly.
good guys.
I'm already interested in this theoretical Star Wars film. Let's watch that one.
What was that? That is legitimately an interesting idea.
Yeah, I
Too
want to see
bad
how these
we got
characters
what-
deal with it.
Too
And
bad
then,
we got what we got.
yeah, I mean, it's not like we only had one shot, right?
Group. The fact that every other Star Wars movie seems to be about them trying to stop the bad guys from inventing nukes easily signals that no one really seems to have a lot of big ideas about how to talk about war but in space. And I'm bringing all of that up because despite the fact that it annoys me, it doesn't ruin
The fun. It's about the fun. All this stuff doesn't
that
ruin
was all
how
that-
I feel.
So he was giving us all of the facts and then saying, but it doesn't matter because it doesn't bother me. Oh, Quinton.
Jesus fucking Christ. Why did you waste our time?
Just get to the point where you call us all racists.
from the fun. Remember in my last review when I said that the prequels are bad because the characters
Why is it under
constantly
such
lose
a... What's with the aspect ratio? Why is it
Yeah, I don't know
different?
why he's fucked it.
That is very
You know what
strange.
my theory would be is that he maybe took this clip from YouTube and there was a watermark, maybe. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know why else you would fucking turn it into a 4 when it's
very
only in HD and widescreen. Like, how the
Yeah,
fuck
because
did you do that?
If you got it on YouTube, then surely, if you just need some clips.
Maybe it's a... maybe it's a different file format. Maybe it's not even a video. Maybe download it as like a fucking moving picture.
This is one big ass GIF.
Yeah.
I've seen better GIFs than this.
Oh god, he's got it. Okay, does he actually have the 4x3 version of Phantom Menace?
No, wait, hold on. Rewind a little bit.
Because despite
no,
the fact
yeah,
that it
no, he
annoys
did that.
me,
I thought it was like
it doesn't ruin the fun. Remember in my last review when I said that the prequels are bad because the characters constantly lose the respect of the audience, while the universe seems to stay relatively consistent? Well, in the case of the sequel trilogy,
that's
it's
jarring.
the exact opposite. The universe...
That made no sense to do that.
Does he actually have all the prequels in 4x3? Why?
How, for that matter?
Yeah,
that was another good question.
You have to put effort into doing that.
I mean, is there even a way to record VHS?
I refuse to believe he did that deliberately. Like, did he really? Like, did he do that, or did he just get the files that were 4x3?
It makes no sense to do it that way. Absolutely
I don't know if you could you do
I'm
that
genuinely
by accident?
more curious about that now than having a debate with him. I want to know how that happened.
Because if I put that in a video, I'd be like, why is that there? That's going to clash with my other stuff.
I mean, yeah, the black bars moving around like that makes you go, wait, what? Oh, okay.
Kind of weird.
Yeah.
I don't even agree with the point he's making either, but whatever.
Let's continue.
The universe is now contrived without consistency, scale, or even the ability to not feel like a broken
Yeah, but that's
record.
bad, though. That's really bad.
That's
really actually kind of story breaking.
No, it's only bad if you feel it's bad.
I can't believe it. I can't believe that he wrote this down and was like, yeah, that's good. That's good. Let's continue with this. Let's
You
publish
can see,
this.
though, they know how to do it. Like, him and Just Right know how this works. They know that you have facts, and you can talk about the facts, and then there's a line you cross into feelings land, but they refuse to fucking accept there's a line. They're like, no, it's all the same thing. You're like, what the fuck do you mean? You just proved that there's a fucking line.
Nope. Because I didn't feel like I did. So, fuck you.
You just get better every time. And it's like, you know how I feel about this conversation? I feel like all of it is subjective. I feel like the planet is subjective.
Oh, jeez, I'll bring Steve McCrane here and he can tell us about axiomatic truths of the universe or some shit and we'll go deep.
None of this really matters when you're watching the film, because what you've
Yes, it
actually come to
does.
see...
It does, because it takes away from my ability to be invested in what they're trying to show me. It's like, if the rules can change at any second and there's no consistency, then I'm like, well, shit, what are the stakes?
If Kylo Ren goes for, like, 20 minutes with this stupid metal bit in his face and then it just magically disappears with no explanation at all, that just kind of leaves me like, what happened to that?
Imagine, so have you guys seen Guardians of the Galaxy 2?
I have not.
So there's a bit where they end up going into space, just free of any kind of suit, but they establish early on in the film that there's this device that you can attach to yourself that wraps you around this, like, let's just say an energy field that works like an astronaut suit.
So it's basically what Leia's about to do here?
Well, what I'm going to say is they show it early in the film, and then later on, when we're like, oh god, they're in space, like, they put this thing on we saw earlier, and we're like, oh, okay, I understand. I'm remaining spoiler-free on purpose, but if we go to episode 9, and Kylo gets blown out into space, and we're like, oh my god, like, Rey does it, and we're like, she killed him. And then it shows him, and he grabs that same device from Guardians and puts it on himself and saves himself. We just be like, what? And what you just said about the stakes, it's like, oh, everything we understand from what this writer and director have told us, he's dead. And it's like, no, he's not.
Nope.
Well, that's right. I mean, everything can change on a whim, so you can't believe anything.
It is a slap to the face. It's like the director's
it's like a plot doesn't occur because of the world it's in. It's the other way around, where the world changes because things need to happen, which is completely topsy-turvy to how universes operate.
Have you all seen season 1 of Game of Thrones?
Yep. No, but you can spoil it.
Nah.
Well, okay. I feel kind of... okay. Well, I can do it without spoiling. The scene in episode... Well, a certain character dies at the end of season 1, and it's pretty much spoiled fucking everybody. Yeah. I'm going to bring it up in my assessment because plot-wise, we assume he's going to live. The whole point is that he does a thing that is supposed to save his life and send him to a place, but he says a whole bunch of things that there's a certain character who has all the power in the room, and you know that if he hears all of this stuff, then there's only one choice. It's like he's a psychopath. This guy. He's like, how could he possibly not do what he's gonna do? And then he does it, and it's still a fucking surprise. And it's essentially the bedrock for what I would call the best way to subvert expectation. You did a thing that you led us to believe wasn't going to happen, but it's completely in line with the characters, and you're just like, you didn't think that.
Oh, so we did it after all.
You're sort of just like, that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's almost like we have to. It's almost like, yeah, you were expecting this movie thing to happen, but a realistic.
It's just the magic trick logic, right? Where they show you, they try and distract you with the hand that's not doing the magic, and the other hand is busy. There was a friend of mine who used to do magic tricks, but if you were watching the trick, it was always really fun. So what he would do is put the hand really close to your face. You had a ball in it, and you'd raise it just above your eyebrow and throw the ball over your head and come back down. And so the person he's doing it to is just like, where the fuck did the ball go? And while you're watching it, you're like, there it went. Like, it all makes sense to you.
Yeah.
It's the same logic. Like, when you're writing, you try and distract the viewer if you're going to subvert their expectation. But nothing ever, like, for example, the red wedding, that should be enough for you guys to realize, like, oh, that all made complete sense. You didn't see it really coming, though. Well, a lot of people didn't because of the result, but it's all in place. All the characters, all the pieces on the board. It's just like, yeah, that would happen because of these things that happened. Damn it. Instead of just them pulling it out of their fucking ass and going, yeah, this is this now. And you're like, why? I don't know, but it is. And you're like, cool. That was fun.
Yeah, I get you.
It takes a hell of a lot more work to do the former.
Oh,
And,
yeah.
And this is part of, I think me and Wolf had to explain this to, it was either I had everything or Just Right, but it's like, we want to point the times out where people put all their effort in, where there's people in the world who are writing stories who spend really long, and they're like, this is all this. And then there's some other guy I could name who makes a story that shits out a script, the first draft, and then makes a whole movie out of it, and is just like, appreciate me more than the people who are spending way longer. Go ahead. And it's just like, yeah, that's wrong. That's really wrong.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, fully.
It's important that we appreciate people who put, effort and work, and who are appreciated for having talent.
And if
writing
you remain,
is hard.
Yeah, and if you remain consistent, what do you do if you appreciate the good? You criticize the bad. Because it's all fair game. We don't go into episode 9 expecting to write an assessment of how bad it's going to be, but all signs are pointing to that. Like, it's not like we're planning on it, is what I mean. It's just like we take every subject as it comes.
Yeah, that's right.
Is the characters on the screen. Characters like Rey, Poe, and Finn, who managed to carry The Force Awakens just by making the audience
what a funny joke.
No, that's not true at all, is it?
Yeah, I like Poe, but he was barely in it.
Unfortunately, none of the characters stand up to scrutiny in The Force Awakens, and neither do they in The Last Jedi, obviously. But you think about them long enough, any of them, and they just fucking fall apart.
Yeah, they are. If anything, the only interesting person was Poe because he's a goofball and it's completely out of character, and it doesn't make any sense. And he has basically no character, but he's the most of the three. And
we don't see him for very long, and he has a badass moment of knocking out like 10 ships in 3 seconds or whatever. It's just like, I like this because this is a person who gets things done.
Yeah, but I mean, then again, being the best character in The Last Jedi is like being the toughest kid in 3rd grade.
Yes.
The creators of Episode 8 had the task of not only continuing the literal story of the battle between the Rebellion and the First Order, but also of using all of the significant characters from Episode 7 in such a way that they could find a satisfying end in Episode 9.
Well, that's called writing a 3-act story.
He says they have to continue the significant connections and stuff while showing Rey and Finn, in which these two spend, a minute together in the film, in the sequel?
At the very end.
Even though The Force Awakens is all about their friendship.
Very end.
Exactly, yeah. And that's the thing.
Literally the
Force
last
Awakens,
couple shots.
The biggest relationship that's developed in The Force Awakens is Finn and Rey. Like, they have the most time together. They interact the most. They have the most, they have those emotional scenes where they explain to each other what their goals are.
And how much time do they get together in The Last Jedi?
About a minute.
Genuinely, that's one of the bigger mistakes in terms of, from the perspective of the people who love The Force Awakens. They didn't get to see the fucking, what do you call it? Buddy cops back together. Yeah. It's like you literally ripped them apart and gave us a new character, Rose Tico. What are you doing?
Yeah, it's like where's they fought together. They care about each other to some degree. I mean, they went through stuff. They did things.
You know how they didn't want to repeat Empire? They didn't want to repeat having a Jedi being trained by Boba. It's like, okay, throw Finn in. Have Finn go with her to Act 2 and see what happens. What happens if you have a bystander? What happens if you have a third perspective who's talking about all the issues that Luke's dealing with?
What if he asks questions? This Force about the Force and the Jedi. What if he's like, but what about this? But how come this?
Where he tries to use the Force. Imagine that.
Yeah, it's like why? What if he was like Force sensitive? Is like he actually makes a pebble shake, and then later in the movie that can have a payoff.
This is the kind of stuff that you're supposed to do when you're planning out your story originally.
Yeah,
and
we're
you
all
start
the big
debating and making
step
choices
one.
about
It
what
would be a
should
big
work.
round table. We'd have a bunch of ideas, and then we pick
This is
which
where
ones are
you
the best.
pit your ideas against one another to see which one will work best. This is
Instead of going,
what
I'm
you
going
do.
off to my cave to write a story. When I come out, you better fucking approve it. Okay.
It's like, and I know, like we were talking. It's like every time this topic gets brought up, and we come up with an alternative, it's always better, and it's interesting, and it's just
In your
it's
subjective
just
opinion.
it's such a fucking shame that we got what we got.
We got a Saturday morning cartoon. It's literal fucking chase.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Yeah, we gave Finn a waifu instead of just, keeping him with Rey.
No,
And there's that
waifus are
random
attractive.
disjointed scene where he gets to
that's
learn
true.
that morality runs on both sides and that sometimes good people can be bad. And you're just like, okay.
Yeah.
And that somehow convinces him that the resistance is the right way to go. So I try to put that out in my videos. I was like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. He's a die-hard resistance member by the end of the film. And the most significant thing that happens to him is he gets zapped, put in a jail cell, and then told that morality runs on both sides. And then he's betrayed by that guy. It's like, how does that make you a die-hard resistance person? I don't understand. And then you have Just Right being like,
if you look at it through reader response theory.
Like, you could have really done something with, like, the authoritarian libertarian theme. You've got the First Order, you have the Resistance, what's the price of peace, things like that. But shit, now we're going off of things that would be better. But
we got to go to Casino Land quickly. That's important.
Quick, capitalism bad and so are white
more
people.
important than seeing Mark Hamill react to the death of
his best friend.
Yeah, I want to hear him comment on that. I have to. What the fuck was the reasoning to get rid of that scene?
I haven't seen the deleted scene either.
Subverting expectations.
It's like, have you guys seen it? The scene where he mourns Han.
Yeah,
I haven't.
It's
Look it up now.
genuinely. It's like I'd be like, yeah, that should have been in the film. Just straight up. There's nothing else to it.
I was like, nope, cut to black. We're going to Casinoville.
It's like literally on par with like the theatrical cut of Return of the King, where they cut out the part with Saruman, which is like a giant plot hole if you do that.
Wait, sorry. Yeah, after the Isengard gets flooded out.
Yeah, because in the theatrical cut,
okay, yeah,
in the theatrical cut, they cut that.
Yeah.
It explains where the Palantir came from, and it puts an end to a character's significant fucking villain story.
Yeah, because I read it in the book. Because I read the books after I saw the movies because I was really young at the time, and I was like, oh, there's so much. Obviously, Peter Jackson can only do so much, but still, it's like that's important.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Villains
the cut and dry part of this instance, and I know that the fucking milking scene cost millions, right? But the mourning scene is like 10, maybe 15 seconds, and the milking scene is like a minute. Guess what you could cut to put in the mourning scene?
But the fish he has to eat. Don't you want to know how he gets his fish with that big pointy stick? Don't ask me.
Bizarre fucking way to fish, dude. Why would you fish like that?
Couldn't he just use the force
retarded.
to pick the fish out of the water?
Not only that,
force is bad.
Someone pointed out, they were like, when he stabs it down, does he like shuffle it all the way up to himself?
Yeah, I was about to say, how does he get that end of the stick up to his end?
On top of that,
or does he go down? No, he can't use the force. He's disconnected from the force.
Yeah,
remember?
and what if there's not a fish down there that day?
But on top of that, he has to. He swung on the stick to the other side of the cliff. He had to swing to the other side after catching the fish.
So he spears the fish. He takes the big ass stick, somehow gets the pointy end of the stick that's fucking 50 meters below him up to him, takes the fish off of it, keeps the fish, and then he puts the stick back down, pointy side down, which I don't know. I'm not even going to ask.
What happens if it just like falls over and falls?
What if the stick snaps in half
How did you get a stick that big on that island?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there's no trees there.
You go, Ryan, you gotta sit down. You put your hands together and you go, Ryan, why can't he just have a fishing rod? And then Ryan's like, that's not very Star Warsy. And you're like, okay, fine.
What about yours with Star Warsy? It's, you know what, Ryan, it's fine. They pay me to agree with you, so I'm gonna go with that.
It's like they use a lot of standard things. That they have clothes, they have shoes. It's not all. It doesn't all have to be spacey. Could they have a fishing rod? Could they have it? And he's like, no.
They have cantinas and bars. They drink booze. No,
it has to be an enormous pole, and he has to swing across from a thing.
Because the future.
Why do you even have to swing across? Because it would have been just as effective on the other side.
And you can be like, you guys are nitpicking. And it's like, you don't understand. This same logic is in the fucking entire film. That's how he makes scenes. He just sees something and he wants to make it. It doesn't matter if it
like Jared Genesis of filmmaking. The first thing that comes to his mind, it just happens in the film. He's got a big 50-foot long stick and it's got a spear at the end, and he pokes it down and he gets a fish and this. Oh, but he has to use it to pole vault across a chasm.
Dude, no wonder Jared Genesis loved it so much. He got into the mind of Rian Johnson, and he knew.
He tapped into the mind of Rian Johnson.
He knew exactly what Ryan was going for. That's why he's the only one in the world that's dumb enough to like it. Him and Quinton, apparently.
It turns out Ryan is just testing them, and he keeps raising it to wait until someone calls him out. And like in the throne room, he's like, "Okay, this is where Homer Simpson arrives," and everyone's like,
yeah.
Wait. Okay. And he's like, yeah, have we got the prosthetics ready? And there's a guy in like a full-blown Homer Simpson realistic suit, and they're like, okay, yeah, come through.
But they say, wait, but Ryan, that's copyrighted.
And he's like, oh, Homer Simpson is with an A, and he's green.
Omar Simpson.
Omar Simpson.
And he's like, he is Darth Plagueis, but he's changed his name. And you're like, okay,
Darth Omar.
He's the trans-religious version of Homer.
It's like, Ryan, I believe in your vision, I do, but the fish was one thing.
People into it.
Canto Bite was another thing, and now this is another thing too. This is a whole other thing, and I don't know about this. And he's like, let's just film it, and we'll film an alternative, and then we'll see which one works better. And he's like, Ryan, you're just gonna keep the one you want, aren't you? And he's like, no, I don't know what you mean.
I mean, I just cannot fathom how anyone on the set allowed that fucking idiot to do anything that he did. I mean, did nobody just like stop and be like, Ryan, you're an idiot. You cannot do this movie.
This makes no sense. Like, this makes no sense.
I mean, it just baffles me.
If we could be there on the day when they're setting up the puppet and they're like, okay, Yoda lifts his finger up and it's going to be a lightning strike that comes down. Did no one, and this is a genuine question, I'm not even trying to fucking joke around here, did nobody say, wait, Force Ghosts can summon lightning? And you know when you don't care, like you're a crew member and you're just setting things up, do you think anybody had that thought? The fucking Frank Oz,
I'm
the voice
sure that they did. I'm certain that film crew did. Because if you are surely, just statistically, half of them are Star Wars fans. All right? Mm-hmm. And of that half, let's say maybe half of them really gave a shit, in some way. Surely there were brows being raised.
I want to get.
There's gotta be.
I want to fly on the camera. Well, fly on the camera.
You know what I'm picturing is some guy says, "Wait, can Force Ghost summon lightning?" And then Ryan goes, "It's more of a figurative thing. It's not really that important. It's not really."
Okay, so we're not gonna. So in post, we're not gonna add lightning to this. He's like, no, that would be no.
Funny, I actually had a thought when watching it that they might go the direction of Luke's kind of losing his mind a bit, and that he did set it on fire, but he saw it as Yoda doing it, and I was like, that could fix it.
That could be cool, but I doubt it.
No, of course. Well, fucking JJ can do whatever he wants, obviously, but yeah, no, I think they went with it fully. And this is the thing: so many people are like, it doesn't matter. It's like it does. It's fucking confusing. It's confusing enough that Force Ghosts are a thing. This is, again, why I wouldn't make any more episodes in the Skywalker franchise, if you will, because let's say we're in the position we are. It's like, hey, Luke Skywalker's... Oh, Ben Kenobi's ghost. Can you go and talk some sense into Snoke and Kylo? Just annoy them. You know, like they do in Robot Chicken, where it's just Jar Jar Binks going, Andy! There's so much you can do, and this is the thing. All they can do is speak. At least we can control it. But if they have force powers, Jesus Christ, what can't they do?
You can kill people and destroy things as
and they
a ghost.
have goals. They have motivations. They have actual characters as ghosts.
Why bother being alive?
Exactly. Go get yourself killed by a Sith. Go for it.
I mean, can you imagine like what some of the things they must have done on set must have been like to like some of the actors at least? Like, obviously we know how Mark Hamill really feels, and I still don't think that he knew that he actually died in the movie until the movie came out. I think he really just sat looking at the sun thinking, okay, time for episode 8.
There's a part in the you should watch it. It's called The Director and the Jedi. It's a really telling sort of documentary of the behind the scenes, and it's all constructed by a friend of Rian Johnson's, but he's involved a lot of the stuff that I imagine Rian Johnson wouldn't want public, which is he talks about having conversations with Mark Hamill, and he says there's a point where he says, okay, we're about to film the scene where Luke dies, and you know, it's going to be tough for everybody, I think. Everybody, including Mark Hamill, because, you know, this is a character he's played for so long. And it's like, okay, so he probably did know. But it doesn't take away from the fact that, yeah, Mark Hamill did not deal well with this film. And you know what? He could very well be the kind of person that says everybody has their own feelings and all that. I genuinely do believe that he doesn't want there to be negative talk on films, which is absolutely fine to hold as like a principle in your own head sort of thing. Because how weird does it sound to say, like, you should be outraged at what a character did in a film? Like, to the point where you should protest or something? It does sound strange when you say it out loud. And that's what, like, it comes across as or something. But it's like, no,
it's like
Mark, you can stand by a statement. Yeah, and you don't have to be loud. You don't have to be angry. You can literally just say, yeah, the film's not very good. That's okay. But you know, there's only hyperbolic sides to it. The people who adore it and the people who despise it.
I wonder once they've gotten all their use out of Mark Hamill, I wonder what he's going to say after that. You know, when he's not.
Well, once his contract is up, yeah.
Yeah, like what is he going to say? He's like, so tell us about The Last Jedi. He's like, it fucking sucks. It's a bullshit.
Well, imagine being his niece or something, and you're like, you know, Uncle Mark, how was you try, like, say you're a teenager, and you could be like, what? Because I'm pretty sure he did have a lot of good things to say about the film from a perspective that convinced me that, say you're a 60 or 50 whatever year old guy doing a movie with a bunch of people who you consider your friends, you don't give a shit about what's really going on plot wise.
Everyone had a good time, and it was fun, and you know, it was great.
And then we do some press tours, answering some questions. And I genuinely think he sees it on like a different level. So when someone says something
sure
like,
he does.
how did you feel about working with everybody? And he answers, yeah, I literally only worked with Daisy. It's like a criticism of the film, but it's that's the truth, right? Like, some people read that response as him being like snarky. It's just like, that's what happened.
He only
worked with Daisy significantly. He worked with Leia for a scene.
They looked at each other, and then the drone spun around.
And it's like, how would he not be frustrated at that? He likes people. He likes to get on with them. There's a fucking... Oh, man. I kind of want to save it for my analysis, but it's such a good little moment they threw into the documentary where basically they're filming Canto Bight, and Mark's just there hanging out. And they have this little... It's filmed in a way that implies that they have no idea they're being filmed. It's like between two things, and the camera's just off soon, but the mics are on. And this guy who's in like a full head of makeup is just like, oh my god, you're Mark. Oh my god, I had no idea. And he's like, "You're okay. You're all right. You know, how are you doing?" He's like, "I'm sorry. I don't want to be in your way. Like, I'm sorry. I don't want to." He's like, "You're fine. You're fine. What do you want to talk about? You okay?" And it's just like the most like, "Oh my god, he's such a nice guy."
Yeah,
it's great. Seriously, like that alone is worth seeing the thing for. But you'll also get a bunch of insights into Rian Johnson. There's a whole section on the milking scene, how they moved that creature to Ireland, which you what the fuck, you know?
Yeah, it's like, how much money went into that stupid fucking puppet?
A lot.
You know, and how much money would it have taken?
Fucking editing. I would have cut it. And it's millions.
It's like, Ryan, I mean, I know Disney's got more money than God, but could you just like, maybe we could, you know, just not spend all this money and just like buy a yacht instead.
You know, instead of the whole, you sit down with and put your hands together, Ryan. Like, how many times would you be doing that?
It's like, Ryan, listen, I know we talked 3 seconds ago about this puppet, this manatee cow thing that, you know, the one Mark turns from.
It's like everything I wish to change.
We got a call from customs about the puppet, Ryan. It's gonna take him 3 more weeks to clear the fucking puppet. Jesus Christ. You know, it's like how much the logistics that go into that shit. And they're like, can't we just have a scene where Mark talks about things the fans want to hear? They're like, no, we're gonna be fucking milking the goddamn sea cow.
You know, a really entertaining film could be like a mockumentary or something where you got dude follows him around to tell him doing it wrong. It's just like every scene is just.
And if these bombers get shot once, they blow up. It's like Ryan,
Ryan, please stop.
Ryan, please.
Ryan,
talk to you again.
That's the name of the movie. Just Ryan, please listen.
Ryan is setting up the credits of the film. You're like, Ryan.
So it's gonna say directed by me. Like it can't say me. It has to have the word. It has to have Ryan Johnson on it.
No, he does the thing where it says like his name several times, like director. And then
you mean like how Tommy Wiseau did it in The Room, where it was like written by Tommy Wiseau, and then a couple of seconds later it's like directed by Tommy Wiseau. It's like Ryan, we can't do that.
Like Neil Breen.
Imagine he wants to
Ryan,
put
please
it at the beginning, like in the opening credits.
We did it again. I'm sorry, Quinton. This video's not that great. I don't know.
Okay, all right.
I don't even know if I want to watch until the point that he calls us racist.
We're good.
Plot points in Episode 8 are designed to specifically analyze and move forwards the leading cast, that being Rey, Finn, Poe, and Kylo Ren. What this means is that the story
Luke and
often
Leia,
takes
I
more of
guess.
an interest in having these characters
Yeah,
appear
strangely
and
didn't
grow
mention Luke.
than it does having all of those plot points.
Yeah, but how do they grow? How do these characters grow?
Well, I will steel man the opposition. Poe learns to be a lot less reckless and respect the operations in battle. Finn learns that the cause he can now fight for is the Resistance, as opposed to fleeing from the First Order. Rey understands that it's not as cut and dry as there's always good in people. That sometimes you have to let go and realize that. I already feel ill from saying.
Yeah.
Points be connected in any sort of satisfying way. So much of the secondary plot, featuring such characters as Poe and Finn, ends up feeling disconnected.
Dude, look at the way he edited that. He had to talk about Poe and Finn, and all he had was a clip of them hanging out in that control room. Like, watch this now. You had to slow it down so hard.
Yeah, making the audience. And in Episode 9. Most of the major plot points in Episode 8 are designed to specifically analyze and move forwards the leading cast.
We're coming to it. It's such a strange editing choice.
What this means is that the story often takes more of an interest in having these characters appear and grow than it does having all of those plot points be connected in any sort of satisfying way.
And look at the frame
so much
rate.
of the secondary plot featuring
it's like this is a tiny little clip that he's stretched out.
Why?
That's like a frame per second.
Why? I don't understand. He's talking about Poe and Finn. He's got a clip coming up that's going to be way more smoother than this with them in it. Why not just cut this one and extend that next one to match the whole part? I don't know. What a strange choice.
Because the only purpose of that part of the film is to give them something to do. Which is why it turns out that the bad guys can now track people through light speed. Which is one of those sci-fi reveals that the writers think we care about, but it's actually just really boring.
What?
Like
no, we do care about it because it completely breaks the story.
The plot revolves around it. Also, how is this film not terrible? Sorry, I thought this video was about, is The Last Jedi that bad?
I was going to say, I'm not even sure what point he's making right now.
Yeah, it's like, so these are bad things about the film.
Also, why is he showing a clip from Rogue One now?
Yeah, what relevance does this have?
Rogue One talked about the Kyber crystals. Or hell, even the introduction of the Metachlorians in the prequels.
Oh, okay.
Like, you think...
What do you mean we don't... Okay, look, it matters whether or not they fucking conflict or if they inform. That's pretty much the requirement. It would be like if, it's like, where did the Force start? I'd be like, well, hey, I'm up for hearing about how the Jedi Order got started. Sure, go for it. And then he's like, well, why we don't care about that? I'd be like, you might not care about it. Fucking hell.
I don't know when it comes to the chemistry here. I wonder what he's gonna say, because it's just like two goofballs who are in proximity of one another. You know, I
think we care, but we don't. So Finn, alongside a new character named
a lot of people cared about the midichlorian thing.
Who can help.
Yeah, a lot of people did.
It's such a strange thing for him to say when it's like the fucking focal point of many arguments about the prequels.
Like, who cares? It's like, I mean, clearly a lot of people voiced their displeasure.
I mean, it only like completely contradicted the point of the Force from the originals, but you know.
Not to mention, he mentioned it. It was significant enough that he actually mentioned it. You know what I mean?
Notice why it was never ever mentioned again. He's like Lucas was probably like, "Oh, I fucked up. Let's forget about that."
Oh yeah, definitely.
Let's
not
not
even explain it or bring it back ever.
Can I
again.
ask a serious question? Is Quinton just Ryan Johnson, but like a different personality? Kind of like he's playing a character, but he's really just the same person.
He's been on camera. He doesn't look like Ryan. I'm sorry.
What if he's wearing a mask? Because I mean, we're talking about two of the stupidest people on Earth, Quinton and Ryan Johnson. And
oh, you know what, Wolf? He's not going to debate you now, is he? Because you're just a rude person.
I don't even care.
Racist.
Quinton is so Quinton is so stupid at this point that it's like I whatever.
That moment where you insult Quinton just casually, and it's just like, you are now a racist.
Fucking racist. You hate
against the Quinton race.
Whatever he is, you're against them. All of them.
Yeah.
Actually
I'm
just
against
really
the autistic.
boring. It's like when Rogue One talked about the Kyber crystals. Or hell, even the introduction of the metachlorians.
I'm sorry,
and
I
the
thought it was
prequels.
cool when they mentioned Kyber crystals in
Yeah,
Rogue
because
One.
they have to come from some place, and this is a place, and this is why there's a connection to the Jedi, and establishes why this guy has a connection, like he's big on the Force.
The problem with midichlorians is that it grounds everything to the point of being like, okay, well, if it's just science, can't you just, like, it's the point Red Letter Media brought up. It's like, why don't you just scan everybody in the fucking Senate and you'll find the fucking Sith Lord? It won't be hard.
Yeah, why don't you just take people's metachlorians and pump them into somebody else and make a Super Jedi?
Exactly. There's so many questions. It's like, all you had to do was not fucking mention midichlorians.
Yeah, just do it. Yeah, all you had to do was not do this. All you had to do was not fuck up, and you did. It's like, all right, senators, we're gonna do a blood test. Everyone line up. It's like, oh shit, what's it make?
Yeah,
let me borrow some of your blood. Quick.
All you had to do was not do it. It's like, that would be the subtitle of the hiring of Ryan Johnson.
All they had to do was not do it.
Think we care?
What was that quote from
But we
Jared?
don't.
I liked the way they did it in the way they did it.
It's something like that.
However, the way they did it, I like the way they did it.
Yeah.
However, the way they did it was.
We need to
I
get
liked
that out
it.
of Bilbo screenshot wall.
Oh, people will
So
send it
Finn,
to us.
alongside a new character named Rose, go off to try and find someone who can
Why
help
does he
them
keep
temporarily disable the First Order's tracking system. Rose is the fresh blood addition to the cast, and I honestly found her to be interesting enough, but I did find her...
She's the fresh fat Asian.
Why?
I just need to
love-
explain why. It's an
I would
opinion.
love to hear why you found her interesting.
Why? Okay, so you guys actually go for explanations. You don't care about people just saying yes or no. Are you serious? That's just boring. I just want to watch videos to find out if you approved or not. That's it.
Well,
Somebody looked at this and they're like, "Man, Star Wars hero."
It's just funny because, like, if
strange.
even my best friend, if he came back from seeing a film I thought was terrible and said, "Yeah, I liked it," I'd be like, "Go on."
Yeah, I tend to do that as well.
Yeah,
I don't
it's
give a
like,
shit if you liked it. I want to know why.
All of the ears that I have, they are yours now. Proceed.
Well, I'm sure he was pretty interested in the fact that this was the first fat Asian in Star Wars, so you know.
Pretty sure the racist comment's coming now.
Oh well.
Let's see.
This will be directed at Wolf, surely.
It's like, I legitimately despise this character. So
You should.
much.
She's worse than Jar Jar Binks.
She is worse than Jar Jar Binks.
to the cast, and I honestly found her to be interesting enough, but I did find her constant exposition to be somewhat grating at times. People have started to call her the modern Jar Jar,
because she
which
is
a little far. I think she's just a potentially fun character who doesn't have a lot of room in the movie.
She's a potentially retarded character.
Oh, okay, she's potentially fun. She doesn't have a lot of room in the movie.
Can you name something that isn't potentially fun?
Ryan Johnson.
It's just a fact.
It's just like, yeah, I think we could all agree. I think the scientific community come to a consensus of this.
I'd like to commend the filmmakers for casting an Asian actress in the role.
Why is it commendable?
Why?
What did make
Why?
what they look like?
Why? If Asians are smart as shit, you think they need any help?
Hey, remember,
Dude, just cast like
that quote.
Katsumoto. He's at least
Remember that quote from
remotely.
J.J. Abrams where he said if it was his choice, he would cast all of Star Wars to be completely Asian.
Why?
Exactly. Why? What do you even? What is that? What?
Wait, what?
They talk about diversity. Wouldn't that be the opposite? It's
Wait a
like,
minute.
no, Black Panther logic.
Wait,
all people
even
are
more
black is
so.
the most diverse.
Why is it commendable to have an Asian actress when there was an Asian dude in Rogue One, which came out
Because
a year
it's
before?
bold. Because nobody would
It's
hire an Asian because
commendable.
everyone's racist.
It's like that's the thing. Like nobody would ever hire an Asian, and then I'm like, my favorite movie is literally all Asian.
Name a single star who's an Asian. Go ahead.
Jet
I'll
Li.
wait.
Jackie Chan.
Name three. Yeah, there you go.
What's
Nice
the name
stuff.
of the guy who played Katsumoto in The Last Samurai? I always forget his name.
Oh yeah, like I
There's
know
a
the
guy,
faces, I just don't know their names.
There's a guy who was in Harold and Kumar.
Oh, yeah.
there's a woman in
Okay,
Agents of
racists.
S.H.I.E.L.D., in
You've
Agents
named
of
5,
S.H.I.E.L.D..
but I bet you can't name 6.
What's the name of the person who played Lady Deathstrike in
Lucy
the-
Liu, right?
Oh yeah, there's Lucy
Okay,
Liu. There's one.
fine. You name
So
7.
there's our
You
6,
can't name 8.
This is gonna be like that Family Guy skit where you like name songs that are a woman's name.
No, point being,
Ken
Asians are just
Watanabe.
fine.
The point
That's the
being
one, yeah.
that Asians are doing just fine right now. Okay,
Especially
I
if you
was
go to
doing-
China and it's 100% Asian actors.
Yeah, it's like I was saying. Like my favorite movie is just Asians. It's an
To
Asian
clarify
movie.
as well,
Yeah.
by the law of privilege, in terms of how much money on average you'll have, how much of a I don't know, beneficial family or culture you're born into, don't on intelligence as well ratings, don't Asians rise above whites on an average?
Yeah, they
Yeah.
do.
Like,
Really,
pretty far.
Ryan should be
Western
commended for
countries.
hiring a white person.
Also, does that prove we're all not racist to admit that we're a part of a lesser race? compared
I'm an
to another
oppressed
one?
minority.
Yeah.
You know how many? Do you know how many smart Asians outnumber me?
A lot.
A lot.
They outnumber
That's
our
a
whole
lot.
country.
And that's the thing, by the way, I just want to have it on record. I don't actually mind that a race is smarter than me. That's okay. It's
Yeah,
okay.
these are just aggregates, right?
It doesn't mean, like, if
Just
I met
averages.
an Asian, it doesn't automatically mean they are smarter than me. It would be down to, like, way more statistics and tests than that. But
Yeah,
I don't
I mean,
mind.
Ryan
Statistics
Johnson's a
don't
white
actually hurt
guy.
my feelings mostly. They're just, like, statistics.
Yeah, I was like, okay.
And if someone said that's a faulty statistic, I'd be like, oh, okay. Can I have the real ones? It's like, I didn't realize, I'm fine with whatever, you go by studies or how efficient things are
Reality is
done.
reality, whether I like it or not.
It's
Like,
all
all right.
opinion. But yeah, it is frustrating to hear. It's commendable to hire an Asian
There's
person.
nothing. It shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter.
I mean, come
What
on.
What
they
Even,
look
should
like.
matter is their acting ability, but fuck that.
I mean, come on.
Yeah,
even
she wasn't hired for her acting ability.
JF
Or
would
maybe
allow
she
someone
was.
in his
This is Ryan
ethno
Johnson.
state.
Yes, yeah, there you go.
I would like to commend the filmmakers for casting an Asian actress in the role. I know that
So
pointing
stupid.
it out like that only makes it feel less normal, but the strange stigma.
No, because you brought it up. Nobody thought about it until you
Exactly,
just said.
what he just said is true. You shouldn't, to normalize it, you don't fucking mention it. That's exactly what Morgan
Yeah, it's
Freeman
like, why
said.
is it?
Don't mention it, because then it's normal.
Now you've brought race into my head. Like
Exactly.
I don't think of John Boyega, the black man. I'm like, he's just
John Boyega. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, Terminator
No.
2, favorite film of all time. Fucking Sarah Connor's a fantastic character. I wasn't sitting there as a kid going, "Yeah, but she's a
Sarah
woman,
Connor,
though."
the vagina haver.
She is a woman, so I can't like her as much as the other guys. But no, I guess it's okay. I should commend them for hiring a woman.
That's the thing that I've said before is like when I was being raised, my parents never talked about race ever at all, and it didn't even occur to me ever. It was just people look different, and that's just I knew that already.
Well, that's
Everyone
a-
in my family looks different too.
That's a running around thing, right? That racism has to be taught, and this comes
Basically,
from
yeah.
these
Yeah.
people, as in, okay, so stop fucking teaching it then.
Exactly. Just don't talk about it. But then they'll tell you that, racial blindness or whatever is bad. Ignoring people's race is bad.
Picture for a second that you're relatively new to YouTube. You find Quinton. You love the film reviews. You've never heard any comments left or right about.
Say it one more time. You blacked out there.
Go. Wait. Why is it commendable that it's a.
Yeah,
what does her race have to do with anything? And then Quinton's like, oh well, it's because Asians are oppressed, and you're like, they are.
There are.
How?
Define
In what
oppression,
way?
please.
And it's like, well, they don't usually get hired for things like Star Wars, and they go, they don't. Why? And it's like, is Ryan Johnson racist? And he's like, no. It's
But
It's
he's
more of a
hiring
culture
somebody
thing.
because of their race. That sounds super racist, Quinton.
It's more of a culture thing. It's just culturally we don't like Asians. Like, what?
It's like, whoa, Quinton. It's like, who's we that we're talking about?
Exactly. And this is what I'm saying.
No. I meant the whites.
And it's like, congratulations, you just told this person who has like no reference for any of this, would have been happily accepting everybody. And now they're like, oh, I should be careful around Asians. I don't want to think that I want to oppress them.
Yeah,
and look, they're a protected class
it.
now. Congratulations.
Yeah, you framed someone's behavior as when you're in front of a certain race, you should change your rules. You can't expect for Asians to think of you the same way that everyone else does.
Look,
Prejudice based on race, that's racism.
You should only be afraid of Asians when they're driving. Otherwise, it's like, okay, they're normal.
Well, that's all our credibility down the toilet.
Tune in next week. We talk about Quinton's next video.
Come on, he's about to call us racist. Come on.
We're going to be talking about Malaysian.
Casting Asian actors really disgusts me. And the fact that there are actually people on the
Wait,
internet
what?
who see
Yeah,
Asian
I'm really
actors on the
disgusted
screen
by
and
Asian
think to
actors,
themselves,
too.
These social...
Apparently, there is a stigma against hiring Asian actors in Hollywood.
I keep hearing about this, but I don't know where it came from. I mean, is this true?
I've literally never heard this in my life.
This is
I hear it getting brought up a lot.
Is the what is Hollywood? And then you go, well, it's a collection of these people, and it's like, oh, so you're blaming the Hollywood collective that actually involves Rian Johnson, J.J. Abrams, by the way, is racist because of these racists. There's a selection of directors that don't hire Asians, and now that's become a Hollywood problem instead of an actual individual problem where these people are racist. If it's true, this is a them problem, not a Hollywood problem.
Well, yeah, because it seems to always get projected on popular when it has nothing to. They don't decide who gets cast in film.
It's bizarre.
It is. It's weird.
All right, let's see here.
It really disgusts me. And the fact that there are actually people on the internet who see an Asian actress on the screen and think to themselves, these social justice warriors and their propaganda. Really disgusting.
You literally just did that, Quinton.
Yeah, he did it on the opposite end of the scale. He's like,
yeah, you literally just did that. You have created different dynamics for different races.
The reaction should be neutral. You should be like, she is an actress.
It doesn't matter either way.
She is an Asian actress. She is an actress, okay?
I just like, you literally are doing the thing that you don't like.
But he thinks it's okay because it's in the positive rather than the negative, even though if the principle is to be believed, then it should be neutral. He doesn't understand that.
Doesn't he understand that all these people are Jewish anyway, so it doesn't even matter?
And it's true. Statistically.
Yeah. All the Jews run Hollywood, so...
That's racist. Or anti-Semitic. That's the one. I had to check my book of isms.
Jew is a race, so you're fine.
Yeah, they got those big noses, so you
on
know.
A screen that doesn't look like you, and you just think, oh, this character could have been white. Then honestly, you can just fuck off. Speaking of which,
Quinton, you literally said that. Quinton, you just said, "Oh, this character could have been white." You just said it with a different inflection. You said the same exact words, just with a different inflection.
Not to mention that who the fuck is actually doing that? I hate Rose Tico because she could have been white.
Yeah, she could have been a shitty white character instead of a shitty
if you had
Asian
a friend,
character.
If you're having a drink with a friend, they say that your eyes would go so wide, you'd just be like, what?
You know, if you were pro-Asian, wouldn't you want Rose Tico to be white? I would be like, I don't want my fucking race associated with this character. Fuck that shit. It's like Baker white or black or something. Fuck this.
But yeah, that right there is basically saying racists are racist, and I don't like racists. And it's like, all right, thumbs up, Quinton. Good job.
I'm gonna do what racists do, but I'm gonna do it with a different inflection, which makes
it's
me
as
right.
if it's like racist is an inherently bad term. It means that you prejudge people based on something that's arbitrary. So it's like you shouldn't aspire to be racist. It's not a good thing. And he's just like, I want to make sure my fucking audience
happened again.
Here, well, while you sort out your audio, I'm gonna use the loop because I'm going. Wing.
Honestly, I'm amazed that how does this Quinton, like, how does he function? How
does he function?
How does he just like go through the day without just I can't believe that.
I can't believe. How far were you into this video so far?
7 minutes. But the thing is, when there's no rules, right? Like, if you review something and you have no scales, rules, or measurements or standards, it's like, it could be anything. You could just say anything. It doesn't have to have a flow. It's just stuff. And, that's why there's this random comment about how racists are racist in the middle of it. It's just like, yeah, makes sense.
Congratulations, Quinton. You figured out the Da Vinci Code.
You stated the obvious. Good job. Racism is bad. Yeah, thanks, dude.
Dan Brown would be so proud.
15 seconds earlier, you were there making it all about race for the casting.
You're not going to catch me mentioning that in my review because I figured it was obvious, but maybe I should put it in there. I'll just be like, by the way, guys, racism's not a good thing. I just wanted to let you know that.
But according to reader response theory...
Oh my god, you could actually do that. You could be like, racism is important from a certain perspective. It's subjective, bro. Oh, Jesus.
Dude, I've just been eating popcorn for like the past 15 minutes.
Admiral Holdo, or as I like to call her, Diane from Twin Peaks. She has a direct confrontation with Poe because he doesn't think that she's fit to command. Poe takes over command of the ship because he thinks that her plans are going to kill them all, but later turns...
I love the narrative they spin. It's like, no, she wasn't fit to command, though. It's as simple as that. She was not fit to command.
Okay, so, what do you say?
He said that Poe wants to like do a mutiny because he feels that she's not fit for command, and it's just like,
yeah, she's not.
She's not.
Yeah, cause she's not.
I'm glad we cleared
the
that
entirety of the rebellion. That's not what good leaders do. She did it, so
Yeah, and people are like, he got demoted, and it's like, oh no, he's no longer fleet commander, he's captain. It's like, yeah, you don't tell your captains.
Yeah,
anything.
you don't. Yeah, it's like you aren't allowed to mutiny anymore.
Imagine
you're
that
too low of a rank.
You're not allowed to mutiny.
It's like, no, you're only a captain now. You can't. You can't mutiny. You haven't achieved the rank to. You have to level up to unlock this skill.
Anyway, let's hear about how this is one of the best reasons for the whole story to take place.
Turns out that her plans just made sense, and Poe's cowboy heroism has put them all in danger. The main complaint of the character tends to be that the failure of her command comes not just from Poe's overeager attitude, but also from her failing to tell anyone any of her plans.
Yes, that's a good point.
Yeah, she complete incompetence on her behalf, and she puts her feelings towards Finn ahead of the good of the Resistance and almost gets everyone blown to smithereens.
Oh, she already does get like almost everyone blown to smithereens.
There's
she was watching them all die for like 5 minutes
yeah.
before she decided to do something.
There's a lot of discussion back and forth. There's a lot of character assumptions. There's a lot of like, well, she did what she did for her. You can't say it's fine, but it all ends like where it did with Just Right at the point where the mutiny happens. There is no reason why she would not tell them the truth at that point. It is a fucking flaw in the script. There's no way about it. It doesn't make sense. He's from her perspective, he's about to kill everybody. All she needs to do is go, Poe, everything's fine. We're going to that planet over there. We're leaving now. The ships are actually leaving now.
Visible.
Exactly.
Yeah, we're going. See that planet there that you can see out the fucking window?
Yeah, you don't even have to cover those issues where they apparently can't see the transports until they scan for them, even though they're visible from the naked eye, and it's the same for the planet. But, before you even talk about that, it's like, yeah, so Holdo's plan is to, like, save everybody, and then Poe is like, I'm going to kill everyone because you won't tell me that there's a planet to my right. And she's like, yep, I'm going to stick to that. I am going to stick to that.
But we don't know who she tells, obviously.
I love that argument, too. All the people who mutiny with him apparently didn't know.
Yeah, they were convinced enough to mutiny against this supposed war hero because they're like, yeah, what Poe's saying makes sense. And, quite frankly, if given the choice, I'd rather not die.
And it's funny as well because we assume then that all the people on the transports knew because they're obviously fucking driving the transports, I assume. So they must know about the plan. Did Poe try that? He walk up to one of them and go, hey, where are these transports going?
Yeah. It's like, where exactly
and then one of them goes,
going?
oh, crate. It's literally right there if you look out the window. And he's like, oh.
Oh. Yeah, maybe I should get that checked out.
Sense.
It's a really bad film. Just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, this is, the Last Jedi is that bad, Quinton. It's fucking awful.
Honestly, that's a minor annoyance that doesn't really undermine the point of that part of the film.
It's just a minor annoyance. It's a minor annoyance.
It totally undermines it because he's right.
Film,
yeah.
But I've seen a lot of people
How do they
say
reconcile
that
this in their own heads? Like, he's just pointed out a thing and then he said it's a minor annoyance. But it's subjective, right? It's all his opinions. So if I point out... if there's just a movie where a guy just shoots himself in his head and then he's in the next scene screwing somebody and then he's in the next scene flying a spaceship into the sun, then he's in the next scene and he's writing a novel about Star Wars, and you're like, wait, what? And then it's credits. And I just go, I know it seems a bit incoherent, but it doesn't really bother me. Oh, great.
For Alex Jones.
Quote, feminist propaganda? What?
Dude, Alex Jones had a better like defense of the Star Wars prequels than Quinton has of this movie.
Dude, that shit is entertaining watching him defend the prequels.
So the thing, people call it feminist propaganda because there was a conscious decision to dress her in that way and have her look this way and emasculate a male hero in the way that she did. These were all conscious decisions that were made by Rian Johnson, who is an SJW. All right. So I can't say for certain, but I would not fault anybody ever for saying for thinking the way that they do about it. All the pieces line up perfectly.
I mean, they make it seem like not explaining something is the hero of the film. Like, you know, it reminds me of the whole mansplaining thing. It's like, oh yeah, we got to get Poe to basically mansplain how we're about to kill everybody. What an idiot.
And that's what feminists do. They insert themselves into things where they were not before so that they can tear it away from the inside. Just like a character is unnecessarily forced into this movie to serve no purpose.
I don't even need to talk about like a political motivation. I could just say it's just a fucking horribly written.
Oh yeah,
set
and
of
all of this,
anyway.
yeah, and all this is on top of all of that. So it fits perfectly. Like I talk about this stuff all the time. It's so perfect the way that it all fits together. That is like there's no way I don't. There's just too many conscious decisions were made. But God bless Alex Jones.
I guess people are just triggered by Tumblr hair?
Every movie, the women are the bosses, the women are the heroes. They're all lesbians.
I fucking love Alex Jones so fucking much.
This is the most entertaining part of the video.
Yeah, the part that isn't you, Quinton. Alex Jones makes more sense than you.
I just love the fact that, I mean, Alex Jones is the part that's entertaining, and we've been, I mean, this is a 17-minute video. We've been on it for an hour and a half. And we're not even
Thank
halfway
God,
through.
Alex Jones just shows up.
Fucking serious. Wow.
I'm not even kidding. It took us like an hour to get through, or no, it took us 2 hours to get through the first two videos. It's, yeah, now it's 3 hours, 22 minutes we've been going, and we're not even halfway through this video.
Wow.
Alex Jones is the highlight.
I just can't stop thinking that if this character was a guy, there wouldn't have been nearly as
No,
much backlash
shut
as
up.
there is.
I hate you.
Why are you not commending Ryan for hiring?
I guess it's not commendable to hire women.
Yeah, I guess not. No,
Especially purple-haired ones. With freakishly long necks.
But MauLer is explained in the novel why she has purple hair.
Yeah. Because
that's not even a joke, by the way.
Matter at all. I really feel like there are a lot of good character ideas here, but they're just really quickly forced into these scenes kind of awkwardly, so they just come across as a bit comedic. There's this scene where Rose tells Finn about the slave trade on
This
the
is such a
city,
bungled
and it
review.
makes Finn instantly hate the city.
Like, I can't even get a grip on exactly what his assessment is.
Yeah, is it a good film or a bad film? Because I'm being led to believe it's terrible. Is this a film in defense of it? If so, it's bad so far.
Racist are racist. I know that much.
Like, okay, no. Thanks for reminding me that racists exists. Yeah, there's.
Shocking horses is a bad thing, even though that's not something we even do
Animal
in the real
cruelty
world.
is bad. Yeah, capitalism's bad. Wait, what? Well, hold on. Let's go back to the horses thing. Try this again.
And that should be fine. But the way they executed, it reminds me of this scene from Sharknado.
They took my grandfather.
Taken.
So I really hate sharks.
Now I really hate sharks too.
Overall, I feel like this whole part about them trying
to
hack the hyperspace thing.
He literally
It just
compares it to
feels like an
Sharknado that has us convinced that he actually likes it. I'm confused.
Yeah, it's like I get. Is this a defense of the film? I don't understand. I'm confused.
So to Rebels. Half the stuff feels added just for the sake of Wikipedia. The only reason that you understand how the characters feel about each other is that they keep saying how they feel about each other out loud, and the only point
That is
of
such
most
a
of these
low
scenes
quality
is just to
image.
set up stuff
Yeah, it is, isn't it? It's very strange.
that is set after this. Except that this is the last chronological movie in the Star Wars universe right now, so we don't even know what that is. And with that out of the way, it's time to talk about the things that happen in The Last Jedi that people actually care about. The bit that has The Last Jedi. I love this film's take on Luke Skywalker.
Okay, well, we can stop watching the video at this point because he's just wrong.
Yeah.
Let's just move on.
Are we-
I'm sick of
are we
Quinton.
moving on to Down with Thrust?
Also, I don't get this attitude where he's defining what people care about. Yeah, he's all about
Yeah, no, it's
subjectivity.
like-
What the fuck does that even mean?
No, like, oh, everybody cares about this, and this is great. It's like, well, how can you possibly know that that's what everybody cares about?
I love he's like, nobody cares about character, plot, and world. Everyone cares about character. Like, what?
Can we just chalk this guy off as like a verifiable fucking idiot?
Like, that was dull and boring and stupid all at the same time.
Well,
Also,
we
it
got
made me
Alex
think
Jones
about
there.
people's race, which is not something I normally do.
It's important to judge a Star Wars film by how many races are in it. I think that's what he was saying.
Oh,
Okay, that's
yeah, I mean,
commendable.
Yoda, Chewbacca, so
Well,
diverse.
before we go to another one, we have been going for like almost 4 hours.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Do we want to keep going, or do
Wait,
we want to...
is that? I think downward thrust. Is that the last video that I had pulled, or
there was a response to me.
Oh, do you want to do that,
Well, we
or
can-
Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, we can
'Cause
get
that-
through. We can burn through about as much of it as you want.
Well, that one's also about Star Wars, though, so that'd be like 4
oh,
Star
you
Wars
got to
videos.
skip like 30 seconds ahead because this is just some long, drawn out, retarded
Yeah,
intro.
this is some shitty intro.
How dare you? It's a fucking artistic choice.
Fartistic choice.
And this video, it's gonna seem very controversial because I have not made.
Rex, has this been a guy that's responded to you before?
Belch. Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, because I did like a PC console thing response to this guy that kind of that was pretty big. Because he was like this so memeable. He's like the console peasant, you know.
About a particular individual in quite a long time.
Situation?
But
Individual
this video
situation?
will be handled very responsibly, very fairly,
responsibly,
and with much greater understanding.
You're right.
It's about Rags, particularly Rags not knowing what he talks about when it comes to Star Wars.
Oh.
Because let's be honest.
Let's be honest, guys.
I've seen what he said about Star Wars: The Last Jedi.
Seen
and
what
I've
he
said about Star Wars in general. And let's
cut this
break
out. Come on.
Down.
It's like, cut this out. You don't. This doesn't have to be one take.
Do you really think that he's going to edit the audio timeline? No.
No, this is a single take gameplay too, like cutscenes, loading screens, and all.
And
Screams
blackouts.
effort.
Yeah.
Screams effort.
Everything here. You
Why
can't
have
outright.
this? Why is it?
So that it's
why
not.
would you go
So, that's
cinematic?
not, so that it's not an MP3.
Yeah. This is a video, I think.
This is an MP4. It is video.
God,
It is
Fringy,
a
get with the times.
video.
I'm gonna count every time I hear him chewing from now on. I mean, I wonder if he's like eating like macaroni in the background, like Brett Keane.
Say that The Last Jedi was garbage.
Yeah, halfway through the video. Thanks, Mom.
No cheese.
Oh, you're making your Star Wars video, sweetie. That's so cute. Don't forget to do your homework.
Hey, you guys are taking him out of context. You're not responding to his arguments. I hate this podcast. I was going to say, to address the people who say that we don't always catch every argument or represent people properly, you try and do it when you're with 3 other people and you pause and play at random different moments depending on what people want and how it's out of sync partially. It's fucking hard, okay?
Stop talking about Star Wars. You'll end up like your deadbeat.
Also, based on the Rotten Tomatoes scores, you do
Oh,
realize it
come
was
on.
found out that Rotten Tomatoes was rigged.
It was rigged.
Wait, Rotten
When
Tomatoes
was it
says
found out? When was it
Rotten Tomatoes says it wasn't rigged.
That means that every single thing on Rotten Tomatoes is now irrelevant.
Yeah.
God.
It was rigged just like the election.
Yeah, the Russian bots rigged fucking Star Wars The Last Jedi.
It's BB-8 and Luke.
No, it's Chewbacca.
It's Chewbacca and the BB-8.
Yeah, Chewbacca's on the left there.
That site is easily hackable, and you can make dub accounts to lower scores, right?
What the fuck did...
Okay.
It's like, all right, yeah. It's like, so how do you explain these low scores? It's like, it was robots and hacking. And you're like, okay.
How do you explain these good scores?
So how do you explain these
Oh,
high
it's
scores?
robots and hacking. Clearly.
Atheists use vote bots to downvote my videos.
Look how shitty. That doesn't look like Luke at all. What the fuck?
It literally looks like a transgender dude. Trying
Well, I would have commended them. I would have commended them for hiring an Asian actor to play Luke in the game.
Probably would have
still white though.
Probably would have looked more accurate.
Sorry, consoles are shit. That's what I'm saying.
Second, Star Wars The Last Jedi is equal to The Empire Strikes Back.
No, it is.
Oh, God.
He's explained it.
How?
That
when it
is
was
just
first
how it
received.
is.
I wasn't born around the time of The Empire Strikes Back.
Oh, we know.
But my uncles were
Yeah, we
alive
know.
and my mother was alive.
My uncles were there, and my idiot uncles told me. It's like I don't care what your uncles said.
Have you heard of the word anecdotal? I don't
Yeah.
know what that means. What do you mean by uncles aren't the be-all and end-all of Star Wars criticism? What? What do you
It's
mean?
legit. It's legitimately kind of
Born around the
interesting.
time of The Empire Strikes Back. But my uncles were alive and my mother was alive.
Cool.
My uncle told me that The Last Jedi is similar in both how it was received by fans.
Well, there we
just
are
like
then.
Empire Strikes Back. When he saw Empire Strikes Back,
Joe's
he
funny
saw
about all this
so many
bullshit.
people-
Yeah.
I saw the original trilogy much later than when it came out, obviously, because I was born in '93. So I can't tell you the exact year I saw it, but Empire was the one I absolutely fell in love with. I loved the first one; I thought it was great. When I watched Empire, I was just like, Jesus fucking Christ, that was amazing. Like I didn't come away from it going, I didn't like that. Need some time before I appreciate it. Need some time.
For me, when I was a kid, my favorite was Return of the Jedi, and I thought that Empire was the worst. And then, like, later on, I watched Empire, and I was like, this is the best.
Yeah, I was too young to really appreciate it when the first time I saw them.
What,
I was
all
watching.
I'm trying to
Indiana
say,
Jones.
especially with a kid's mind, is just that like this nonsense about how it's like if a film is disliked within its first few weeks of release or whatever, it's like or year, whatever. Then if you look at Empire, that means the film still might be a masterpiece. It's like, what?
Well, no, that's ridiculous because it's not like these plot holes are suddenly going to be fixed with passage of time.
Yeah,
it's not how it works.
It's bizarre. People, it's like it's that simple. If it's disliked on opening, then it's probably going to be a masterpiece in the future. It's like, what? Does that go both ways? Are things that are looked at as masterpieces on release now garbage? I don't know.
Well, The Room is a masterpiece, and we all know it now, so...
Well, The Room is the Empire Strikes Back of reader response theory.
Well, my uncle told me. His argument is basically, well, my uncle told me. That's ultimately what it comes to.
I can't believe he actually used that as an argument.
I'm putting that in my notes for my parody video for next April. My uncle told me.
Yeah, my uncle.
I know this has literally nothing to do with the video, but I'm just looking at the bottom right-hand corner of the screen and the button combinations. You got L1 for one power, R1 for another, and then you have to press them both for the middle, and it's like, wow.
Jesus.
What a terrible, terrible control scheme.
Oh, you just rip it into the game because you hate everything to do with Star Wars.
Yeah,
that's correct. That's exactly why. But
Like,
the
yeah?
reason
What's the problem?
I've seen this video before, and the gameplay is just like people think like he unironically enjoys this. You know, it's like Stormtrooper is in front of me. Press button. Okay.
Proof that Rags doesn't let people have feelings.
True. It's true. I don't. I suck them out.
The best part is I think this is like infamous for being like the most boring, poorly, like just mechanically broken levels in the entire game because it's just terrible.
You fight bugs in this one with lightsaber. You fight bugs.
Oh, you'll see that.
Well, talk
I'm
shit
sure
about
we
the
will.
movie, but yet over time, it has grown.
That was tough. You see,
No,
he
it
got
hasn't.
in
I
front
mean,
of
this film. the film is the same when it came out as
this
now.
argument doesn't work because we're 8 months in now, and it's like
exactly, and we still don't like it.
We hate it even more.
Yeah, plots me know don't age like fine cheese. Okay.
Let me know how long we have to wait before it's official that it's shit.
20 years.
It's like it goes up and down. Like in 20 years, it's great. 30 years, not so good. 40 years, garbage. 50 years, on the uphill slide again. It's getting better.
It's like watching Bitcoin. They're like, oh, it's doing good. It's doing good.
That was the best time to watch Star Wars. Yes, quick, hurry. Get out the VCR.
To become one of the most beloved and pinnacle.
What kind of a fucking joke was that? Oh my god, I've got to see that again. Right.
That was amazing.
Look at this shit.
To become one of the most beloved.
Oh my god.
That is incredible.
Oh, I love fucking.
Okay, despite its problems, how did we go from The Force Unleashed to this? Like, can someone tell me? Like, The Force Unleashed was far from a perfect game, but
I played it on
like, at least the jumps look like real jumps.
I love the Force Awakens. Force Awakens, Force Unleashed. It's good shit.
Yeah, Force Unleashed is right.
It's like he's jumping, he's going, whoa, whoa.
Wasn't a fan of the PC port, but there we are.
Yeah.
Films. I guarantee you that as years go on, people are gonna pull a hypocritical decision and say
pull a hypocritical position.
That was some interesting English there, wasn't it? Pull a hypocritical
decision.
So what if he's recording this while he's playing the game? This is all one take.
Yeah, he's just playing and he dies. Oh shit! Where was I? Oh, right.
I think he's the kind of person that would be like, okay, guys, I'm gonna now cut to when I'm alive again. Okay, so 3, 2, 1. And then it cuts and he goes, okay, now I'm alive again. And
he's like, okay, guys, I'm back.
The best of the
So he's like Wings of Redemption.
He reintroduces himself because he doesn't understand that to us, no time has passed, but to him, it's like 10 minutes. So, hey, guys, it's me again. I'm back.
Trilogy. Okay? Watch.
Now, I don't believe you. I don't believe you, man.
No.
There's no way.
The problem is the dissemination of information age that we're in, which is people know why The Last Jedi is bad. We don't have to guess. Right. We don't have to have a fleeting opinion that changes the next time we watch it. It's like, no, we've had the conversation. It's over. We're moving on to new projects, new media, because we're done with The Last Jedi. Yeah. We know.
And what it's worse, but he didn't know this at the time, of course, because this is before the Solo movie came out. But it looks even worse now because of how poorly Star Wars as a franchise is looking. Like financially, and like the tumultuous position changing and swapping that's going on at Disney, like it looks worse now. This video's already been disproven because you take the context as The Last Jedi will be known as the movie that began this dark period for Star Wars.
Which is like, do you guys actually reckon that there'll be a day where you'll go, yeah, The Last Jedi is a great film? I'd just be like, I might be ill, maybe. That would be
delirious. Yeah, blood loss, perhaps. I don't know.
I'd hope that someone would put me down if I ever did that.
Like, well, he's too far gone. Best to do
like not even humanely. I mean, like, do it Old Yeller style. Just take me out back and just like blow my brains out.
That's pretty humane. It's messy, but it's humane.
Quartered, dude. Hanged and quartered.
Okay. Just Star Wars is not being ruined. It's actually being saved.
I like how a lot of the times in arguments you use the minimal amount of force to get your point across. He's just like, fuck that, and he goes completely the whole way. He's like, no.
You can just have somebody in the room being like, are you going to qualify that? Are you going to qualify that? Are you going to qualify that? No.
Let's see his explanation.
I love it.
Johnson did not destroy or ruin the film in any way. Now, there are 3...
Oh, you just got to move on from that.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's basically common knowledge. He's operating at a level so far above us, he just assumes it's common.
Christ.
I mean, how is this guy... I mean, I could get behind it when Jared Genesis was like this because Jared is an idiot and doesn't know what he's talking about. But I mean, this guy's like, I'm assuming this guy is like moderately sentient, so I'm not exactly sure how he's coming to this conclusion.
moderately sentient. He can play single player Star Wars Battlefront too, so he's at least moderately sentient.
You can create and upload a YouTube video. He has moderate sentience.
To be fair, I have witnessed certain plants being able to do this, but I think he's past that point. Yeah.
3, because every other critique that people have said, those critiques have been destroyed, torn apart, or have been thoroughly explained.
Stop.
To the point where
I love this script. This script is fucking fantastic.
Destroyed, torn apart, eviscerated,
ruined,
ripped into pieces,
targeted, undone.
Is he just going through every synonym he found on thesaurus.com at this point?
He's playing with his controller with one hand while his phone holds up the thesaurus.com, you know.
They're not critiquing the movie anymore.
Look at that show!
Oh my god! I'm sorry. This is
the worst looking gameplay I've ever seen.
I gotta.
If you do anything outside these
Stormtrooper's like, fuck this, I'm going to space.
I love the you know how we were talking about how it's so genuine with Jared Dennis. This guy is genuinely convinced that he just makes all these statements. It's just like, well, this is just true. This is just true.
My argument is that the argument is that I declared it.
It's just true.
Okay, cool. You're just picking and choosing what to pander about and not what's
picking and choosing what to pander about.
You want to try that again? You want to
make a point that's not wrong?
Say something that won't make us laugh.
You might want to go back to 7th grade, buddy, because this is sad.
Yeah, it's like we need to do this.
You're just picking and choosing what to pander about and not what's
Why
really
do you go over to the
problem.
Rock?
The
What do
three
you even mean?
main flaws of the film. 1, Leia did not die. 2,
the 3 main flaws.
What, Leia didn't die?
I mean, that's not really a flaw. I mean, I would have preferred that she would have died, given that
I think so,
she's
yeah.
dead. But I mean, that's not exactly an
there's-
inherent flaw itself.
Yeah, there's a few confusing logistics, especially about the door she opens. But whatever, we can wave them off.
The how we get to a point is very important, not just how we ended up at this point.
I mean, by that logic, you can go like, oh, well, the Joker should have died. It's like, well, I mean, he died. Heath Ledger died while they were filming that movie, so it's like it's not exactly their fault.
I would actually say like a major fucking issue in the film is the just ignorance of rules in general, and the Leia shit is a result of that problem. But, you know, I wouldn't reference the Leia shit as the primary problem of 3 problems.
It's like one. It's a thing, but it's not like the movie doesn't stand or fail on a silly Leia scene in space. It's just one more example of something.
You guys saw my initial video, right? Like, I watched the film with a friend, and he just like he couldn't fucking contain himself with the Leia scene.
Yeah.
I burst out laughing when I saw it.
Yeah. I like to think back to it, it's just like, that's how fucking stupid it is, Ryan Johnson. Like, people just fucking burst out laughing.
Because I remember my reaction was like, I furrowed my brow, and I think I mouthed the words, what? Because I was genuinely confused. I didn't know what I was supposed to think. I'm like, what's happening? What?
I was wheezing. Like, I thought I was going to die in the theater.
I was pretty blown away by The Last Jedi, but for all the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
Of the film. 1, Leia did not die. 2, the Cantal Bite sequence, which is the casino planet. And 3, the character of Rose.
Wait. Those are the 3?
What? Those are the 3. That's
Those
so
are the 3
odd.
problems.
That's such a weird grouping.
That is very.
I think we can make this easier for him. We can just go. There is only one real major problem. It's called The Last Jedi.
No,
we can look into it.
It's called Ryan Johnson. He shouldn't have been born.
Okay. Well, I think that the real problem with the movie is that Rose was Asian.
I agree.
Yeah, that was a problem. Yeah.
Why can't you just hire like a good white guy like Ken Watanabe?
There's a lot of unemployed white people out there who would love to play Rose Tico.
Yeah.
Don't discriminate.
Come on, just bring in Tom Cruise. I really loved him in The Witcher 3.
Yeah, he is great. I liked him. I like how he
killed Gandalf in like episode 7 of Harry Potter.
Yeah, the Half-Blood Goblet.
No. That's Dark Souls, and you guys know it.
Dark Souls. That's the extended Dark Souls cinematic universe.
If you think about it, Star Wars is the Dark Souls of like Metroidvanias.
It
I was
depends if
thinking
you look at it
Castlevanians.
through queer theory, maybe, but that's the only one.
Or in the solipsistic interface.
I'm telling you, man, this is a perfect example of red card.
That
now,
is a top meme.
first, let's get into Princess Leia, Rags. Maybe you'll understand.
Yeah, Rags, come on.
Princess Leia.
Jeez, I'm fucking sorry, okay? God.
Rags
sorry, I don't.
sitting
I'm sorry, I don't get Princess Leia.
Rags sitting in the corner of the class with the duds hat, like, oh man.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. This didn't make any fucking sense.
Leia should have done what Admiral Holdo did. She should have done the kamikaze suicide
No, that
run,
should have been Akbar.
Should have been Akbar.
You're already wrong.
Whereas, like, if it's like
nobody.
what your suggestion is slightly better, kind of, maybe, sort of.
Well,
Is it
you could
though?
have
I
scrapped
mean,
Holdo. You don't need Holdo.
Yeah.
exactly. Holdo's redundant.
Yeah, send her out the airlock. We don't need her. She ain't coming back. I don't know. Maybe she is. Fucking
Why not make it so that you have Poe learn from Leia instead of learning from Holdo, you fucking idiots?
Because Leia would have gone out in a bang and would have gone out fighting the First Order. Now,
I can't get over that jump. It's just so retarded.
He's explaining this so slowly and like punctuatively. It's just like with every word.
At least we have terrible gameplay to watch in between the words.
That makes up.
Let's look at
It's
the
like
opposite side
watching
of the
an old Review Tech USA video.
It's like, I'm going over here. It's like he's spanking him with a fan. I don't even know. Sorry, this is supposed to be a serious video talking about Star Wars and Princess Leia in space, and I can't even. Okay.
true Star Wars fans would not have wanted her to die, despite she did die in real life.
I like how he's
Real
phasing
fans
through the
would not
stormtroopers.
It's like, I don't know which is stupid, or the fucking gameplay or the arguments he's making.
I need to say, you should never find yourself saying a true Star Wars fan.
Exactly. Here's how a true fan feels.
True fans bought this game.
True fans bought this game and supported Star Wars. Because we haven't massacred poor defenseless stormtroopers with our lightsabers before. Ugh. I wonder if this is canon.
So you can understand that people will be put in a predicament, or writers could be put in a predicament that...
That's where are you going with this?
All right, we're gonna take this one at a time there, Sparky.
In real life, real fans...
All right, I need to bring this back further, I guess. All right, yeah, here we go.
Let's look at the opposite side of the spectrum.
The gay
True
one?
Star Wars fans would not have wanted her to die, despite she did die in real life.
Despite she
Real
did
fans-
die.
Despite the fact that she's, like, dead, you
I
shouldn't...
think he had notes. I don't believe this is scripted. He must have just had notes.
No,
'cause he
there's
seems
no
to have-
way. There's
He
no
seems to have an
way.
idea of what he wants to talk about, but god damn it.
This
You
is
can
definitely...
tell that with the points that he brought up that he didn't write them down. Like, you can tell that when he listed the 3 flaws, he just said 3 and was like, oh, fuck, I need to think of 3. I've put myself in this hole now.
I haven't actually listened to any criticism. So, 3 random
I'm gonna
things.
say 3 and then have 3
So,
things
Rose,
to talk
Canto
about.
Bite, and Leia in space. I was like, oh.
Fans would not want to see the character die. So you can understand that people will be put in a predicament, or writers could be put in a predicament.
What was that stormtrooper's plan exactly? I'm sorry, I don't. What was he thinking was gonna happen? It's like it's fucking Luke Skywalker. I do have this stick, so I'll probably be okay.
He was put in a predicament.
He definitely was. Look at him. The fucking balls on Troopy McTroop face over here.
That
I'll take you.
Okay, if we kill her, we're gonna catch shit. If we don't kill her, people will be
It's floating in the air, and he force pushes it away, and it just flat falls on the ground. I'm sorry.
Does it mean that we're so just out of the fucking... We don't care about what he's saying, that we're just commenting on the fucking gameplay? But that's precisely the opposite of the purpose of the gameplay. It's supposed to be not distracting.
We may as well just watch the downward thrust video, because at least we could have addressed, like, what he was saying, but this guy's like...
Would this be the longest podcast you've ever done at that point?
Probably.
Lost 6 hours.
Okay.
Shocked, and we'll still catch shit. So, really, some fans put writers in unfair predicaments. So,
do you know what predicament
It's not
means?
my fault she died.
It's not my fault.
I'm sorry. It's nothing I could have done about it. Eventually, the cocaine's gonna catch up to you. It's
Don't
just I
you
can
know how
fucking
hard
do
it is for these writers? Don't you know how difficult?
It's like all of our actors are dying. Oh, what are we gonna do?
had to have been done. Now, the casino of Canto Bight to go
Oh,
find
so just moving
the
on
hacker,
from that.
I
What
guess.
point did he make there?
Point-
the point that he made
Point
was
disproven.
Meg, some people don't like it. It's like,
Thoroughly and systematically dismantled. I'm sorry that she died. I didn't have a say in it. I promise. I didn't put out a hit on her or anything. All right.
Oh, sure he did.
I felt could have been left out entirely. They could have had Finn be the hacker, or they could have had
no.
Could they have? How could they have that? When was it established?
Oh man,
that
he
could
is
do that?
such a multitasker. He can do janitorial work on every single important installation in the entire First Order's arsenal. He can do it on Starkiller
Which helps
Base
because of his selective memory. He's like, oh, I worked in the exact. I just remembered I worked in the exact room of that thing that we need to get.
And he's also a master hacker. Clearly,
Jeez, he's turning into someone's OC.
of Rose be a hacker, but this ties into why Rose was a problem.
I wonder
They
what
should have
Finn's
not introduced
persona would
Rose.
be like.
They
Oh, probably, I don't know. Something. What's a useless animal? A cat. He'd be a cat.
No, he'd probably be like an ape.
That's so fucking racist. Holy fucking shit.
I would commend them for bringing in First Owners because that is definitely a marginalized group. So, can we get a clap for that, please? Can we have a clap, please?
Yeah, come on, Quinton.
No, snap. You gotta snap. That's what you gotta do.
I was gonna say clapping is a bit harsh. Actually, let's snap.
That could be PTSD.
Oh no, you're clicking.
Actually, let's just make squelchy noises. There you go.
Oh well, the guy in
that's the least offensive, right?
The guy in this video is doing exactly that. He's just chewing between every sentence. So
we have to do the animal hooting noises for Black Panther. He's talking about Finn.
There's an emote on my Discord. There's an emote where I'm like stressed out, got big eyes and sweat, and it's just like. And when I was watching the film, and they made the animal hooting sound, I was like, "Oh shit! What the fuck are you doing?"
Oh my god! It's like I feel bad for being in this room. It's like I feel secondhand cringe.
It's like secondhand. Is this racist?
Shit, it's like I felt a little more racist in that moment. It's like, was Hitler right?
They should have had her sister, the one who died in the space battle because of Poe Dameron's mistake.
It's true. Wait, what?
What?
I think my internet's not perfect right now, but I was just gonna say in Black Panther they wear monkey masks.
I know it just adds. It's just layers of.
It's almost like because you know
totally not racism.
From the other side of the aisle, you have to like go, wait, guys, is this racist? And then they go, no, and you're like, oh, okay.
It's like if white nationalists were making this movie, this might be something they would do unironically.
Just need clarification on
Her
what is
sister,
racist.
the one who died in the space battle because of Poe Dameron's mistake.
Nice force push.
Okay.
Poe Dameron's mistake.
I don't know what the mistake was.
He helped them bring down the dreadnought, which would have killed them all for sure.
Would they be all dead if not for that? Nobody seems to remember that.
Yeah, I don't know what Poe's mistake was. I mean, like maybe from the perspective of the First Order, he fucked up, but that's kind of the idea of being an enemy in war. But what do I know?
Oh,
he should have been the one to go.
Said jump again. I gotta watch it again.
You know,
imagine being Carl and Fred up there on that ridge, and Luke Skywalker. First of all, Luke Skywalker's heading towards you with a lightsaber. My gun is on the ground, and I'm begging for my life. I'm like, I've seen the error of my ways. Please don't kill me.
Poe Dameron's mistake. Okay?
Okay.
She should have been the one to go forward and do this mission. She could have
Whoa. Did he just slash that guy through a rock on a lower surface?
Oh my god, it's so retarded.
She should have been the one to go forward and do this mission. She could have been the one to do all the things on the ship.
What are you talking about, you babbling idiot?
Yeah, what is he talking about?
How fucking dare you? Let this man speak. He is making complete sense.
Character of Rose, having her would have made it a lot better. Now, the whole Casino Planet thing, like I said, didn't have to happen.
The whole movie didn't have to happen.
So, Leia, Canto Bight, and Rose are really the only three problems.
Why is Spock in this game?
The only three problems. That's said at the time.
Oh, so
you know,
bizarre.
you understand that giving a stormtrooper armor is like saying, "Here, you throw this away."
Unless you're Phasma.
Yes.
Where she's the only one with armor that does anything.
Yeah, but MauLer, they have limited supplies. That's why she's the only one. It's like, no.
They have limited supplies, but they can build a fucking planet-sized star-destroying shit.
It's like if only we had like armor for our troops. Yeah, if
they
only.
explained where it's from. It's from those yachts. They turn up in the prequels. They're this type of ship. You know the ship they use when they're on Tatooine? It's very shiny. It's all silvery and shiny. Apparently, her suit is scavenged from the plating of Palpatine's version of that ship. So,
I'm sure that there would be enough for more than one person to wear that.
But how come she was held at gunpoint in The Force Awakens?
Yeah, exactly. If her armor is laser-proof,
she'd be like, "Shoot me, bitch! The ricochet will kill you."
It's because Ryan Johnson wasn't fucking paying attention. Wait, no, sorry. It's subjective. Subjective.
Reader response theory. Reader response theory. Reader response theory. Reader response theory. Reader response theory.
He's like stabbing. It's a reader response theory.
It's like okay.
The numbers.
Can I just say it just right? I lost a lot of respect for you when you showed yourself to be a fucking babbling idiot when you came on with me and MauLer. But I just want to tell you that never talk about writing again because you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Just change your name to Just Wrong. All right, let's see what happens to Spock.
Was actually fresh and
I'm sorry, let's listen to these arguments and dissect them in a concise and clear manner.
exciting. Okay? The critiques about Luke Skywalker.
Who are you?
Who are you? He's like, I've been fucking killing everybody I see.
Why he says the critiques of instead of the criticisms of? You know, like this is all right. The critique. He's trying to sound very. I use the word. He's like, yes, this is a very formal, very, very good argument making. And there are several critiques of the film. It's just like you could just say like people are arguing things. Yeah.
This scene, this frame is funny because Luke's like, I just massacred a whole battalion of stormtroopers mercilessly, but I heard you call out. Sounded like you need some help.
What is this stance he's doing? Why do his arms and legs look so much smaller compared to his torso? Why does his head look like? Oh my god!
Because that's how Jedi look.
Skywalker.
Yeah.
I was able to easily destroy that argument and prove that his character wasn't ruined and his character wasn't
look at his face.
You know how you've destroyed an argument is when you say, I destroyed this argument. That's when you know.
Every time.
I proved. Jesus.
My videos are way too long. Fuck.
This film actually was not a disrespect to the franchise.
You already said
Episode
that.
1
franchise.
is a disrespect to the franchise.
I'm glad he's the arbiter of
If you try to set
disrespect.
a film lower than that, then you're just pandering and looking for a reason.
Wait a minute. Did he get his arms stuck in like some
Because
wax?
I guess. Why the fuck are you?
How'd that happen?
How would you get yourself stuck in such a strange?
Just wait there for an hour? Like, I'll just wait for this to dry.
It's like, no, I'm gonna peel it off later. It's gonna be super cool.
On top of that, how did he kill all the other stormtroopers in the room if he's stuck
Just
in
to
wax?
clarify, you guys do
know,
realize
stormtroopers, they'll
there is
probably trip
commentary
and
on
break
this,
their
right?
necks or something.
There's a guy talking as well as the gameplay. I forgive you for not realizing.
I'm sorry, I completely forgot. I'm sorry, I'm just so curious about what's happening with Luke here.
I'm honestly more engaged with what's happening in this stupid game.
Oh, poor guy.
It's
Luke's like, here, if you could jump like me, you could get stuck like that.
It's like, what do I pay more attention to? This horrible game or the horrible commentary over this horrible game?
I just need to close my eyes. I just gotta put my hands in front of my... No,
because the game's more entertaining.
It really is.
With quite a few of my friends who've had their critiques. Beatmaster had his critiques.
Who are you? I've never heard of Luke Skywalker before. It's like, who are you? Like, I'm fucking Luke Skywalker. Who the fuck you think I am? Everybody, literally everyone knows.
What is this face that Luke's making? I mean, does it... He looks like Neil Breen.
He does. Okay, so to the arguments this time.
His critiques. Go Get had his critiques. Mr. Racer, and so on. But when they heard me out and they understood where I was coming from, they knew what I was saying was true.
Don't throw the grenade at the bugs.
Okay, so I was actually listening to the arguments that time.
Yeah.
You're bugs. Okay.
Everybody had critiques.
So what we're gonna do?
Truth.
All right.
They didn't have critiques.
So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna split into two teams. Wolf, Fringy, you focus on the video. MauLer and I.
This is a multi-phased enemy.
We'll pause every few seconds and we can have a meeting about what we both just saw.
That's it. It's multi-layered entertainment.
It's a shame that they have to sit through all that Quinton shit to get to the good stuff.
Wow.
Okay. But yeah, he's basically saying, oh yeah, well, these other people that I talked to, I convinced them.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like me and Wolf legitimately convinced I hit everything, but we're not allowed to release it. We stonewalled Just Right live, and he was like struggling to come back. We managed to convince someone who was crying when they were trying to defend the film that it's flawed. It's like, these are things that actually happened.
We brought a grown-ass man to tears just by asking him to explain himself. It's like all we did was just ask him questions and he cried.
I called Star Wars stupid and he started sobbing on air.
No, it's not. Well, that fucking moment where he was like, "Aren't you guys buying the Blu-ray?"
It's like, no, I was gonna stick my dick in a meat grinder. What do you think, fucking idiot? I heard the Star Wars Blu-ray sales are not doing too hot either.
They're already at the bargain bin at my local Best Buy, so
I don't think it's worth attempting to sell Solo. I think they should just give up before they start.
Just like if they don't put out merchandise, it'll be easier to scrub from history. So just don't do it. It's like, what merchandise? We didn't make anything.
To those.
Oh, were you gonna say something about the bug grenade? No, just didn't mean to interrupt you here.
It just blew up. So.
All right, I didn't mean to interrupt you. It's just okay. This level, you're gonna play as Luke Skywalker, and there's gonna be bugs in a cave, and it's Star Wars, and you have to shoot.
You just end the sentence with Star Wars, okay?
And this is Star Wars.
This is canon.
3 points being the real problems. After seeing the films multiple times, well, I've seen it multiple times.
How is he okay? He's
Oh
definitely dead.
These arguments he's making, like, this isn't even elementary level. It's just.
I'm sorry, I literally wasn't listening. I'm sorry.
He literally just said, "I'm right because I've seen the film." He was like, "I've seen it several times, and I know what really happened." It's like, good job, bro.
Let me.
Excellent.
I need to play it again. I wasn't paying attention. Sorry.
Everything happening at a time. The people who dislike the film only probably have seen it once or twice.
But I saw it 3 times.
What the
so I've been
fuck
given
is
the
this nonsense?
truth. I know the rocks are just fucking floating there. Fuck.
You sound like... You know what? It's funny because me and Wolf, again, remembered the film better than the dude who watched it 5 seconds ago, and he was like, I need to see it.
And was currently watching it.
Christ, I still probably remember the film better than this fucking guy.
Oh, it's like I saw it 3 times, so my arguments are better. Oh yeah, well I saw it 4 times, so it sucks again. So there.
There's such meta arguments in terms of just like, I'm not going to give you my actual arguments. I'm just going to tell you why I'm right already.
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
It's like I've got arguments, but instead I'll tell you about the effects that my arguments have had on other people.
Man, I just want to buy this game because it looks like a comedic, genius.
This one's definitely a twofer.
I could make a Media Reloaded on this game.
Let's bring up what another issue he doesn't understand. He doesn't understand how the Force works. Trying to say that Rey has no reason to have this kind of power, like many people would say that. Then look to the EU. Many of the
which is no longer canon.
What the fuck? You can't.
Let me justify this with fan fiction.
I'll take a piss real quick.
What are we waiting on?
I was gonna say I thought I was lagging, so I couldn't hear anybody.
Rags is gonna go take a piss.
Okay.
Yeah, no wonder we've been gone for like 4.5 hours.
I was gonna say I'm tempted to restart my internet, but it's not worth it if we're about to end. I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll have to wait, see if Frags wants to go on or not.
Yeah, this is some.
I don't think we're gonna get too much more out of this, except for like laughing at the gameplay.
It's really simple. It's just like if you can just reverse the argument and it's just as valid, then you're not making an argument. You know, for example, he's like, I've watched it, so I know it's true. It's like, okay, this guy watched it, so he knows it's true. Oh, rip. But then if you go,
I wished I watched it.
Holdo should have told Poe his plan during the mutiny. You can't just reverse it because it doesn't make sense. Like, no, she shouldn't have because.
Because I watched it.
Luke is a really good character because I've watched it 3 times. Well,
I understood the true meaning while you plebs watched it once in the theater.
Well, you know, if you watch it 3 times, you won't be bored.
I remember if you watch it the 2nd time because you know what's coming next, that makes it better somehow.
Yeah, it's like now I know what's gonna happen. Like, I would say that takes
better for some reason.
Alex,
like for me, it's very tough for me to watch a film more than once because for me, the discovery process along the way is such a huge part of it. It's tough to get me to watch a movie a 2nd time or read a book a 2nd time. So, yeah.
Can Alex just like deny that the conversation with me and MauLer ever happened so I couldn't put out that fucking stream already?
You can deny it.
I wonder how many times he's been asked that question because we get it all the fucking time.
Yeah, that is kind of...
I wonder what excuses he gives.
I mean, MauLer, didn't you show me, like, comments that, like, he got on some other stream with other people?
Not to my knowledge, I don't know.
Because you showed me, like, some screenshot. He was on, like, some Lego channel, and someone commented or posted in the chat and said, when are you going to release this... When are you going to let Wolf and MauLer release the stream?
I think I need to restart my internet because everything's lagging out for me.
All right.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Okay. See you in just a second.
I want to see if Mundane Matt has posted an apology yet, or if he's still
I don't think he
posting
has.
videos.
I'm gonna look it up.
No, he hasn't.
He's continuing like nothing's happened. It's incredible that he thinks he can just like continue and nothing.
I know, he's posted like 10 videos, and it's like...
I can't even find them though. Like, you look up Mundane Matt, you have to...
Oh, you have to like...
If you type in literally Mundane Matt, caps and everything, his name won't show up.
Dude, I
have to...
Not for a while.
I was really hoping that he was going to make a video on it, and he was going to cry, so then I could
Crying?
like... Yeah, because I wanted to play it on this podcast, because I was like, oh my god, if Matt cries, that'll be great material for us, but he still hasn't done it yet. Or at least he can show the boulders. Come on, Matt.
All the boulders that he got.
Jeez. Me and MauLer were talking about that, and we were like, what if he really did get boulders, and like it was just such an unbelievably stupid thing that like it just turned out to actually be true.
Yeah, you buy boulders in bulk, so they're cheaper. But as of a couple hours ago, he is down 6,007.
Jesus.
Oh wow.
You know, I'm sure that the only reason he hasn't lost more is because most people that are subscribed to him have forgotten that they're even subscribed to him.
Yeah,
that's the thing, because he gets basically no views for his subs.
I mean,
they just don't show up.
Yeah, I took almost a month off, and I'm still getting pretty reasonable views for the.
I don't think it's because he uploads too much, because you could like use him as a news source. I think it's that he's so fucking mundane.
Yeah.
There's no reason to use him. Why go to him instead of anybody else? There's Why would anybody pick Mundane Matt over Philip DeFranco?
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, one is scripted, well edited, researched.
The
other
voice is interesting, and he's a dynamic
and he's
character.
Charismatic.
And he has opinions sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
And Mundane Matt is just like, I did no prep work for this. I'm not going to do any effort into it. I'm going to read you what is in front of me. And don't forget to turn off that pesky ad block.
Oh, by the way, did you guys hear that Twitter is purging lots of accounts? There's a good chance you've lost accounts, just people on Twitter. There's a good chance you've lost a fair number of followers. Like, not a whole lot, but enough.
When was this? Somebody else posted that they had lost about... Well, somebody posted that they had lost about 40, but
I've lost about 40.
Yeah, I've gone up, but that's still following.
I haven't really paid attention. I'm still at almost.
Well, apparently they deleted.
Holy fucking shit! They just suspended Robin Williams.
Oh yeah, I saw that earlier. He's been dead for 4 years, but they suspended him.
Too. Alex Jones has gone on Twitter too.
Oh yeah, I heard that too.
Well, didn't he get a 7-day suspension?
I don't know.
I think it's a 7-day suspension.
I don't.
Oh, I don't know. I just hear it through the grapevine.
Shoe on Head retweeted someone who admitted that they false flagged Dusty just to see if it would work, and it did.
That's fucked up. Dusty's a piece of shit, but
yeah, I hate Dusty, but it's like
don't false flag people.
Yeah.
Yeah, Matt.
Yeah, no, Dusty got banned from Twitter.
It's so terrible. I fucking hate that shit. I hate that shit.
This is the current political climate, man. Like, if people don't like you, they'll just try and ban you and fuck you over. Instead of trying to argue the point. It sucks.
They'll do anything. Banning,
everybody's
lying,
shitting their pants.
Making things
scared.
up. It's like, you can't do anything on the internet. Because it's like, okay, if one person doesn't like you enough, they'll just do whatever they can to shut you up.
Screw you over.
Yeah. Or ruin your life, like dox you, send the FBI or the SWAT team after you over like literally nothing. Get like some random dude killed because someone doxed the wrong dude. Or swatted the wrong dude.
And I feel like it's probably the issue. I feel like isn't going to get fixed by a link. It seems like this is the status quo.
Thanks, internet.
Yeah, it's great. Thanks so much, guys. You know, I miss the old days of the internet when everybody could just like it didn't feel like everybody was breathing down your neck.
Man, I miss when the only thing I actually cared about was like trying to get in a stupid Star Wars Battlefront Renegade Squadron clan on the PSP for like a game that was so broken that it was hacked like within hours of it releasing.
So apparently, let me look at this here. Michael Caine finally has the Nolan approved answer for was the Inception ending real or not, and I ain't clicking. I don't want to know.
Yeah, I kind of want to know either.
I don't want to know.
The ending only really works if it's up for interpretation. I'm surprised you would even answer that. It's like
I'd be like, I don't know. What do you think? Yeah, it's like, well, is it really not? What do you think?
Yeah, I just want to accept it as a flawed but fun movie and just leave it at that.
Yeah, I really liked it. You know, it's just
I like it a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, I listen to the soundtrack a lot. I think it's one of Hans
Soundtrack's
Zimmer's.
awesome.
Oh yeah. not those parts.
Have you noticed a big trend in a lot of films now, especially the sort of present themselves as being, really good, or like, these really good slow-paced films? They always have like a sweeping shot of a city and then like boom, boom, really loud every time there's an establishing shot.
Blade Runner 2049.
Well, that's a good example, because every time there's like a big cinematic shot of a city, it just has loud hums.
And then I returned.
Hey,
right.
we're
I think we were discussing whether we were going to end it. 4 hours.
Yeah. Do you guys still want to go on? It's been 4 hours, but
I got things I got to get to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had so much content. We got everything from the greatest Jared Genesis video ever made.
Apparently, Ian Miles Chong just said basically half of Black Twitter just got Thanos'd. Apparently, there's some kind of purged here. I don't know.
Well, they deserved it, so you know.
Someone said, "But my dad disappeared, but my mom's still here." Oh wait.
Oh,
Jesus, fucking. Oh, I didn't say that. I'm reading a tweet. I'm reading out a tweet that I thought was a terrible thing to say.
Who cares about context? You said
I was reading it aloud and snickering to show you what you shouldn't do.
All
right. So.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So, hire Asians and play Battlefront 2.
Battlefront 2 looks like a game you could ironically enjoy now from watching all this footage.
I mean, wow, it really is crazy just how awful this game looks.
I've never seen this before. Oh my god, let me post this in the in the chat here. I've never seen this before.
Temporarily unavailable because it violates the Twitter media policy.
Somebody tweeting somebody who was like suspended like that. I've never seen that. That's crazy. Like apparently there was a pretty big purge that just happened.
Yeah.
And it's weird because I was suspended for 12 hours with a lot of other people, and I got reinstated.
Is there a new rule or something?
I don't know. I think it's just them. I think it's just Twitter being Twitter again. It's just like people are.
I think it's because of the whole Alex Jones thing. I think that's this.
Yeah, maybe.
Which, yeah. So that's the state of social media. Everybody's getting banned and nobody knows why, and everybody's supporting it, but not
Everyone's
really.
Just like looking around, expecting each other to turn to ash. It's like I don't know. There's no pattern here. This is what I've said before, and I truly mean it. It's like at least if the laws were terrible and draconian, but they were spelled out and applied fairly, we'd be like, okay, I can't say the word damn. So as long as I don't say damn, then I should be okay. These are the things I have to avoid, and all will be well, at least to some degree. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, they keep those rules away from us.
They keep it vague enough so that they can ban you if they don't like you.
The rules are vague so that they can't be used as rules.
Mm-hmm.
So they can be applied to whoever needs to have them applied.
Can we just replace Jack? We should just replace Jack with Jared Genesis. He would run the whole platform so much better.
Oh, his tweets would be glorious.
Oh, wait, we can't do that because he was like, it sucks that I gotta do this, but I gotta verify all comments.
Apparently there's a Twitter account called Toilets with Threatening Auras. They post pictures of toilets with threatening auras.
Wonderful.
All right, then.
Well, it was good talking with you guys.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No, I had a blast.
I can't believe how insane that Jared video got.
I cannot remember the last time I laughed that hard. I swear to God, like I was heaving over the side of my chair trying to breathe.
I genuinely was like, is that Rags's laugh?
It is complete unfiltered joy. I have
Ray killed Han Solo.
I mean, I'm not exaggerating when I say like there were tears rolling down my face that for like half that video because it's like, wow.
I was nearly falling off my chair.
I mean, he's gonna be a staple of this podcast forever, and I love it. Wow. Well, thank you guys for coming on, and thank you all for watching. The memories we'll always keep of Jared Genesis.